Like, share, subscribe. It's 9:30. It's August the 21st, 2025, and today we're gonna be talking about the 90s. You know, it's it's amazing how it has come to this point, but we're gonna actually talk about the 90s. We're gonna break down every year. We're gonna break down the divisions because that was back there was only four divisions then, and we're gonna break down the top teams and scoring teams, and yeah, we're just gonna be doing all of that. So that's how this stream is going to go, and then after I finish doing each of the seasons and everything like that, then everything can be talked about as well. I know this is going to be talking about 90s basketball, but we also going to be talking about other things that from other sports, movies, everything like that. But first, I'm just going to get through. I did send the links to everybody. I'm waiting for them to come in, but if they listen, this is how it's going to go. All right, so we're just going to go ahead and just get it started. Going into that season, the Detroit Pistons beat the Lakers that year. The most valuable player was Magic Johnson. The rookie of the year was David Robinson. Hakeem led the league 89-90 season and rebounding at 14 rebounds a game. John Stockton was the assist leader, 14.5. And Michael Jordan win shares 19.0 if you get into win shares and all that good stuff. But we're going to go into the season. In the Eastern Division, the Celtics was 56-26. The 76ers was 44-38. The New York Knicks was 39-43. The Washington Bullets was 30-52. New Jersey Nets was 26-56. The Miami Heat was 24-58. Now in the Central Division, that's when it was only four divisions back in the day. Okay, I'm just gonna say how this
Hey,
gonna
Price,
go.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Um, we just gonna break down all the seasons. I'm gonna give the best right now. I'm just gonna break down every year we on. We just started, and then we're gonna go all the way to the end. We started on the 89 and 90 season. I just got done reading the division. I was explaining to the audience that that was back when it was only four divisions. That's all you had back then. It was only four. Okay, now we're gonna go to the Central Division. Chicago Bulls was 60-21. Detroit Pistons was 50-32. The Milwaukee Bucks was 48-34. The Atlanta Hawks was 43-39. The Pacers was 41-41. The Cavaliers was 33-49. The Hornets was 26-56. In the Western Conference, the Spurs was 55-27. The Jazz was 54-28. The Rockets was 52-30. Um, Minnesota Timberwolves 29-53. The Dallas Mavericks was 28-54. The Denver Nuggets is 60-62. Hold on, somebody's trying to come in. Hold on. Oh, it's you again. Are you in?
Oh, okay, cool. Every time I put on this new headset, I got to do a mic check before it lets it connect to StreamYard for some strange reason. And if I don't do the mic check, the audio won't come on when I come in. So it
No.
makes me back out and start everything over again. How you doing this fine Thursday, TP?
Oh, we good. We just break it down. I'm just breaking down every season, breaking down all the records and everything like that. You know, just follow my lead. And then once we get to the end, Then we can just break down, talk about the. I'm gonna break down the greatest teams, the greatest players, and also in other professional sports as well. But I'm just trying to get this basketball thing out. So where we was at here. Hey, to the person in the comments, we're not talking about Jay Reed from Akron. We are talking about 90s basketball. A salute to you for being in the comments. But anyway, and then Pacific Division, we had the Trailblazers was 63-19 that season. The Lakers was 58-24. The Suns was 55-27. The Warriors was 44-38. Supersonics was 41-41. The Clippers was 31-51. The Sacramento Kings was 25-57. And in the West Conference first round, the Jazz beat the Suns 3-1. The Trailblazers beat the Supersonics 3-2. The Lakers over the Rockets 3-0. That was back when the first round used to be the best of three.
Best of
Or
five.
best five. I mean, excuse me, best of five. Excuse me. It takes three, of course, to win the game, but a sweep was considered 3-0. All right, so now we're gonna go to the Warriors. They beat the Spurs in the first round, 3-1. In the Eastern Conference, you had the Sixers. They swept the Bucks 3-0. Detroit Pistons, they beat the Hawks in five, 3-2. Chicago Bulls swept the Knicks 3-0. And then you had the Celtics. There was 3-0. Oh no, they beat the Pacers in five, excuse me, in five. And then the semifinals, the Trailblazers, they beat the Jazz 4-1. The Lakers beat Golden State 4-1. And in the semifinals, the Detroit Pistons beat the Celtics 4-2. Chicago Bulls beat the Sixers 4-1 and 5. The Lakers over the Blazers 4-2. And the Bulls over Detroit Pistons 4-0. You're not in trouble. Oh, this is the 1991 season now. All right, so we already know the Bulls end up being the Lakers. But that year, Michael Jordan was the most valuable player, 31 points. Derek Coleman was the rookie of the year. Michael Jordan led the league in points. Dave Robinson was the rookie of the year. Was the rebounding champion at 13. Stockton 4.2 assists. Win shares 20.3. It's crazy because Michael Jordan's win shares, he was a leader in that in 89-90 season. And his win shares was at 19, and the next season went up to 20.3. All right, now we're going to go to the 91-92 season. In the Eastern Conference, the Celtics was 51-31. The Knicks was 51-31. The New Jersey Nets was 40-42. Miami Heat was 38-44. The Sixers was 35-47. The Bullets was 25-57. The Orlando Magic was 21-61. In the Central Division, the Bulls was 67-15. The Cavaliers was 57-25. The Pistons was 48-34. The Pacers was 40-42. The Atlanta Hawks was 38-44 on that season. The Bucks was 31-51, same as the Hornets. In the Western Conference Midwest Division, the Jazz was 55-27. The Spurs was 47-35. The Rockets was 42-40. The Denver Nuggets was 24-58. The Dallas Mavericks was 22-60. The Timberwolves was 15-67. And then you go to the Pacific Division. The Trailblazers was 57-25. The Warriors was 55-27. The Suns was 53-29. Supersonics 47-35. The Clippers was 45-37. The Lakers was 43-39. And the Sacramento Kings was 29-53. Now in the oh yeah, I forgot to go over on the points. That season, the Warriors led the league in scoring at 118.7 points per game. By the Pacers was 112, Trailblazers 111, the Bulls 1.1 109.9, Look at all these teams. They only had three teams that didn't average over 100 points, and this was in the 91-92 season. All right, so we're gonna go down to the first round. The Jazz, they beat the Clippers 3 games to 2 in the first round. The Sonics beat the Warriors 3 games to 1. The Trailblazers beat the Lakers 3 games to 1. The Suns swept the Spurs 3 games to none. The Knicks beat the Pistons in 5. Cleveland Cavaliers beat New Jersey Nets 3 games to 1. The Bulls 3-0 over the Miami Heat. The Celtics, they also swept the Pacers. Now we go to the semifinals. The Jazz beat the Sonics 4 games to 1. The Trailblazers, they beat the Suns 4 games to 1. In the Eastern Conference semis, it was the Cavaliers over the Celtics in 7. Bulls over the Knicks in 7. Now we're gonna go to the Western Conference Finals. Um, the Blazers beat the Jazz in 6, and Chicago Bulls beat the Cavaliers in 6. And in the finals, Chicago Bulls beat the Portland Trailblazers in 6 games. That year, Michael Jordan averaged 30. Larry Johnson was the Rookie of the Year. Michael Jordan led the league in scoring, 30.1. Dennis Rodman was the rebound champion, 18.7. Stockton, 13.7 assists leader. And win shares that year leader was Michael Jeffrey Jordan. Now we're going to the 93-94 season. The New York Knicks was 60-22 in the Atlantic Division. The Celtics was 48-34. The New Jersey Nets was 43-39. The Magic was 41-41. Miami Heat 36-36. 46, excuse me. The Sixers was 26-56. The Bullets was 22-60. In the Central Division, the Bulls was 57-25. The Cavaliers were 54-28. The Charlotte Hornets was 44-38. The Atlanta Hawks was 43-39. The Pacers was 41-41. Detroit Pistons was 40-42. The Bucks was 28-54 in the Central Division. In the Midwest Division was the Rockets. They was 55-27. The Spurs was 49-33. The Jazz was 47-35. The Nuggets was 36-46. The Timberwolves was 19-63. And the Dallas Mavericks was 11-71 on that season. The Suns in the Pacific Division, they won that division that year. They was 62-20. The Supersonics was 55-27. The Portland Trailblazers was 51-31 on that season. The Clippers was 41-41. The Lakers was not 39-43. The Warriors was 34-48, and the Sacramento Kings, they was 25-57. In the first round of the playoffs, the Supersonics beat the Jazz 3 games to 2. The Spurs, they beat the Blazers 3 games to 1. The Suns beat the Lakers 3 games to 2, and the Rockets beat the Clippers 3 games to 2. In the Eastern Conference, the Knicks beat the Pacers 3 games to 1. The Cavaliers beat the Nets 3 games to 2. Chicago Bulls 3 games to 0 over the Atlanta Hawks. They swept them, and the Charlotte beat the Celtics 3 games to 1. In the semis, the Supersonics beat the Rockets 4 games in 7, 4 games to 3. The Suns beat the Spurs in 6. The Knicks beat the Hornets in 5, and Chicago Bulls swept the Cavaliers. Then we got the Suns beat the Supersonics in 7, and the Bulls beat the Knicks to go to the finals. And we got the Bulls over the Suns in 6 that season. And that season, Charles Barkley was the most valuable player. Shaquille O'Neal was the Rookie of the Year. Michael Jordan led the league in scoring, 32.6. Dennis Rodman rebounding 18.3. Stockton 12 assists a game. Michael Jordan, of course, Jeffrey Jordan, win shares 17.2. Now we in the 1993, 94. Any thoughts, man? You still in Martavian?
Oh yeah, yeah. I was just putting it on mute while you was cooking. My dog was barking. I didn't want to disturb you because you was over there speaking the facts. We have to keep in mind that was an upset that those Lakers beat the Portland Trailblazers. They beat a 60-plus win team that was favored in that series, or it would have been Portland and Chicago would have met a couple years earlier. Another thing that I want to bring out is you notice a lot of those first round series was going to game five, which will be considered game seven if it was best of seven. So Utah, which is a perennial Western Conference contender, they almost lost to a Clippers team, and I think that Clippers team had Danny Manning on it, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, a Clippers team that was never known for being in any type of good series. But once you get to the late '90s, I think that matchup happened again in the first round. Um, you notice a lot of those Eastern Conference fights just to get to who's going to play Chicago or who's going to end up playing New York. A lot of those teams went to game fives and game sevens. So it was we always end up watching real critical playoff basketball. The better team will always, of course, sweep the lower teams, the lower ranked teams. But when you got to the second and third and the conference finals and the finals, those were
Mm-hmm.
always tough, very tough. But I'll let you continue. You keep cooking.
All right, we in the 93, 94 season, so y'all already know MJ is not there. He retired. And the champion was the Houston Rockets. Hakeem Olajuwon was the most valuable player. Chris Webber was the rookie of the year. David Robinson led the league in scoring, 29.8. Dennis Rodman led the league in rebounding, 17.3. Stockton led the league in assists. And David Robinson was the leader in win shares at 20. Now, the Knicks was 57-25 that season in the Eastern Conference. The Magic. Now, we all seen the Magic, how the Magic record was. It wasn't had, but look now, it's 50-32. Y'all, I find it very interesting. Y'all, new generation, y'all always want to talk about expansion teams and all this other stuff, but y'all always say that the game goes, it always changes. Well, it is. Just what we saw, very quality. Man, you was mad and upset if you missed a playoff game. Most of the homies that I knew that I grew up, we ain't missed none. We ain't missed none. Trouble or not. We was not missing no games.
I cut dates short. You know what I'm saying? Basketball games short. I made sure I scheduled my time of going to work. Like if there was a basketball game that's gonna come on in the afternoon, evening, I'm working in the morning. Whenever and this is what they used to do on TNT and then NBC. They used to give you 30 games and 30 nights.
Mm-hmm.
So every night was a matchup, East and West. So you get this. This is why we was able to see as many players as we are able to see. And shouts out to G24Ds in the comments. He said 90s great players: Jordan, Olajuwon, Malone, Barkley, D. Robinson, Ewing, Drexler, Shaq, Miller, G. Hill, Grant Hill, everybody. Kemp Morning, Richmond, Peyton, Stockton, Weber, Larry Johnson, Sprewell, Dumars. And if I really let him go, he probably could rattle off another 20. They always marketed every team. He
Mm-hmm.
goes on: Glenn Rice, Glenn Robinson, Pippen, Kevin Johnson, Mark Price, Doherty. They marketed everybody, so when you watched them in the playoffs, you knew who you were watching. It
Mm-hmm.
wasn't just the Bulls. They didn't just talk about the Bulls. They talked about everybody, and especially those 2 years that Jordan was retired, they marketed everyone even more.
Hmm. Those are
I
facts.
digress.
No, it's just what it is. But the Pacers was 47-35. The Cavaliers was 47-35 that season. The Hornets was 41-41. The Bucks was 20-62. So was the Detroit Pistons. They was 20-62. The Rockets was 58-24 in the Western Conference in the Midwest Division. The Spurs, they was 55-27. The Utah Jazz was 53-29. The Denver Nuggets was 42-40. The Timberwolves was 20-62. The Mavericks was 13-69. The Supersonics won the Pacific Division 63-19. The Suns was 56-26. The Warriors was 50-32. The Blazers was 47-35. The Lakers was 33-49. Sacramento Kings was 28-54. And the Clippers was 27-55 that season. In the first round, the Jazz beat the Spurs 3-1. The Suns swept the Warriors 3-0. The Rockets 3-1 over the Trailblazers. The Nuggets beat the Supersonics in five. That was the Kimbe Grass, the basketball. Anyway, New York Knicks, they beat New Jersey Nets 3-1. Indiana Pacers, they swept the Magic 3-0. The Bulls swept the Cavaliers 3-0. And the Hawks beat the Miami Heat in five. Utah Jazz beat the Nuggets in seven in the semifinals. The Rockets beat the Suns. They came back from a 3-1. For people that don't know, one of the legendary runs. uh, Houston Rockets had some of the legendary runs during that time that don't get talked about. But anyway, New York Knicks, they beat Chicago Bulls in seven. The Pacers beat the Hawks 4-2. In the Western Conference Finals, the Rockets beat the Jazz 4-1. New York Knicks, uh, they beat the Pacers in seven, and the Rockets beat the Knicks in seven for the championship. And yeah, okay, I read all that. Oh yeah, I need to go back. I need to go back. I need to go back. Um, that season, the Suns led the league in scoring at 108. The Warriors was 107. The Hornets was 106.5. The Sonics was 105.9. The Magic was 105.7. Miami Heat 103.4. The Nets was 103.2. The Clippers averaged 103 that season. The Jazz 101.9. The Hawks 101.4. Cavaliers 101.2. And they only had what, one, two, three, four, five, six. They had 17s out of 27. They did not score 100 points. And those teams was the Knicks, the Sixers, the Bulls, Milwaukee Bucks, the Pistons, the Timberwolves, and the Magic.
Got a question for you, T. Price.
I might have an answer.
When did making it to the second round mean you almost made the finals?
It doesn't.
Oh, okay. Because there's this narrative out there that Scottie Pippen almost took the Bulls to the finals without Jordan getting
Oh
knocked
yeah,
out the
we've been
second
hearing
round.
that. We've been hearing that one for years. Yeah, and that same Bulls. And I find it very interesting that it's just what it is, man. I don't pay attention to that stuff because I seen it, bro. Like I seen it. I was raised in it. You know what I'm saying? The '90s was my teenage years. You know what I'm saying? So I seen Mike. I seen all the great players that the homie put in the comments, and we gonna get into that though too. We seen it, man. And no matter how much they try to change stuff, man, you can't tell people like us that really sit there and really could tell you every single season that we read off. We was there. We was living in real time at that time. We know what 90s. We saw basically. I'm gonna get back to what we was doing. This old school guy told me this the other day. He was just like, and he's mind you, he's 70. He's 70, about to be in his 80s, I think. And he told me, he's like, man, I seen all these decades of basketball. I seen it just got better and better and better. But then when they get to the teens, it just stopped and the disrespect starts happening. But you want props, and there it is. It's about tearing down legacies that should be way more celebrated, but it's tore down just to justify one particular person. We ain't gonna get into that, but everybody knows what I'm saying is actually factual information, and it's true, and it's undeniable. No matter what y'all try to do, y'all cannot get away. It's not the nostalgia. D- Hey, them players played no matter what. Look at all these games them players in the past played. If they couldn't play, they didn't jeopardize their team. But majority of them, they put it all on nothing. If it wasn't a serious injury, you saw them out there, and those are facts, y'all. Injuries is a part of the game, yes, but we didn't. I didn't see that many injuries like you see in today's time. Nowhere near that. Cause them players, they man, if they was in that gym, they was playing. And these are facts. They was playing. No excuses. They was out there playing. Now we're gonna go to the next year. That's when the Rockets repeated, and David Robinson was the most valuable player. The rookie of the year was the co was two of them. Co rookie of the year, Grant Hill and Jason Kidd. Shat led the league in scoring, 29.3. A consistent name I've been reading so far in rebounding in the 90s, Dennis Rodman. John Stockton led the assists, 12.3. And David Robinson led the league in win shares at 17.5. That season, the Magic was 57 and 25. The Knicks was 55 and 27. The Celtics was 35 and 47. The Miami Heat was 32 and 50. New Jersey Nets was 30 and 52. The 76ers was 24 and 68. The Bullets was 21 and 61. As known as the Wizards, but back then it was the Washington Bullets. Indiana Pacers was 52 and 30 that season. They won the Central Division. The Hornets was 50 and 32. Chicago Bulls was 47 and 35. The Cavaliers was 43 and 39. The Atlanta Hawks was 42 and 40. The Bucks was 34 and 48, and the Pistons was 28 and 54. In the Midwest Division, the Spurs, they were 62 and 20. The Jazz was 60 and 22. The Rockets was 47 and 35. The Nuggets was 41 and 41. The Mavericks was 36 and 46, and the T Wolves was 21 and 61. Pacific Division was won by the Phoenix Suns. They was 59 and 23 on the season. The Sonics was 57 and 25. The Lakers was 48 and 34. The Trailblazers was 44 and 38. The Sacramento Kings was 39 and 43. The Warriors was 26 and 56, and the Clippers was 17 and 65. Now, in the first round of the 94-95 season, Western Conference was San Antonio Spurs. They swept the Nuggets 3 games to none. The Suns beat the Trailblazers in the sweep. The Lakers, they beat the Supersonics 3 games to one. And the Rockets beat the Jazz in 5. In the Eastern Conference, the Celtics lost to the Magic 3 games to one. The Knicks, they beat the Cavaliers 3 games to one. The Pacers, they swept the Hawks in the first round 3 games to one. and Chicago Bulls beat the Hornets 3-1. Now let's go to the Western Conference semifinals. The Spurs beat the Lakers 4-2. The Rockets beat the Suns 4-3. Was that another 3-1? Did they have 3-1 back-to-back years?
Who the Rockets?
Yeah,
I don't. Who did they play again?
they played the Phoenix Suns.
I don't think that the 3-1 was in the '94 season. I think it was in this season. Because
I
yeah,
think so
yeah,
too. Now
that
that I
that
remember.
that was the 3-1. That's when Kevin Johnson went off that series, but they end up going giving up that 3-1 lead. I
Yeah, now
do
I'm
believe
looking back at it. Yeah, now that I'm looking back at it, yeah,
but
I'm looking
the,
back
the
at it
reason
now.
why that the reason why T Price is bringing this up, everybody is listening because coming back from 3-1 was not common. Up until that point, the Rockets were only the second team to do it. Only the second team to do it, and then that's
Without a
what makes
stimulus package, without a
without,
suspension, had
without a
everybody on the
suspension.
team and nobody hurt, nothing. Only one was hurt. Wait a minute, because was that the year that Patrick? No, Patrick Ewing played. Yeah, I'm thinking
Yes,
about later on down the. I'm thinking when he got hurt, but yeah, we almost get into that part though too though.
that
But
would have
they
been a
didn't.
that was the suspension. That wasn't the '97 was the PJ Brown fight.
Mm-hmm.
'99 was the suspension, and that's how the Knicks came back from the 3-1. But
Mm-hmm.
that had so much controversy around it. That's why we're really not bringing it up because not only was it the lockout year, but it was like I think 8 players combined suspended.
Mm-hmm. Something like
So that
that.
yeah, so that's why that was what it was. And up until that moment, there was only one 8 seed that knocked off a 1 seed. So you
Mm.
combine it being the 8 seed and a 3-1 comeback, but there was too many moving parts of how that happened. So that's why people don't really say that New York Knicks team was one of those teams that was going to come back from 3-1. But I want to address something that's been being talked about in the comments right quick, T Price, before I let you go.
Go
Uh,
ahead.
got G23Ds responding to a comment that said that the New York Knicks needed 7 games and a bad call to beat the Bulls, 7 games to beat the Pacers, and 7 games to lose to the eventual champions, the Houston Rockets, where he says Pippen won 6 games and came up short. Not only that, he responds with um, he said Pippen needed Kukoc to save him from potentially getting swept after Pippen quit on his team in the heat of battle in Game 3, which is true. Um, that right there, and I know I don't I'm not trying to turn it into a Scottie Pippen stream, but that right there is why we always said that Pippen was always a good number 2. He would never lead. He was never mentally tough enough that when the chips were down, he was going to be the one to galvanize the team to step up. There's been so many times that when the pressure was at its highest, Pippen will fold like lawn shoes. When it was Game 7, have the migraine. When Jordan's out there getting his ass kicked by the Pistons, he will kind of just shrink away from the offense. And then you had this. But keep in mind, this same season that T. Price is talking about, before Jordan came back, the Bulls were 31 and 34, and they still ended with being over 500. So that means that Jordan, even though he shot terrible in those 17 games, his impact got them in the playoffs and he got them a high seed. So just wanted to
I
address
think it
that.
was 18 games. I think it was 18 games he played in. I think it's 18 if I ain't mistaken.
Now I think 18 was when he came back from the foot being broken, and it was 17 went from retirement.
I'm talking about when he came back. We're talking about when he came back. He only played 18 games, I think, that year. Mike did. That's when they
Mm.
lost to the Magic. when they lost.
Yeah.
Now we gonna look. We almost get into that season anyway. So anyway,
No,
we
you're
at
at the season.
94. We at
You're
the
at the season.
season now. All
Yeah.
right. Matter of fact, man, we can. Let's go. Matter of fact, let me go back right quick. Okay, we gonna go. No, I don't want to do that. Let's go. Hold up 1 second, y'all. We on top of this 94-95 season. I forgot to break this down here. I don't want to get off track here. What I was doing. Hold on, y'all. Mm. All right, let's go to Chicago Bulls. Let's see how many games did Michael Jeffrey Jordan play that year. Um, yeah, you was right. Sis. You was right. It was 17. I don't know why I thought it was 18 for some reason. Here with Ron Town in the building. All right, so all right
Salute, Ron.
now,
What up with
salute.
you, nephew? What up, Bryce?
What up, man? Hey, we just breaking down each season and everything like that. And everything like that, and we just rolling from there. And then we're gonna open up the floodgates. We're gonna talk about the other things that people miss in the '90s, like the great I Mike Tyson. That's when Tyson made his name.
Oh,
Great baseball players and all that. But we got the 94-95 season when Mike came back. Rockets went that Rockets won it back to back. That's when also y'all Clyde Drexler won his
you
first.
went to Houston, right?
Yep. We right there. So all right, let's carry on here. All right, let's see here where we at. We go to all right. Yeah, because Jason Kidd and them, they was all co-rookie of the year. And that year, in that season, the Magic led the league in scoring at 110. The Suns 110.6. The Sonics was 110.4. The Spurs 106.6. That's and then they on it. And then from 16, wait a minute, from 17 to 27. So the last 10 teams, they did not average 100 points from the Pacers, the Knicks, the Kings, the Pistons, the Nets, the Clippers, Hawks, 76ers, Timberwolves, Cavaliers.
You
That
gotta
season,
gotta think about
that's,
it. The Kings wasn't who they was quite yet. Like Weber and them wasn't in the building, so I could see them being in the bottom of the scoring.
hmm that's right. We were just breaking it down how it was back then. Like the first round, the Spurs beat the swept the Nuggets 3 games to nothing.
I was about to say we
So,
was at 5 game series in the first round that year, right?
yeah, we still at the 5 game season around that time. Time. Then we got the Suns. They swept the Blazers 3 games to none. The Lakers they defeated the Supersonics 3 games to one. The Rockets, um, they beat the Jazz in 5, 3 games to two. The Orlando Magic they beat the Celtics 3 games to one. In the Eastern Conference, the Knicks beat the Cavs 3 games to one. The Pacers swept the Hawks 3 games to none. Chicago Bulls beat the Hornets 3 games to one. In the conference semifinals, the Spurs beat the Lakers in six. The Rockets beat the Suns in seven. In the Eastern Conference Finals, the Magic beat the Bulls 4 games to two. The Pacers they beat the Knicks in seven, 4 games to three. In the Western Conference Finals, the Rockets beat the Spurs 4 games to two. And Orlando Magic they beat the Pacers in seven. And in the finals, the Rockets swept the Magic 4 games to none. We all want to look at the city. No, I ain't gonna do all that. We can't. We got time today, cause I'm off today. And it's just me here, just chilling, y'all. So this is gonna be a long stream, man. So I hope y'all got y'all battery packs together, man.
I just charged my batteries last night.
This gonna be a long one. Shout out to the homies that said that at work, man. Salute, man. If y'all listening, man. Hey, this was gonna be a long one because the '90s was so well. If you wasn't alive, you wouldn't understand it. You know what I'm saying? So y'all just understand. '90s was different. It was different.
I, I got a comment for somebody in the comment, Kenneth Wright. We're not saying that the Bulls were trash when Pippen was leading that team. We're just saying it was a very, very different and easily defended Bulls team because you did not have that Jordan presence. Of course, you had Kukoc that came up clutch in his rookie and second year, but Pippen didn't have that killer attitude that Jordan had, which made them a different team. Very different
And
team.
another and another thing, I wanna answer his question. He said 3-0 was considered a sweep. That's how it was back in the day. Back in the day it was see if you know your like your history of the game. Hey, and this was during the era where you could still be hand checking and all that stuff too, y'all. Y'all always want to talk about zone defenses and all this stuff. Back then, back then, every team had a center. Everybody had everything. Everybody had everything. Everybody had snipers. Everybody had this, man. It
That man.
wasn't like it wasn't like how it was like today, where these players they go to so many different teams more than they change their own draws. You know what I'm saying? So it's just what it is. That's what it was back then. The bet, and then eventually they end up changing it and making every round a best of seven. It didn't used to be like that.
Everybody had their own goons. They had walking six fouls. They had 3-point specialists. They had
Hmm.
mid-range specialists. And not only that, what we don't want to forget that there was a fight uh, in that Bulls Knicks series, which had two players suspended. Derek Harper was
Hmm.
suspended for two
Derek
games,
Harper, yep.
and
Yep.
the other dude he fought was suspended for one game.
Didn't he like near him in the nuts or some shit like that? I think he
Yeah,
needs Derek Harper in the nuts
Yeah.
or some shit like that.
That's where stumping
yes.
from the nuts, like Boondocks edition. I'm gonna stomp him in his nuts.
Because that coach did not hit that three. Actually, it wasn't a three. It was a mid-range turnaround jumper over his left shoulder. But if Kukoc didn't hit that shot and the Bulls win, they go down 3-0.
That's true.
And that's a chokehold for the Knicks. A damn chokehold.
Hmm.
So they was able to tie the series up the next game in Chicago, and now it's 2-2 going back to the Garden. Yeah, that call happened in Game 5, but that didn't have nothing to do with the fact that the Knicks end up winning in Game 7. I don't remember seeing the stat books where Pippen went off for 40, 10, and 10 to keep his team going, and then they would have been able to reach the Eastern Conference Finals. Now, Pippen's team did reach the Western Conference Finals. It was on the verge of completing a 3-1 comeback themselves. But Ron Town, what happened in that 2000s Western Conference Finals in LA?
We're gonna say that for the 2000s. We in
Oh,
the '90s.
oh
We're gonna
shit,
say
shit. You know what? You're absolutely right. Carry on, T Price.
all right. We're in the '90s still. All right. This is back. This is 95, 96. The champion was the Chicago Bulls. This is the first MVP. The most valuable player was Michael Jeffrey Jordan. Guess who was the rookie of the year?
95, 96.
Yeah, if I give you the school, I'm gonna give y'all the college. He went to Arizona.
Oh, Arizona in
Was that,
'95?
was that Mike Bibby?
Nope.
No, in '95. Went to Arizona. It wasn't shit.
Wasn't Miles' son, man.
Or is that 96?
Richard
Mm,
Jefferson? No.
no, it was Damon
No.
Stoudemire.
Damon Stoudemire.
Oh, Mighty Mouse. Oh shit.
Damon
Very,
Stoudemire. That's right. I forgot all about Damon, yo.
right.
Shout out to Damon Stoudemire. But anyway, he was a
Toronto
buster.
drafted him. Yeah, Toronto ended up drafting him.
Yep. Jordan led the league in scoring. Dennis Rodman again led the league in rebounding. John Stockton led the league in assists, and Jordan led all players in win shares at 20.4. That season, the Magic in the Atlanta division, they was 60 and 22. The Knicks was 47 and 35. The Miami Heat was 42 and 40. The Washington Bullets was 39 and 43. The Celtics was 33 and 49. New Jersey Nets was 30 and 52. The 76ers was 18 and 64. That season, Chicago Bulls, who I say is the greatest team that has a set. This is the team that actually had. Yeah, Golden State has a 73-9. We're gonna cover that, but they didn't do what the Bulls did. So this is to me still is the greatest team of all time because they completed the job and they got the championship ring. All right, carry on. Pacers 52 and 30. The Cavaliers was 47-35. The Hawks was 46 and 36. The Pistons was 46 and 36. The Hornets was 41 and 41. The Milwaukee Bucks was 25 and 57. The Raptors was 21 and 61 that season. Now let's go to the Midwest Division. The Spurs, they was 59 and 23. The Jazz was 55 and 27. The Rockets was 48 and 34. The Denver Nuggets was 35 and 47. The Timberwolves was 26 and 56. The Mavericks was 26 and 56. The Vancouver Grizzlies was 15 and 67. In the Pacific Division, the Sonics was 64 and 18. The Lakers was 53 and 29. The Blazers was 44 and 38. The Suns was 41 and 41. The Kings was 39 and 43. The Warriors was 36 and 46. The Clippers was 29 and 53. In the first round, the Jazz beat the Trailblazers 3-2. The Supersonics beat the Kings 3-1. The Spurs, they beat the Suns 3-1. And the Rockets beat the Lakers 3-1. In the Eastern Conference, the Magic swept the Pistons 3-0. The Knicks swept the Cavaliers 3-0. The Bulls swept the Miami Heat 3-0. And the Atlanta Hawks and the Pacers, they went to 5, and the Hawks won that. In the semifinals, you had the Jazz 4-2 over the Spurs. The Sonics, they swept the Rockets 4-0. The Orlando Magic, they beat the Hawks in 5, and the Bulls beat the Knicks in 5. And the finals of each conference, the Supersonics, they beat the Jazz in 7. And Chicago Bulls, they swept the Magic 4-0. They got their get back. Cause y'all remember when they raised Horace Grant like they won the championship. If y'all watched the documentary, y'all know what I'm talking about. But anyway, and the Chicago Bulls, they beat the Supersonics in 6 for the championship.
Yeah.
Any
Little
thoughts on 95, 96 before we go to 96, 97, fellas?
Now there was Ronton dropped out. Hope to get him back up there. But the Miami Heat made that big trade for 2 players. One, Alonzo Mourning, and then they went and got Tim Hardaway, who was coming off an ACL tear from the Golden State Warriors. And that turned their season around because they wasn't even in the playoff picture. But that turned their season around where they end up catching fire. Pat Riley got his big man and his point guard. And as you will see the following season, T. Price was talking about, you'll see how that paid dividends. But Everybody in the Western and Eastern Conference will bolster their playoff roster at the trade deadline or before the trade deadline because they were focusing on getting stronger, getting their bench depth up there because they knew come playoff times they needed to be deeper, stronger, and they needed to make sure they was going to make a longer run. Um, Let me see. This is the 96 or 95, 96 season. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan lost to Orlando the year before. Guess what he still did? Shook everybody's hand, including Horace Grant, as they were raising him on
Mm-hmm.
their shoulders like he just pitched a perfect game in Yankee Stadium. And the look on his face was like, okay, celebrate now. And when he won, guess what he did? Shook everybody's hand. Said, better luck next year. Shaq left town, but we'll get to that later. But yeah, Jordan was always looking for that get back, and he got it. Carry on, TP.
All right, we're going to 96, 97 season now. In that season, the Jazz led the league in scoring at 103 point. Actually, them and the Bulls tied in scoring at 103.1. And then you have the Phoenix Suns. They was at 102.8. The Sonics at 100.9. The Celtics 100.6. The Rockets 100.6. The Philadelphia 76ers was at 100.2. The Lakers was right at 100. 9 was the Warriors, 99.6. Then you had the Boston Bullets at 99.4. And the lowest team in the league to score that season was the Cavaliers at 87.5. And so that season, only 8 teams averaged over 100 points per game. That season, 96, 97, the Miami Heat won the Atlantic Division 61-21. New York Knicks, they was 57-25. Orlando Magic was 45-37. Washington Bullets was 44-38 that season. The next was 26-56. 22-60 was the Sixers, and the Celtics was 15-67. Excuse me. The Bulls was 69-13 that season. The Hawks was 56-26. The Pistons was 54-28. The Hornets was 54-28. The Cavaliers was 42-40. The Pacers was 39-43. The Bucks was 33-49. The Raptors was 30-52 in the Central Division. In the Midwest Division, the Jazz was 64-18. The Rockets was 57-25. The Timberwolves was 40-42. The Mavericks was 24-58. The Nuggets 21-61. The Spurs was 20-62. And the Vancouver Grizzlies was 14-68. In the Pacific Division, the Supersonics was 57-25. And also, I know for people that's listening, I know we have somebody comment about five as we go on to each decade. Then you're going to see each round going to a best of 7, but we ain't got to that point yet. I know to some of y'all don't think a 3-0 is a sweep, but that's how it was back then. It ain't like how it is now. I always say this. Some people they try to refer old school basketball and try to compare it to what they do right now. It's impossible for you to do that. It's impossible for y'all to do that because it's not the same rules, not the same format. They didn't have an in-season tournament. They actually play all-star games. That's when all-star games was worth watching.
No
That's when
play-in
the
tournament either.
that's when the slam dunk contest was worth watching. Then it started to get to the point when they just started doing the rookies versus sophomores. That was worth watching. Y'all just don't understand. Y'all ain't gonna never get it. Y'all can watch all the highlights and everything all y'all want to, but if you wasn't actually there and at that time, you'll never get it. Cause y'all get told a lie, a whole lot, saying that these players are so much bigger, stronger, faster, lead, scored. No, they're not, and it's not even a contest. And I've been saying this for years since I've been on YouTube. And I've been on YouTube for about 10 years. I did 5 on my own. I did 5 supporting the homie ticket and Two Raw and anybody else. I've been saying the same thing. I ain't changing. It's just what it is. But I respect the game. These players, some of these players, they don't even respect the game. Some of these fans, they don't respect old school players, but we was raised to respect those who came before you. When you don't do that, I don't rock with you. Cause you ain't gonna end up getting blessed like that. Cause you gotta remember, y'all gonna get old one day too. And imagine what they're gonna talk about y'all so-called players in this era. Just a little bit of food for thought for you right there. Anyway, Pacific Division. I don't know if I read it again, but the Super Sonics was 57-25. The Lakers was 56-26. The Trailblazers was 49-33. The Suns was 40-32. The Clippers was 36-46. The Kings was 34-48, and the Warriors was 30-52 that season. The Jazz beat the Clippers 3 games to nothing, swept them. The Sonics 3 games to two. They went to 5 in the first round. The Lakers beat the Lakers. The Lakers beat the Trailblazers 3 games to one. The Rockets swept the Timberwolves, and the Knicks swept the Hornets in the Eastern Conference. The Miami Heat beat the Magic in 5. Chicago Bulls, they swept the Bullets 3 games to none. The Hawks beat the Pistons in 5, 3 games to two. Semifinals. Jazz beat the Lakers 4 games to one. Rockets beat the Seattle Supersonics in 7 games. The Heat beat the Knicks in 7 games. The Hawks beat the lost to the Bulls 4 games to one in the semifinals. In the Western Conference Finals, the Jazz beat the Rockets in 6 games, and the Bulls beat the Miami Heat in 5 games. In the finals, Chicago Bulls beat the Utah Jazz 4 games to two that season. Um, Carmelo was the MVP. The answer, Allen Iverson, was the Rookie of the Year. Michael Jordan led the league in scoring at 29.6. Dennis Rodman led the league in rebounding. It seems like the only person I've been reading so far from the 90s in rebounding has been Dennis Rodman in the night, and I'm at 96, 97. And he was getting rebound champ even when he was with the Pistons. So a lot of stuff y'all always want to sit there and say is just really just let you know that this man been elite no matter where he's been. Especially he was with the Pistons, he was still getting the rebounds. And it's actually a twist, y'all. Mark Jackson led the league in assists. Normally it's been John Stockton. Michael Jordan led all players in win shares. Now we're going to 97, 98. Miami Heat was 55-27. The Knicks was 43-39. The Nets was 43-39. The Wizards was 42-40. The Magic was 41-41. The Celtics was 36-46. The Sixers was 31-51. The Central Division, the Bulls was 62-20. The Pacers was 58-24. The Hornets was 51-31. The Hawks was 50-32. The Cavaliers was 47-35. The Pistons was 37-45. The Bucks was 36-46, and the Raptors was 16-66 in the Central Division. In the Midwest Division, The Jazz 62-20. The Spurs 56-26. Minnesota. I think was the start also of the consecutive um years of making it to the making it to the playoffs. Started with the Spurs because the previous season they only won like 18 games, something like that. So this was that record that they talked about that the Spurs did. This was the start of that. But anyway, Minnesota Timberwolves was 45-37. The Rockets was 41-41. The Mavs was 20-62. The Grizzlies was 19-63. The Nuggets was 11-71. Pacific Division, the Lakers and the Supersonics, they both was tied, but the Supersonics won. Tiebreaker. Then it was the Lakers at 2. Then it's the Suns 56-26. The Trailblazers was 46-36. The Kings 27-55. The Warriors 19-63. The Clippers 17-65. First round, the Jazz beat the Rockets in 5, 3-2. The Supersonics beat the Timberwolves in 5. In the first round, the Spurs beat the Suns 3-1. And the Lakers beat the Trailblazers 3-1. In the East, the Knicks and the Heat went to 5, won by the Knicks. The Pacers beat the Cavs 3-1. The Bulls swept the Nets 3-0. Charlotte Hornets, they beat the Hawks 3-1. In the semifinals, the Jazz beat the Spurs 4-1. The Lakers beat the Supersonics 4-1. In the East, the Pacers beat the Knicks 4-1. The Bulls beat the Hornets 4-1. The Utah Jazz swept the Lakers 4-0. Uh, Chicago Bulls beat the Indiana Pacers in 7. And the Bulls beat the Jazz in the finals in 6 games. In that season, the Lakers led the league in scoring at 100.5 points a game. Then it was the Timberwolves at 101.1, the Jazz at 101, the Supersonics at 100.6. Then it was the Phoenix Suns, 99.6. I'm just going to do the top 10. The Nets was 99.6. The Rockets was 98.8. The Wizards was 97.2. 9 was the Bulls at 96.7. And the Hornets was 96.6. Now, the champion, of course, was the Chicago Bulls. Michael Jordan was the most valuable player. Rookie of the Year, Mr. Fundamental, Tim Duncan. Jordan led the league in scoring, 28.7. Dennis Rodman was the lead, led the league in rebounding, 15. Rod Strickland led the league in assists at 10.5. And Karl Malone led all players in win shares at 16.4. Any questions about 97, 98?
No questions. Just to remind everybody that the Bulls got off to a terrible start when Pippen decided to get surgery before the season started, which knew he would have been out for half the year. So you had that. At one point, I think the Bulls were 4 games under 500, and Atlanta was leading the Central Division. And then early in the season, people were writing the Bulls off, wrote them off. They were saying teams like the Lakers, just go to show you how dominant Shaq wasn't, because he couldn't even dominate Greg Ostertag in Utah. Greg Ostertag held him
Mm-hmm.
to pedestrian numbers when they got swept by Utah. So, where's the dominance there? First year. Now, you can argue and say that he was compromised because Shaq did have a slight knee injury But we're talking about Greg Ostertag, everybody. Greg Ostertag.
Hey, I know you went to Kansas though. Shout out to Greg Ostertag, man. He went to K. I remember watching him growing up, man. So yeah, Ostertag, yeah, yeah. We talking about Greg Ostertag, yeah, Greg. I know.
So, just to be able to go on that run and still be able to win over 60 games. Everybody want to sit up there and say that Jordan was never, the underdog in any finals. That 98 finals, he was the underdog. Utah had the home court. Pippen was compromised, you know, but and especially after those that first game where they lost, I think in overtime, if I'm not mistaken, they won. They split in Utah. They could have gentlemen swept, but Karl Malone had a great game 5, which pushed game 6, and we all know what happened in game 6. Pippen went out. He only had 8 points for the total game. His back was wrecked. Jordan scored more than half of his team's points, played tremendous defense in the last 2 minutes of that game, getting the strip and that final bucket. That right there is what made him the GOAT, in my opinion. But I digress. We still got one more year to talk about?
No, this is 98, 99, and this year the Spurs won the championship. Carmelo was the most valuable player. The rookie of the year was out of North Carolina, Vince Carter. Allen Iverson led the league in scoring, 26.8. The leading rebounder in the league was Chris Webber. Jason Kidd led the league in assists, and Carmelo led all players in win shares in 9.6. This was a short season, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to repeat myself one more time. This was a shortened season because this was the lockout season. Miami Heat was 33-17 in Atlanta. Orlando Magic was 33-17. The 76ers was 28-22. The Knicks was 27-23. The Celtics was 19-31. The Wizards was 18-32. The Pacers was 33-17 in the Central Division. The Hawks was 31-19. The Pistons was 29-21. The Bucks was 28-22. The Hornets was 26-24. The Raptors was 23-27. The Cavaliers was 22-28. The Bulls was 13-37. In the Midwest Division, the Spurs was 37-13. The Jazz was also 37-13, but they won a tiebreaker. The Spurs had over the Jazz. The Rockets was 31-19. The T Wolves was 25-25. The Mavericks was 19-31. The Nuggets was 14-36, and the Grizzlies was 8-42. The Trailblazers was 35-19 in the Pacific Division. The Lakers was 31-19. The Suns was 27-23. The Sacramento Kings was 27-23. The Supersonics was at 500, 25-25. The Warriors was 21-29. The Clippers was 9-41. That season, the Kings led the league in scoring at 100.2. The Lakers was at 99. The Suns was 95.6. The Supersonics 94.9. Trailblazers 94.8. The Pacers 94.7. The Rockets 94.2. The Nuggets 93.5. The Jazz 93.3, and the Celtics. And you've been noticed every year that I actually read it, you see way more West Conference teams led the league in scoring because it's like we trying to tell y'all the Western Conference always been the gunslinging ever since I've been growing up. It was up and down, up and down, up and down. And also this was a decade also where every team had coaching. Every team had a playing style. Every team had a big man. They're still doing that time. it's still during that time where the big man really dominated the league.
Not only that, I'm gonna go back to Chris Webber leading the league in rebounds. And that was a shortened season. Um, Dennis Rodman came to the Lakers in the middle of the season in '99, and
Hmm.
he actually did average more rebounds than Chris Webber. He just didn't have games played. So that year broke the streak of, I want to say, 9 consecutive
Mm.
years of Dennis Rodman leading the league in rebounders.
No,
He was
he
able to
never
come.
said in all the '90s he led the league in, except 1 year. That's crazy.
He came off his couch averaging 17 rebounds a game after his marriage to
Yeah,
Carmen Electra, if I'm not
Electra.
mistaken.
Yeah, it was Carmen Electra, and that's during the time he ended up. Cause remember he was messing around with Madonna and stuff too during that time.
Yeah, that's the reason why he put on a wedding dress.
Yeah, that's the '90s, and we still in the '90s, y'all. We gonna talk about every now that we hold on. Let me finish this playoff thing right quick, and then we'll open the floodgates open. We just keeping it strictly '90s. We ain't talking about we talk about '90s basketball. We're gonna be talking about the '90s. We're gonna be talking about our favorite players in the '90s in baseball. I already mentioned Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson came made a name of himself in the '90s. So there's a lot of stuff that was going on at that time. We're gonna talk about the movies in the '90s and all that stuff too. Cause we got a list. I know we did it. We cut into it the last time. It was last Thursday. We were talking about '90s stuff. But anyway, but if you held on to what you got, you ain't mentioned it. We ain't mentioned some. You have an opportunity to talk about. We just talk about '90s. All right, in the first round, the Jazz beat the Kings 3 games to 2. The Spurs 3 games to 1 over the T Wolves. The Trailblazers swept the Suns 3-0. The Lakers 3-1 over the Rockets. The 76ers 3-1 over the Magic. The New York Knicks beat the Heat in 5. The Pacers beat the Bucks, swept the Bucks 3 games to none. And the Hawks, they beat the Pistons in 5, 3 games to 2. The Spurs swept the Lakers 4 games to no. The Blazers beat the Jazz 4 games to 2. The Knicks swept the Hawks 4 games to none. The Pacers swept the 76ers. And then you got the Knicks and the Pacers. The Knicks beat the Pacers 4 games to 2. I thought the Pacers. This is the year I thought the Pacers really was gonna go to the championship. Like I really thought that they ended up still end up getting going into it, getting to the championship during that time. I thought this was that. I thought that when I was at that time, I thought they was really going to get there. They had their chance, but they they lost. So it is what it is. I remember that year like it was nothing because y'all got to remember as we finish off here, um, the Spurs beat the Knicks 4 games to 1 in the NBA Finals. All right, you say you was waiting for the '90s, man. So I've been talking for about a good hour and 13 minutes. You say you've been holding on to stuff, and what do you say? Barker
Look,
was a lot fat, and I never
it
seen
wasn't
it.
just the movies. It wasn't just the basketball or football or baseball. It was just everything. It was the music. It was the style. It was the food. It was the television shows. It was everything about the '90s shaped. Me and T Price not that far from each other in age, but it shaped a lot of my growth, what I considered culture, what I considered stuff I like. Let me see. If we're gonna talk about music, I started off falling in love with Tribe Called Quest and De La Soul, and I transitioned to Black Moon, and I transitioned to let's see, start getting into Jay-Z, start getting into Nas, start getting, of course, you have to put Pac and Biggie at the top because all their songs was being played from 92, I want to say, to their death in 96. Dude,
Hmm.
it was just
All right, I
crazy.
can give you. I give them some more names. Bone. That's when we introduced to Bone Thugs and Harmony. You already did a Tribe Called Quest. Let me see. That's Snoop Dogg, N.W.A., Wu Tang. Rest in peace, Big Pun. Outkast. Mobb Deep. Busta Bus, Busta Rhymes, the Fugees. Public Enemy. Naughty by Nature, The Forest Side. Let me see. Oh, Cypress Hill. Jizza, Method Man, Beastie Boys, 50 Cent too for some people. That's when 50 came out in the 90s. Gangstar. Y'all don't know who Gangstar is? This is stuff
Guru,
on
the
top of my
legend.
head. Andre 3000. Rest in peace to my boy Old Dirty Bastard. The Roots, Digital Underground, Ghetto Boys, Capone and Noriega, Eric B and Rakim, Dilated Peoples, House of Pain, Stir Mix a Lot. Let me think. Run DMC, Loonies,
PM
Dr.
Dawn.
Dre, yeah, PM Dawn, Helter Skelter, Goody Mob, Digital Planets, Souls of Mischief, Daz Effects, Boogie Down, Boogie Down Productions, Lords of the Underground, Black Star, Method Man, Red Man, Black Alicious, De La Soul.
He almost stole my thunder, but he didn't. But just to rattle off those many groups and artists off the top of your head, that just lets you know that it literally struck a chord with us to the point to where it wasn't just the music; it was the culture. It's what it represented. Is everything had sports in it and hip hop in it. Nothing was separate
Oh
from one
yeah.
another.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't understand the '90s was it ain't just that the '90s you live in Texas. That's when DJ Screw music start coming out in the '90s. And if you was in the West Coast, you know about Sibo and you know about Mississippi Marvelous, Mac, and that's when Atlanta start popping out with Outkast, and then you had the Trick Daddy, and then you had and there's other people I ain't even said. It's still just on top of my head, like just like that. You know what I mean? Like I'm telling you, man. Like '90s was something different, y'all. It was something different. You had to be alive to watch that. But salute to my
To
brother Mob,
experience
man.
it.
Yeah, you had to be there to understand, man. The '90s was it would never be like the '90s again. It will never be like that. The '80s was cool too, growing up because I'm a late '70s baby, so I grew up in the '80s and the '90s, and the '80s and the '90s was the best of everything though to me. Like the gas prices was better, like all around. And of course we still had our gangs. We had our then there was a war in the '90s. Um,
Several wars,
Several wars in the '90s, and man,
several
and
terrorist attacks in the United
the
States.
states, yo, man, it's man, the '90s was man, it was legendary. During, I always think about the Rockets and the Knicks as the OJ trial because that's where they rest in peace to OJ. They were they were showing the chase to showing the NBA finals. You know what I mean? And I just remember just growing up and just seeing Tim Duncan in college at Wake Forest, and then it was a shortened season, and then they still end up winning the chip. It's just what crazy to me is how each year, as I read up every single year, and I was going to get to that point, but you beat me to it about Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman would have had 10 years. I read every year from 89 to 90, all the way to 98, 99. Dennis Rodman led the league in rebounding. How many times I said John Stockton led the league in assists?
At least eight and maybe nine.
then you start seeing Stockton. You know, Stockton was a great player and everything like that. Yeah, and that Jerry Sloan. I'm telling y'all, man, like y'all just understand. Even video games, because I remember the 96, 97, they put Tim Hardaway that year. The Heat was good. He was on the cover of NBA Live, if y'all remember.
PlayStation came out in the 90s.
Yeah, matter of fact, PlayStation came out when I was a job. When I graduated, yeah, it came. I think, yeah, it came out. I remember buying one. Because I remember we was because my whole dorm room, everybody had a game system. I had the Nintendo and Sega. The other homies had. That's when the Sega Saturn came out. The Sega Saturn. Man, some of
Same summer.
the same stuff, man. I'm telling you, man, it was a good time to be
Salute,
alive.
fellas.
Salute, man.
Salute,
Yeah, we just
Lance.
talk about the
Salute you,
'90s, man.
Martavian.
Yeah, we just talking
Um,
about man. We just broke down all the records from all the teams,
yeah,
and and yeah, we were just talking about how the change of the guard because
yep,
we now just start stepping into the because that's what Duncan is the last year
was it lockout year?
yeah, it was a lockout year, right? And
Yeah.
Duncan and the Knicks, man, that was a Duncan made a
Oh
name for him.
man,
That was his welcome out party to the league.
yeah. Avery Johnson baseline jump shot sealed the deal versus the Knicks. The '90s basketball is when I became a student of the game. It's where I developed my mindset. It's where I would do anything and everything to rush home, make sure my chores were done. NBA on NBC, Ahmad Rashad, Bob Costas, Hannah Storm, Bill Walton, Steve Snapper Jones. The list goes on and on. Jim Gray,
Marvin.
yeah, Marv Albert, yes, yes. And
Yes.
so that era for me, I know my parents couldn't stand me because all I wanted to do was just watch basketball, and I wanted to know every intricate of the game. Martavian and T Price. I was a basketball junkie. We saw the three peats two in a row. We saw the great
Mm-hmm.
centers, right? We saw the great point guard plays, right? There's a plethora of point guards that don't be talked about. Terry Porter, Mark Jackson, Derek
Mm.
Harper, Mookie Blaylock, Dominique towards Achilles, still giving you 28 a game after that. Obviously Shaq was drafted. We don't talk about, David Robinson enough, his rookie season, a grown man averaging 22 and 12, something like that. You know,
After doing time, spending his time with the Navy.
right. A well
Obviously,
polished
the
man,
executive
right? Like
commitment.
David came in the league as a man, and those Blazer teams, right? I don't think they get enough credit. The Phoenix Suns, you know what I'm saying? Like there was Kevin Johnson, right? He's here in Sacramento, a hometown kid. I don't think people understand the talent and how well rounded your game had to be. I look at Allen Houston, Glenn Rice. Let's not forget, the Kobe's, the Ray Allens, the Allen Iversons, '96, right? You get a young, KG. You get a young Tim Duncan who came in instantly and had impact. And then you saw a much older Michael go through what he went through, Martavian, you know, lost his athleticism to a certain degree, but relied on skill and high IQ. Became more of a mid-range post jump shooter. At times can still dunk on you, but just pure talent took over. I'm not gonna forget about Carl and John Stockton, right? The Utah Jazz, right? And I'm mentioning all these names for a reason. Patrick Ewing, David, Hakeem, Shaq. Like, I mean, other than Hakeem, Michael Jordan kept a lot of guys from winning championships, man. A lot of guys, not just
Those are
centers,
facts.
but permanent players, right? Your Grant Hills,
Reggie Miller.
Oh my God, Reggie, Sean and Gary, I remember the epic Seattle versus Denver, right? 8 seed, Denver. They beat the number 1 seed Seattle, right? And
Mm-hmm.
Mutombo grabs the ball and falls down. Like these are things that are just embedded in my mind. And so I think this era of basketball, you saw a mixture of both big men and guards, forwards, who all were skilled, but more importantly, they played their role, right? Like big men weren't trying to be guards, and guards weren't trying to be big men. Small forwards were small forwards, power forwards were power forwards, and guys did their job. You feel me? Guys weren't trying to lead the team in every category because that's not winning basketball. And so, yeah, it was physical. It was some low scoring games, but that's the style. I'm a Rockets fan, right? We go back to back. In my head, Martavian, I always go, what if MJ didn't retire? Can Hakeem pull that off? I don't know. I mean, I would favor MJ, but I don't know, right? And so, but yeah, I think the 90s T Price, this is an awesome topic, man. And yeah, I can talk this shit all day, bro. Like, listen, this era, this 10-year stretch, I'm talking like I was young, like 13, 14, in the mid 90s. And that's really when I really, really had a passion for the game. And man, bro, like on Sundays, I tell my parents I don't feel good just to watch NBA on NBC. You know what I'm saying? I rush home, WGM, cable, the Bulls, because for some reason on my cable box, I can get WGN if I hit that little button and it will come in on my cable and I can watch Bulls games, which is crazy. But I'm way here in California. So, that's where I kind of got going, man. And yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's what I said. This is gonna be a long stream today, bro, because I ain't got
I'm here,
nothing to
T.
do today.
Yeah. I'm here, fellas.
Yeah, I'm about to take a break though, fellas, though, for real, man. Hey, we gonna talk about we just gonna keep everything 90s though. We
Okay,
can talk
I'm gonna
about,
be in and out too, T, because I got a meeting, but I'm gonna be in and out, bro.
oh man, you fine, bro.
Okay.
I get you, man. Yo.
I want to come off the top rope of something that Mass just said. It's like, dude, coaches was allowed to coach. Every coach had his own little strategy, had his own little personality, and the team absorbed the damn coach's personality. I don't care if it was Pat Riley, I don't care if it was Don Nelson, I don't care if it was Kurt Rambis or even you being a Rockets fan, Rudy Tomjanovich. The team absorbed the damn coach. The point guard was an extension of the coach. You know what I'm saying? Your star player respected the coach, and whatever he said went. It was, I will always give a shout out to Nick Van Exel because I went to his camp at one time and he was my favorite player. Me being short and left-handed, I wanted to be able to do the same things that he was able to do. I was never 6'6", 205 pounds, so I could never like have the ability that Jordan had, but I could do the things Nick did. It's funny that you say you used to tell your parents you were sick. Man, I used to tell my parents if I knew that those 4 games on 2 on TNT and 2 on TBS was coming on. Oh, y'all want to go to the movies? Nah, I'm staying home. I eat whatever's in the pantry. I can't miss the Bulls and Orlando. I can't miss Knicks and Pacers. I can't miss Lakers and Utah or Suns and Houston. I'm not missing that tonight. It was prime time. You made your date. If I was out there hooping and it's getting dark and I don't got no watch, I'm just, okay, I'm cutting this game short. I got to go home because the game is coming on. I remember at one point when I was in high school, around 95, 96, 97, I used to go up the street. If you know, Manchester and Big Ben, get me some White Castles, and then come back home, which was probably 2 blocks from there. And then that, you got your food, you got your snacks, you got your drink, and it's just you're entertained for 2, 3, 4 games. It was amazing. Me and T Price was talking about this earlier. The league promoted every team. I'm not going to say equally, but you knew about the star players on the other team. You knew about the coach. You knew about the reserves. You was invested. When the playoffs came, the day before the playoffs, they would have a playoff show where they would just talk about all 16 teams, 8 from the West, 8 from the East, that's going to be competing and what to expect, and if it was a rivalry. And when that 96, 97 Heat team and Knicks team got into it with the PJ Brown, Charlie Ward, that made the regular season just as much as must-see TV as the playoffs. And for 3 straight years, they went to battle with each other physically mentally, and you name it, they did it. It was better than reality TV. It was sports. You you learned so much in that little time about your team, both good and bad, and it was just an amazing time to be alive with the music, basketball movies, Above the Rim, Six Man. Shit, I'm losing steam, but let me see, Above the Rim, Six Man, White Man Can't Jump, which is my favorite. Uh, I'm missing some. Uh, but
I
not
got
only.
you. I got you. I got you. Above the Rim, Sunset Park.
Oh man, how can I forget Sunset Park?
We got Hoop. Don't forget about Hoop Dreams. We have Blue Chips,
Who
Space
got game?
Jam, Airbud, White Man Can't Jump. Ernest. Remember Ernest? Ernest movie. His little basketball movie. Passing Glory.
Six Man.
Yeah, you did say Six Man. I'm thinking of another one. It came out in '99. It's called The Basket. What else? Championship season, 1999. Let me think. Let me think. Saint, the Miracle, Saint Tammany. The Final Shot, 1992. That's another one that's hit my brain. I mentioned the Air Up There. Y'all forgot him?
Kevin Bacon. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think that came out in '94ish. I think I know Celtic Pride was out too.
Oh
Yeah,
man, damn! I watched that the other night. You're absolutely right. Daniel Stern, Dan Aykroyd, Damon Wayans.
yeah.
Very underrated.
And then, of course, and don't forget that movie Basketball too. It wasn't about basketball; it was about baseball. But anyway,
Basketball. Yeah.
yeah,
that movie, yeah.
that
Is that
movie's that
Thomas?
movie's cool. No, that's Esrion.
Oh,
How you
what's up,
doing?
S. Young?
How you doing, man?
We just talking about the '90s. Hey, why we on the '90s? Let's go to the '90s baseball players that we grew up.
Oh,
I can
Barry
name some
Bonds,
off the top of my head.
um,
Um, I can name
King
some.
Griffey Jr.,
I was about to
Frank
say,
Thomas.
Barry
Bernie
Bonds,
Williams,
We had
Sammy
Jeff
Sosa,
Bagwell, Mike Piazza, Greg
Kenny,
Mattis,
Kenny Loafin,
Randy Johnson,
Mike
Roger Clemens,
Piazza, yeah,
Barry
Brian
Larkin,
Jordan,
Kenny
Ozzie
Pickett,
Eddie
Smith,
Martinez, Fred McGriff,
uh,
Crime
Tony
Dog.
Gwynn,
Mike
Tony Gwynn,
McGuire, the Big Hurt. Yeah,
the late Ricky Henderson.
Ricky Henderson passed?
yeah,
Oh, damn. Where was I at?
yeah. He passed away. He passed away last year.
Oh, man.
Cecil Fielder, Chipper Jones.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, the
Carlos
'90s.
Delgado,
Jeff Bagwell, Albert Bell. Can't forget
Barry
about Albert Bell.
Larkin,
Yeah.
Cal Ripken Jr., Randy Johnson.
Mm-hmm. The '90s was man all the way around. Like, let me just go to the let me go to the '90s baseball champions. Just go
oh, I
everywhere.
can tell you that. Toronto, 2 years in a row.
Mm,
Cincinnati, uh, Atlanta, New York, New York, New York, New York.
mm-hmm.
97 was the Florida Marlins. Yeah. 97 and
Yeah.
2003, Florida Marlins. Then you had New York. New York won 96. Florida 97. We can't
Mm-hmm.
count 94 because that was the lockout year. So there was no World Series.
Because of a
Uh,
strike.
yeah, 90, 98, 99, 2000, all New York. So
Mm,
yeah. Toronto
Yeah.
won the wait, 90 was Cincinnati, 91, 92 Toronto.
You forget one.
Uh,
You just forget just one. You was good out of all of them, just one. The Minnesota Twins won in '91.
Ah, that's right. That's right. That's
That's
right. They
when
beat.
Kirby Puckett. I was
Yeah,
mad, boy. I was like,
they
man,
beat
that's when
Atlanta.
I was
Yeah, they
upset.
beat Atlanta
That's all I was
because
rooting
in
for.
'87 they beat St. Louis, and
Mm.
then they became a dynasty beating Atlanta. Uh, yeah, damn. 92, 93 had to be Toronto. 94 Skip, 95 the Braves because they played Cleveland because I remember every home game they did the both teams did the war cry chant and then people was at the people was complaining about that being racist. Uh yeah, 96 Yankees, 7 Marlins, 98, 99, 2000 the Yankees. Yeah, cuz they went on a 3-peat. They were getting actually they went on a 4-peat. No. I don't think they went on a 4-peat. Or did they? 97, 98, 99, 2000. Yeah, they did go on a 4-peat. They almost went on a 5-peat, but Arizona beat them in the 9/11 World Series.
That's when it was the Diamondbacks, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Let's just do a switch turn to boxing. I'm gonna name these boxers off, right? Evander
Oh,
Holyfield, '90s. Oscar De La Hoya, '90s. Felix Trinidad. Well,
Forgot
they
about
gave the
Felix.
win.
look,
Evander
somebody's missing.
Holyfield. Hold on, I'm reading down the list.
Yeah.
Evander Holyfield, 44 wins. Oscar De La Hoya, 39 wins. Felix Trinidad, 42 wins. James Toney, 77 wins. Hular Cesar Chavez, 107 wins. Lennox Lewis, 41. Sweet Pea Pernell Whitaker, 40 wins. Royce Joe Jr., 66. George Foreman, rest in peace, 76. Riddick Bowe, they don't list how many wins he have. Mike
Mm.
Tyson, 50. Ricardo Lopez, Bernard Hopkins, 56. Floyd Mayweather Jr. He wasn't in the 90s. I
Yes,
don't
he
remember.
was. He was 96.
Yeah, he started out in
In
96.
96.
Oh, that's when I stopped watching. I stopped watching once Mike
Yeah,
and
but he
all.
wasn't. Yeah, but at the time, Floyd was just getting started in the 90s. In the 90s, he was just getting started.
Okay,
So
yeah,
he
that makes
wasn't
sense.
there for me. For me,
I got
I
more.
put
I got more.
go go go
Hold
go
on.
go go go.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
let you go. I'm almost finished. Costa, whatever his name is, T8. It was TSY Zoo. Then you have Michael Moore, 52 wins. Terry Norris, 47. Chris Eubank, 45 wins. Manny Pacquiao, 62. Nassim Nahad, 36 wins. And Sugar Shane Mosley, 49.
Um, for me,
The '90s was the last time I started watching boxing. Honestly,
yeah,
like that's just
I
me
I'm
personally.
I'm, I'm gonna put it like that. I say the two boxers that was dominating the 90s for me was Lennox Lewis and Roy Jones.
The
Those
90s? Lennox
in
Lewis?
boxing, yeah, yeah.
Well, I
This
saw him get knocked out by Oliver McCall, and then he had a then
what
Oliver
happened,
McCall.
and what happened to the rematch?
Oh, he was a drunk in the rematch.
Yeah,
I don't think. Yeah,
yeah, in the
I
90s,
remember
yeah.
watching. I remember watching that on
He only had
USA.
one loss. He only had one loss in the 90s at that time. At that time in the 90s, he had one loss.
I don't
Lennox
think.
had one
I
loss.
don't think he was a household name until like the 2000s because he beat Tyson 02. I went to go
Oh,
see
that was not
Usher
no. He
concert.
was a big. He wasn't a big deal in America, but he was a big deal in UK at the 90s. In the 90s, he was dominating in the 90s.
Because I know there was supposed to be a fight between him and Riddick Bowe that he backed out of.
Well, yeah, Rick
He
though, yeah,
backed,
Riddick Bowe chicken out, yeah, Riddick Bowe chicken
yeah,
out, yeah. So
He said
he,
really both chicken out.
I mean, he threw the
yeah.
belt. I mean, he threw the belt in
Riddick
the
Bowe
trash.
had
He threw the belt in the trash. So then,
Yeah, Riddick Bowe had. That's why he got put out of boxing. Riddick Bowe was like on again, off again. It's like he didn't want to control his weight. That's how he lost. If it wasn't for Andrew Galata hitting him in the nuts 6 times in 2 fights, Andrew Galata would have won both of those fights, but he lost both of them on disqualification.
I say, bro, man. I'll say me, Lennox. It was Lennox and Roy for me, because I mean we all know Roy in the '90s was unbelievable.
Yeah, I can't lie about that.
In the '90s, he was he was unbelievable in boxing. I feel '90s was Monty Boston was those two guys for me.
Yeah, you also had the rest in peace Tommy Morrison before he died. You had the Chris Bird.
Yeah.
You had the what's his name? Not Harrison. There was another boxer that was given the heavyweight division work. Ron Mercer. Yeah, Mercer. I don't want to say Ron Mercer. That's a basketball player. But the dude that came out the Marines gave Tommy Morrison his first loss. Yeah. My dad used to be a boxing aficionado. I mean, like, I know T. Price will remember these days. And Young, I don't know how old you are because you do sound young, but I'm not gonna disrespect you by saying you're like very, very young. But we used to have to order the box, and I mean the brown box, to get the fight. And they used to like charge $20 just to rent the box plus whatever the pay-per-view was. And I remember my dad used to every big fight night on a Saturday, or even back in the day when it was on Thursdays. It used to be on Thursdays and Saturdays. They never did it on Sunday because they didn't want to compete with the sports. Where he will record, dub like 3 damn VCRs to get the championship fight, and then have his boys over, and they used to have rewatch the fight over the house. And I remember those days. That was that was 80s and 90s. The biggest fight that I can remember before, 97 when Tyson bit Holyfield. I want to say
him in the ear.
Twice though. It was twice. Twice
Right.
he did it.
The George
Nobody
Foreman
didn't want to
and
fight Mike
Holyfield
Tyson
fight.
when he was at his peak though. They didn't want to fight him when they want to fight Mike Tyson after he got out of prison though. That's why I didn't look at it like.
And the reason why I never respected Lennox Lewis, I have a lot of reasons, but the biggest reason why I didn't respect Lennox Lewis is one of the conditions of the 0-2 fight is he wanted Tyson on a sedative. And they agreed to it. And that's why Tyson was looking like extra, like not himself, and then eventually gets knocked out. And I'm like, I can't rock with that. You wanted Crazy Mike? Fight Crazy Mike. Knock his ass out. Do what you got to do. Like
too many stipulations, bro.
Shout out to Elise in the house.
What's good with y'all, man?
I mean, he would have lost the fight anyway, though. I mean,
I'm not gonna say all that.
So.
I'm not gonna say all that. After I saw what Rockman did to his chin, the fight before, he can miss me on
Rockman caved his chin in on a random Saturday evening.
Yeah, but what happened? What happened after the rematch?
Look, let's not talk about the rematch.
His payback on the rematch,
though. He was playing with his food and got knocked out.
Fan right now, man. You sound like a K. Reed fan.
What happened in the 2016
finals? He did have a glass chin, though. He had a glass chin for sure.
Yeah, I had to say that, man. Cause he the one to say we done with the '90s and we talking about the '90s.
But Mike Tyson was a shell of himself when he got out of prison, bro. He didn't, what I'm saying? It was he wasn't the same Mike Tyson that Custom Model had brought up. You feel what I'm saying?
I was about to say. I said that he would have lost anyway because Mike wasn't the same no more because he was in and out of. No.
To Lennox Lewis, I can't say that. The best,
and Mike needed money, so Mike took fights, but it was all about the money. It was never about him being the best fighter at that time. It was all politics at that time.
Yeah,
real talk.
So you do know he had to pay that victim that quote unquote said he raped her, and
that's why he needed the money. Yeah,
he had to spend the rest of the '90s doing that, and he had niggas in his ear that he didn't have in his ear, like Don King, who was using them. Because truth be told, if we're gonna go back to the Buster Douglas loss, when you read all the stuff that happened to Mike, and of course I was alive back then, and T. Price was alive back then. I want to say
he actually knocked out Buster Douglas first. And
he knocked Buster Douglas out, bro. That fight was fixed for
12
sure.
seconds.
I remember
They
like
gave
it was
Buster Douglas
yesterday.
12 seconds.
12
Yeah,
seconds.
you can't be saved by the bell in any round, bro. He started to count late, and his count was hella slow. But then when he counted
But
Mike Tyson out, he sped the count up. So
Sped it up. I
now
remember
listen to
that.
this, Easy.
Teenager.
Now, where were they fighting at, if y'all remember?
What Buster and Mike was fighting at?
I think they
Yeah,
was fighting in
they're
Buster
fighting.
Douglas' hometown. I think.
No, they were fighting in Tokyo. There is no Saved
They
by
was
the
in
Bell
Japan. No. They
in
was Tokyo. They was in
Oh,
Tokyo.
in Tokyo. Okay,
Yeah, they was
Tokyo.
in Tokyo. Yeah,
yeah, so they were
but
international. There is no Saved by the Bell. This ain't
yeah,
this ain't
Okay.
a sitcom on CBS.
yeah. I thought
So
he
this
won
is the
that fight.
thing.
It came out on
This is the thing.
NBC. Say by the
Shout
bell.
out to Mr.
Yeah,
Belden.
yeah.
Yeah,
Belden.
even though he gained a whole bunch of weight. But what Don King did is to promote the fight, he kept Mike Tyson up for 48 hours. And to keep him up, he gave him cocaine.
Mm-hmm.
And Don King admitted that. He bet against Mike Tyson.
Yeah, he did.
That's why he was the biggest one with the biggest smile on his face. And then Buster Douglas' next fight got his ass destroyed.
Evander Holyfield. Yeah.
Because they wanted it to be Evander Holyfield against Mike Tyson, but Evander Holyfield was getting cold feet and was like, nah, I don't want to do all that. That nigga's crazy because he came off the divorce with
And
Robin
Evander
Givens.
Holyfield was cheating, bro. Every fight Evander
Mm-hmm.
Holyfield ever had, he always led with his big ass, hard ass head. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
pause.
How'd that work out with Riddick Bowe, though?
Yeah, Riddick Bowe flowed him. Riddick Bowe beat the dog breaks out, and then Evander Holyfield whooped him, and then Michael Moore whooped him. So
Yeah, that's how Michael Moore got the belt that Foreman took
and
from him with the two piece.
hold on, didn't Iabuchi whoop him too?
Cool.
Look,
Iabuchi, I don't know if you know about Iabuchi.
Yeah, Holyfield went on like a 4 or 5 game losing streak.
Yeah. That's why I
He
can't
had to
say
raise
that.
his head.
That's why I can't say that he really dominated the 90s because he was very in a losing streak. Like you said, lost to Riddick Bowe, lost to Michael Moore. He was so
I put Evander Holyfield up there with Shaquille O'Neal because they only became champions when the real champions retired. Holyfield didn't want to fight Tyson. He didn't even want to fight Morrison. He didn't want to fight Mercer. He picked and chose who he wanted to fight. He let them get in wars with other people in the heavyweight division, and then he came in and picked up the scraps.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't fuck with Holyfield. I don't mess with Lennox Lewis. But even though Lennox Lewis did hold the belt until the Klitschko brothers came up, got to keep that in mind. He held the belt. He didn't go after champions. He fought an old Holyfield and wiped the floor with him. But Holyfield was like what, 39?
Nah, you can't. I can't really judge him for that. I mean, until the 2000s when he had to retire after he beat Valley Klitschko. After beat him, but I gotta give respect. He dominated in the 90s though. Lennox did dominate. He was him. I forgot who else, but he was top
But who
3
did Lennox Lewis beat though? Like,
in the 90s.
who? Tommy Morrison?
No,
Come
he
on.
No, he never fought. He never fought Tommy Morrison.
Who? Ray
Tommy
Mercer? He beat Ray
No,
Mercer?
he did beat
he
Ray
beat.
Mercer. But remember, Tommy Morrison had to give up the belt once he tested positive for HIV.
Yeah.
So he didn't have to really fight anybody from that division.
Right.
George Foreman kind of gave it up, because he only wanted to be champion one last time.
Mm-hmm.
It was all too convenient for Lennox Lewis. He really didn't have to fight Oliver McCall because he basically had a drunken burnout and refused to fight after the second round. So he won by basically disqualification.
TKO. Yeah, it was TKO, but they said it was TKO. They said.
Yeah, because he was walking around the ring crying, sobbing, and didn't want to fight. And Mills Lane came over to him and was like, "Come on, man, do you want to fight or not?" And he kept shaking his head no. So that's how Lennox Lewis got that damn belt. He only threw like 17 punches in the first round before Oliver McCall quit.
Mm-hmm.
Now they should have known because he just got out of like the treatment facility. They should have known he wasn't ready to fight, but they booked that fight anyway because of him being the champ. He should have just lost it straight up if that's what they were going to do in the fight. And I know I'm missing a couple of players. I know I am. Or fighters, I said players. Young, how old are you? I'm itching to know.
25, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Oh, so he's 25 like he's on my dress.
Right, his insurance just went down.
Yeah, that's allegedly.
But you're pretty knowledgeable to be 25, my guy.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I ain't gonna disrespect this dude to say he's a teenager, but he knows too much about the 90s to not,
Yeah. No, wait, hold on. I think he did fought Tommy Morrison. Yeah, he won TKO.
Lennox Lewis?
Yeah, he beat Tommy Morrison.
What year was that?
This was 95. Because he won the title because I think Tommy had that title and then lost it to Lennox. Yeah.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
I know we're talking about boxing in the 90s, but did I just see right Jake Paul and Tank Davis supposed to be fighting?
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, I don't know yet. I don't know. They
They said the date and everything. And I'm like, wait a minute. But okay, carry on. I just wanted to see if I was tripping. I'm sorry, fellas.
No, you ain't tripping.
No.
But Young, you owe me a phone call too, bro.
Oh yeah, definitely will. Yeah.
Yeah, you just like Elise. You like, I'm gonna call you, bro. Elise still hasn't called me.
So can
I'm not gonna ask for no money. I'm just gonna chop it up with you. That's all.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
You just did.
Another one.
Okay, go ahead.
Who do y'all think had the most prolific boxing career in the 90s? I know who we know who was the most world famous. Like,
who was the and still.
I would have to say Roy Jones.
Yeah, I was gonna say and still. Oh yeah.
Roy Jones' run was spectacular.
Yeah, he didn't fall off until after the Tarver fight.
Yeah.
Right. Hey, yo, but I want y'all to sit back and think about something too, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want you to look at Mayweather's success in the 90s too, because remember, we talking about two different fighters. We ain't talking about Money Mayweather. We talk about Pretty Boy Mayweather who sat in the pocket and knocked niggas out. Like, he had some of his biggest fights, like with Diego Corrales and Eric Morale, all those dudes. Like, you got to think about when he was coming up in the ranks, he was actually beating champions. You feel me?
Yeah. He was
Roy Jones,
champion,
and Roy Jones, he was just unfortunate of being so goddamn good. Even a good boxer looked at regular to him. You feel me? He was just that goddamn good and athletically gifted. Like what I seen him do to James Toney, and James Toney was the pound for pound best boxer in the world at the time. Punished him. So I think I'll get a slight to Roy because the way he just dominated people, and it was just like everybody like, oh, he didn't fight nobody. I'm like, man, that nigga fought everybody who was somebody who had a belt. He came and got it.
To be fair,
for me, in the 90s, I'd say with Floyd in the 90s, because he came in 96 to 97, he was really dominant, but at the time he was hot. He was coming up. he was coming up, and but at the time they wasn't really focused on Floyd, or people who really didn't focus on Floyd career nights. They really wasn't pay attention because
Yeah,
he
because
was
he was
signed to.
crashing the scene.
Yeah,
Right.
because he was signed to Bob Arum, and Bob
Yeah.
Arum was focused on Oscar because
Oscar.
Oscar was the big thing in the '90s. So
I was
nobody
about to
really,
say
yeah,
we can't eliminate Oscar either in that
yeah,
90s conversation.
I was gonna say Oscar number 2, De La Hoya number 1, number
What about
3.
Sweet Pea though and
Big,
Felix
big.
Trinidad?
Hey, yo, but
Pernell Whitaker.
Purnell, you got to think about it. You got to really take Purnell back to the 80s because remember when he fought, and I hate this because, like, I hate telling this story, y'all, because Purnell Whitaker is my favorite boxer of all time. Like, I don't care what weight class. If you ask me, I want that Sweet Pea. That's my favorite boxer. You feel me? So when he fought Trinidad, what people didn't know, man, Sweet Pea was strung out on drugs, man. They said they found Sweet Pea in a smokehouse and gave that nigga 6 weeks to prepare for Felix Trinidad, who was an absolute monster at that time. Like, literally, his people came and got him with the stem in his mouth. Like, yo, they got to fight for you. And gave that nigga 6 weeks to train, bro. And I felt that was the biggest disservice to Sweet Pea. Like, I'm just like, yeah, I would try to catch that nigga in his bad times and try to exploit the nigga. You feel me?
Is Felix Trinidad the one that gave Golden Boy his first L?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
Just
listen, and I listen, and I watched that. I'm a fan of Felix Trinidad too, right? I watched him ever since USA Boxing, Martavius, when he was on was it Tuesday Night Fight on USA
absolutely.
Boxing. Felix Trinidad was their featured boxer, and the one thing I noticed about this dude really made me like him. Like he walk you down, and on top of that, everybody who ever dropped him in the fight, he got up to knock out. I said, I like that quality. I like that quality. I said, and he was just a monster. And at the time, he was too much for Purnell. But if you remember in that, I think it was the third or the fourth round, something tapped in with Purnell. Purnell went to whooping his ass. You feel me? And you've seen the old Sweet Pea for about a round and a half. Man, that nigga Trinidad cried after that. Man, he said Purnell was one of his favorite boxers. He didn't want to have to do him like that. He knew what Purnell was up against. He knew that wasn't the Purnell Whitaker. You feel me? I was like, damn. I remember watching that fight, man. I damn near broke down in tears, man, because I said, man, it's not Purnell. You could see the crack flowing all through his body. You see him. I'm like, God damn, Sweet Pea.
yeah. But for me,
Like,
you
damn.
gonna say? I would say 3. I put 390s. I feel it was Roy, Lennox, and Felix.
You keep saying Lennox, damn it.
I think Holyfield 90s run was a little better than Felix's. I mean Lennox's.
Nah, I can't. Nah.
Like you got to think about it. He stopped the monsters all, and didn't he stop Lennox Lewis?
No, he lost to Lennox.
He lost to
to
Lennox. Well,
Lennox.
that was Riddick Bowe who stopped him. Excuse me.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was Riddick Bowe. Excuse me. My bad. Riddick Bowe. Yeah, that heavyweight time in the 90s, they was passing that belt around like it was a hot potato.
Yeah, it was. It was a new
So
champion every other
I can't
heavyweight
really
fight.
say
Shit.
That's a fact. That's a fact. It wasn't a Holyfield. It was Riddick Bowe. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Because they cheated.
Riddick Ball was a monster though.
They
Shit.
Yeah.
cheated Riddick Bowe that first fight because they said it was a draw, and
Yep.
Rick was beating his ass like unmercifully. So then they fought the second time, and Riddick Bowe dominated him. And then they fought the third time, and I think that's when Holyfield won. Or did he lose to him 3 straight times?
No, he lost.
No, he lost.
He lost to Bo.
That's when the dude came in on a parachute, remember?
The first time
Oh,
he
and
lost.
killed himself?
No.
Yeah. He didn't kill himself,
Yeah,
but
that's
he
right.
didn't
Fan made me.
you mean the fans killed him. And they started beating the brakes off of dude.
No, because but
Legend.
but the first one he lost. The second one he won. Vander won the fight. The second one.
You said who won the fight? Evander, right?
Yeah, Vander won the second one. And
He He was a good one too. I like the Holyfield. I know he got a lot of hate because of Mike Tyson popularity and the bullshit he was doing to Mike that fight and how he went about getting that fight. But I could say the same thing about Lennox Lewis. Like you fought Mike Tyson, but you had a clause in there where he had to be on the
Thank
perils.
you. Thank you,
Yeah.
Ron Time. People be saying
Yeah.
I'm hating, bringing
Well,
that shit up. Like, no. That's why I went to the Usher concert and didn't watch it. I was like, Tyson gonna lose.
Yeah. No, I think I think the third one I think the third one Bo had knocked him down.
And you're getting a big trust. No, I got you, cuz.
Yeah, I think the third fight
Now,
Bo knocked him out. Yeah.
now, if you remember the Fan Man fight, they had to do it for next Saturday. Because the fan landed on Riddick Bowe's pregnant wife. So they were saying he's in no shape to continue fighting. So they put it the following Saturday.
Mm.
Yeah, like I didn't like that about that Lennox Lewis fight. They said Mike had to be on that Ritalin and all that shit because he wanted to talk about people, kids, and there's people backside and all that. I said, "Oh, this nigga Mike tripping."
Yeah, when he put that clause in there, I was like, I'm done with Lennox Lewis. I don't give a damn who he fought. And then when I saw him get his ass knocked out, I was like really, really happy. You know, I started doing the percolator a little bit more.
Now, Mike was going through a lot. He wasn't really focused on that
A man
fight.
a man from my hometown knocked Lennox Lewis out.
Which one? We talking about who?
I seen Rock.
Yep. He was playing with his food, and then he hit him with that left hand, and it was over.
Remember, Lennox came back and dusted him off the second fight.
I don't care about the second fight. He still was playing with his food.
Yeah,
you
that's
mean Oliver. You talking about Oliver?
Nah, I seen man.
Oh, this
You
before.
don't remember that fight when he caught Lennox at the height of his career and knocked him out, and then came back and got his ass whooped by Lennox?
Oh, Rockman.
Quit bringing that up, Ron. Time to turn
Yeah.
Rockman.
Hold on, which one? You talking about Oliver McCall or I seen Rockman?
Nah, I seen Rockman. Man, remember Oliver McCall got in the ring and started crying, man.
Hey, Ron Todd, that nigga just have a mental breakdown.
That's not funny
he
because
knocked us out. He whooped Lance.
Yo, listen, not and let's always give a shout out to mental health. You feel me? Because we never know what people going through. But that was the strangest shit I had ever seen in my life. That nigga turned around, grabbed the ropes, and started crying. I said, "What the fuck?"
Because Lennox, you know why? Because Lennox Lewis had that nigga on his Saturday.
Yeah, I said, "Oh shit!" And
Lennox Lewis be having niggas tripping in the ring.
Becoming older, and then just being aware about mental health. You never clowning nobody who got mental health issues. But as a teenager watching that shit, it was like, what in the fuck is this nigga doing?
Yeah.
Right.
Like you would never expect to see that.
Tank Davis and Jake Paul, bro. I don't take boxing serious because why is it an exhibition? Why we can't get a regular fight?
What did I just say?
Exhibitions are set up, bro. They all set up. They don't even fight for real. One nigga seem like he the aggressor, the other nigga ain't even fighting, and then they give it to the dude, and you be like, "Oh, I beat your ass." I'm like, "Nigga, you're right."
You got to think about it, Elise. You got to think about it. That nigga just fought at 200, man. Tank 135. Where the fuck they supposed to catch that weight at?
It's all about the money, though. That's all
it's the money. It's
a spectacle, bro. Like everything is a stage, my nigga. These niggas are actors on every level in sports. Nothing is competitive anymore, nigga, at all.
That nigga Tank got in trouble and said, "Hold up, let me grab this 30 million this nigga Jake Paul about to give me real quick." Because he done fucked up and got arrested for that domestic violence shit again.
And guess what? 28 of it, nigga, is going to the motherfucking you know what I'm saying, legal fees. So there it is. So they forcing that nigga to do this shit and embarrass himself. That's what it is. It's called buck breaking, bro. This is what they do. They put all the black niggas the niggas of importance, the niggas that we love and we idolize and shit, they put him up against Jake Paul and make it seem like Jake Paul is the hottest thing since smoke bread, but stop.
No, 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 no. I'm over now, bro. I gotta be honest with you. That man. I mean, long. He did some suspect stuff, but be honest, he is keeping boxing afloat though.
No, listen.
Fuck keeping
Be
boxing
honest now.
afloat.
Time out. Time
He
out. Hold
is.
on. Let me bring that
Man,
back.
would
Let me
you
bring. Hold
stop,
on. Hold on.
bro?
Be
Time out.
honest.
Hold on. Can I respond to that?
Go
Let me
ahead, go
bring that
ahead.
back. I tip my hat to Jake Paul because he's getting a lot of niggas a payday that they would have never got. So in that sense, I will tip my hat to him. But right now,
Yeah,
Sheik keeping boxing alive because he giving everybody the fights that they want.
exactly.
Like without the Sheik, nigga, you would have never seen the Canelo Bud Crawford fight. You
That's
feel me?
true.
You would have never
Yeah,
seen
Alashik. Yeah, Alashik.
Yeah,
He doing crazy
that's
shit.
what I'm
he going
saying.
Yeah.
I
crazy.
said that's why I
Like
said
he
Jake and Sheik. I said Jake and Sheik.
oh
Those
Jake
both
and Sheik,
guys.
okay, yeah. But
Yeah, that's
But
that
why I
like
who?
I
said
But
said,
that.
who watches Jake? Like his fight. But I can't take you serious when every other fight
No,
is
but
either
you
a
gotta look at it from
wrestler, a UFC fighter, a basketball player. Like, who are you
he
fighting though?
But
leaves
Or
brother,
like this the
Mike
key to
Tyson
it.
that
look,
you tell not to
Come
hit in the
on,
face.
bro.
Hey yo,
Stop
keep it.
it.
Hey yo, like I said,
A
Elise,
100-year-old Mike Tyson, nigga. Come on, bro.
hold on, hold
Stop
on,
it.
hold on. But
This the
look,
only thing that I say. Like I said, bro, I gotta tip the boy too. I gotta tip my hat to the boy because he getting these niggas a bag that they wouldn't even get right now.
exactly.
So
I'm
I
cool.
will tip
I
my
don't
hat
want the
to him with
bag
that.
that way, my nigga. That because I
Yo,
can't
listen,
take
I
like
get
what
it.
you selling out for the
No,
bag.
no,
Hey,
no.
Like
But I
that's what
get
I'm
how
saying.
you
What
feel.
is a
But look,
bag, bro?
look.
That bag culture shit is stupid to
yo,
me,
I'm
hey,
bro.
yo,
I'm
hold
gonna
on, hold on.
respond
Let
to
me
that.
say
A
this.
bag,
That's
nigga.
why I
What?
said, hey, yo, illegal. As long as he kept it to a couple of has-beens and never will be's, I would have been like, okay, cool. But now this Tank Davis shit, come on, Tank. Come on, nigga. It's a whole lot
Yeah.
more niggas you could be fighting for a bag than Jake Paul. You could be getting your ass in the ring with Shakur.
No,
You could be
no,
But why
no.
fighting
we
But
can't
Devin.
say that
I
for
ain't gonna.
Jake Paul though? Like that's what I'm saying. He's a YouTube. Him and his brother nigga started off on YouTube, bruh.
Hey, yo, but look at this though,
Like
Elise.
how are we
I
Hold on,
can't
hold on.
listen.
glorifying
Hey, yo,
these niggas?
Hold on.
Elise, I can't be mad at him for throwing his fish out, his pole out in the water. I'm mad at these niggas for biting his hook. You feel me?
Yep.
Like he just like,
Yep.
yo,
You
I
can't
got a
get mad.
crazy way for us. I got a crazy way for us to get some money. We get in the ring for a few rounds and punch on each other, not full throttle, and we gonna get 20, 30 million.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at him for his hustle. I'm mad at these dudes who are professionals who actually
Right.
biting the hook. Like I said, if he would have kept it to has-beens and a couple of never will be's just for exhibition, then I'd have been like, cool. But now you stepping into the realm of niggas who are like competition fighters. You feel me? Like
Yeah.
Take Davis, you need your ass whooped for even entertaining that. Cause like I said, all you got to do is talk to Sheik. You got Devin Haney out there. You got
Right.
Shakur Stevenson out there. You got what's the boy name? Ryan Garcia. You got a rematch with him. That'll get you some money. You got a fight that everybody want to see again with you and Pitbull. That'll get you some money. You feel me? So like, because anywhere Tank go, he gonna be
Look,
the A side. He the A side in boxing.
look.
You feel me?
I'll be honest. I'm gonna be. I'm like, long as I understand how you feel, but I'm saying be honest. I'll be honest. I'm like, when I saw it, I'm like, damn, Jake. I said, damn, Jake's smart as a motherfucker.
He's smart.
He's smart because not only he's doing that, he's promoting women boxing more. Because
Yeah.
now you see him promoting that. So I gotta tip my hat off because he knows what entertainment is. The people complaining about boxing is gone and stuff because nobody's really competing. Nobody competing who we want to see competing.
Hey, yo, you know what's funny though?
Yeah,
You know what's funny though?
yeah,
Because I think he jumping ahead of something. You
yeah.
feel me? Jake Paul is like, okay, I missed the Clarissa Shields bullet. You feel me?
Mm.
But I'm looking for that next female. But that, cause if you notice, he be having 2 or 3 female matches on his undercards.
Yeah.
I think he's probably looking for the next female girl that he can, like the female boxer that he
Mm.
can grab a hold to and like catch lightning in a bottle. Because I noticed that too. He paid attention to women's boxing an awful lot.
Yeah.
And I said, if this is his play and it could get him to become one of the top promoters in women boxing when they do explode, I said it was a smart move. Like I said, I don't knock him for his hustle. I knock more or less these dudes who bite his hook. You feel me? Like, okay, if you want to fight dudes like Tyrone Woodley and all that's fine. But like now you got competition boxers like Tank Davis actually about to take a fight. And it's like, yo, bro, you still active in the prime of your career. What are you even doing in a ring with Jake Paul? Like that like if I'm his manager, I'm like, I mean, that has to be like $100 million fight. Ain't no way in the world, Tank. You ain't gonna tell me you can he from Baltimore. He from the street. So he probably like, man, I need that 30 million. I'm
But
in
it's
trouble
not
right
a
now.
real fight. It's an exhibition, bro. When have
I
we
get
ever
it.
seen back in the day
Dude,
niggas fighting for like
dude.
exhibitions? It's not. They're not even really hitting each other,
Hey, yo,
bro.
think about it. The only time we ever seen it when we seen a couple has-beens who step in the ring past their prime. Like, like the older dudes. You feel me? Like they put on, like Muhammad Ali put on exhibitions. You feel me? Towards the ends of his career when he fighting kickboxers and all this other stuff. So like this ain't the first time it's really been done, but it's the first time it's really been exploited. You feel me? Like
They went
some
and did an exhibition.
uh,
Apollo Creed died in an exhibition.
Yeah, but that was
and
a
the
movie.
movie
That
he
was a
did.
movie. Yeah, but that was a movie. Yeah,
But I'm just saying you don't hey yo,
that was a movie.
if you go back
Like,
if you go
Jamie,
back and
shut
do the
your
research
ass up, man.
if you go back and do the research, if you go back and do the research, you will see a few boxers done took exhibition fights. You feel me? For what reason? I don't know. Maybe it was the money, maybe it was just them trying to promote something else. But like I remember a few of them taking exhibition fights. Like, but I don't remember none of them taking exhibition fights in the prime of their career though. Like Tank,
It's supposed to be an exhibition. What are you doing?
like Tank, right now, all you got to say, call Shakur, be like, yo, let's do it, bro. We can get 50 million a piece out of the Sheik for this fight. Let's do it. You feel me? Let's do it, bro. But these niggas be so
Yeah.
scared about wins and losses and shit like that. And I'm like, yo, y'all do know the dude they considered the greatest of all time got a few losses on his record, y'all. It's
Who's
always
who?
going
Who do you
to
consider the greatest of all time?
the great. I mean, me, I would probably go Sugar Ray Robinson, being that as far as the most complete boxer. I tell everybody like about Ali. I'm like, yo, he was the nicest nigga that I seen with my own eyes. But I said he had some flaws in his boxing. I said everybody know Ali was only a headhunter. He never punched to the body. He was only a headhunter. But his hands were so goddamn fast and he was so slippery. That's all he needed to be. Like if you go back and watch Ali tapes, Ali very seldomly punched to the body, bro.
I
He was
never
ahead.
considered Ali the greatest of all time, and that's just
I,
me.
I had him, and like I look at it, I would look at him like two dudes that I didn't see, but I watched enough tape on him, like Sugar Ray Robinson and Joe Louis. Them the only two dudes that I wouldn't debate you if you said was better than Ali. Other than that, man, Ali kicked ass and took names later, bro. You
Yeah,
feel me?
Joe
That
Lewis
dude,
was cold. Jack Johnson was cold too, though.
I mean, Jack Johnson, like if you did a box of Mount Rushmore, you gotta throw Jack Johnson up there. You gotta. You feel me? You have to
Jack
probably
Johnson.
throw.
Jack Johnson was knocking niggas out, and he was a pimp. So
Yeah, it was
he got
dating
to be the
mad white
goat.
women. Yeah, and he was
Wait,
dating mad white women. He was
don't just
dating
say
mad
that
white
shit.
women.
Don't explain yourself.
No,
No,
That
I
nigga
need
had
somebody.
jungle fever. That nigga had jungle
I bet
fever,
you.
nigga. I ain't gonna lie.
He said you gotta throw him in there because he's a pimp Elise.
Yeah, and it ain't that he was just a pimp. T. Price, that nigga was doing it to the white women when you weren't even allowed to look at white women.
Oh yeah. Okay. Straight
Jack
up.
Johnson. Yeah.
You feel me?
Wow.
Like you was getting killed for looking at a white woman back in the day.
Man,
Jack Johnson walked around with 4 or 5 of them on his arm.
pimping
Mm-hmm.
with a
I
mink
think I
on.
got. I think I got to make Jack Johnson the greatest black man of all
Is this a
time.
real chamberlain of base of boxing?
Yeah, I got to throw Jack up there on the Mount Rushmore without a question.
Okay. I got another question for you, Ron. The
What
greatest '90s baseball player.
Ken Griffey Jr.
Ooh.
I mean, it's kind
You
of
know what?
biased to me because To me, he started out at such a young age. But if we talking about bar for bar, no controversy, Ken Griffey Jr., the greatest baseball player I've ever seen in my life.
Okay. Now stop
He
right there.
got all the same
Stop right
stats that Barry Bonds and all them got with not one steroidal accusation.
No. We're just talking about the 90s. I'm not talking about the totality. Now, the reason
Okay.
why I'm talking about the 90s is because I can say that Ken Griffey, even though he came in I want to say 92 or 93, he had the Jordan effect
That's a
on the
fact.
culture, on the sport, and the fear factor that he had, even more than Barry Bonds. Now, Barry Bonds was like a five-tool baseball player, but
Right.
Ken Griffey Jr. not only was for the culture. Remember, he was in Rock and Jock baseball, Rock and Jock basketball.
That's a
His shoe
fact.
was the top-selling baseball shoe. He had his own glove. He was the only one rocking the black bat and
And
made
he,
that
Long day.
popular
and he wore his hat backwards.
during the
Then what?
home run derby.
Yep,
Home run
like
derby.
Ken Griffey. And then on top of that, he was second generation. You feel me? So
Yeah.
it was just like when I like, bro, if you ever coach baseball and you want to teach a kid how to hit, man, all you got to do is go reference to that dude had the sweetest swing I ever seen in my fucking life, bro. It was
And it
Yeah,
was
that
effortless.
so
nigga Ken
intimidating.
Griffey sling, dog. His shit was pure, bruh.
It was
Money.
It's like he
pure,
threw the
bro.
bat at the ball.
But don't forget about Barry Bonds, though, nigga. I don't give a
Very
fuck
good.
about them
They
allegations.
hit
Barry
all
Bonds
my
was a cold
bodies.
motherfucker, though.
Listen,
And
But
he
in
was
the
a cold
90s, though,
outfielder, though, too. They don't talk about his
no,
defense
no,
enough,
no, no,
especially when
no.
he was in Pittsburgh.
Easy. This is what I tell people. Barry Bonds was a Hall of Famer before he even got to San Francisco,
He
bro.
was he was a Hall of Famer way before
Yeah,
that.
if you go back and watch his Pittsburgh Pirates days,
Yeah.
Barry was him. You
Yeah.
but
feel me?
not
Barry
just
was.
that. Not just that. He's a third generation baseball player.
Mhm.
His, he surpassed not only his father but also his grandfather. And
Right.
the only thing that people didn't like out of 90s Barry Bonds, he didn't talk to the media.
Nope.
That's the only thing that you can
Right.
say
That's why they
about
hate. I told you they do that.
Yeah, that dude
That's
had
what
gold
they do to
gloves and
athletes,
everything.
bro.
Barry was a bad motherfucker, but like you said, I think the overall cultural influence would have me rate Sid Griffey Jr. higher to him. But honestly, I just thought he was the most complete baseball player I had ever seen. Like I like
Yeah,
I
Ken Griffey was cold with
and
it, though.
this coming from a dude who played baseball all through high school and all that shit, y'all. Ken
Nigga,
Griffey was
Frank Thomas
cold.
was cold too, though.
He
Big
was
Kurt,
just
nigga,
more, he
third
was just
base.
more of a hitter though. He was just
Frank
Yeah.
more of a hitter.
Thomas. Frank Thomas was just as intimidating, but the thing about the 90s, he got hurt way more than Ken Griffey did.
But I'm gonna put let
Yeah.
me
Ken,
put it like
Ken
this.
Griffey didn't start getting hurt until he went to Cincinnati in the
Listen,
2000s.
right.
What about
Listen,
Ozzie Guillen, though, nigga? What?
that was the best.
I would say it's two. For me, two of the best I say was definitely Griffey, but I also had to say Tony Gwynn.
Tony Gwynn was the hitter. But
Yeah,
let
I
me
was
tell
gonna
you the
bring up
difference.
Tony.
Tony
Hey, yo,
Gwynn.
let me tell you the difference though.
Ricky Henderson, nigga. What?
Yo, let me tell you the difference between those players though. You could take King Griffey and put that nigga at any position on the field, and he's gonna be an all-star from first base to third base to any position in the outfield. You couldn't do that with Tony Gwynn. He was a hitter amongst hitters. You feel me? But that motherfucker was stuck at first base his whole life.
Hmm.
And usually when you play first base is because you don't feel too well. You feel me?
Well, you talking
But
about Tony?
yeah, but you can actually
Tony Gwynn was a right fielder.
He was a right
yeah,
fielder
but
first. He was a right fielder first. Then
hey
he went
yo,
to first. Yeah.
think about it. Right fielders and first basemen. Look where they at. They all on the same line, right? Because if you think about it, the predominantly of the world of baseball is right-handed. So the ball gonna pull to the left when they swing. So they don't even get too many fielding options until it's a left-hand hitter up. And
But
that's
he
why
still
they
was a gold glover, though.
yeah. You gotta be you could be that still at first base. Every base gotta get a golden glove, but you gotta think about it though. They get 30% of the plays to the left side of the field, get 70% of the plays. So usually in baseball, you usually stick your weaker defenders in right field and first base. That's why Barry played out there later in his career. You feel me? When you was in the National League and ain't no DH.
Yeah, I got a list right here. Since we talking about 90s baseball, Ken Griffey, Barry
Stop.
Bonds, Ray Thomas, Mark McGuire, Tony Gwynn, Sammy Sosa, Cal Ripken Jr., Greg Maddux, Barry Larkin, Edgar Martinez, Larry Walker, Fred McGriff, Al Bernie Williams, Gary Sheffield, Craig Biggio, Juan Gonzalez, Roger Clemens, Ray Lankford, Chipper Jones, Richard Peterson, Randy Johnson, John Polaroid from the Blue Jays, Cecil Fielder, Paul O'Neill, Alomar.
Did you say Gary Sheffield? Because he was a monster.
Yeah.
You could pencil him in for 30, 30, 100 every year.
Dante Bichette, Jose, was it Rijo, Greg Vaughn, Ron Gant, Mark Grace, Tony Phillips, Robin Ventura, David Justice, Nolan Ryan,
Justice.
Andreas Galarraga, yeah, Marquise Grissom, Travis Friedman, Tim Raines from the Expos,
and Yankees.
Rod Dibble, Matt Williams, Jose Canseco, Kirby Puckett, Joe Carter, Bobby Bonilla, Rich Aguilera, Ray Boggs, David Cone, Ryan Sandberg, and Hal Morris.
Man, you named David Justice?
I said David Justice.
Back when he was with Hallie, but she didn't know
Hallie. She couldn't want to cook and clean. Hallie didn't want to cook.
Like, I'm good. And then,
okay, shade at Hallie, bro.
Then she went to Eric Benet after that. How the hell you married the dude that's more feminine than you are, and then you expect a husband out of that nigga? Nigga walk around on stage barefooted with his nails painted.
Gonna sing, right? Because he gonna sing. He put on a good show, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Mr. Dane.
Look, I was
one of my favorite,
Y chromosomes every time I went to listen to his music. I'm cool. I can't trust a nigga with a 5 o'clock shadow 365. No, fuck you.
Hold on, you remember when Benet was gonna pull up on Jay-Z though? He told Jay-Z, "I'll beat you up."
Look, hey, Leezy, ain't gonna, and there's no way you can convince me that nigga wasn't gay. There's no way you can convince me. That dude was sweeter than honeycombs dipped in sugar.
Now here we go.
Fucking Eric Benet.
Oh yeah, we could do 90s hockey. I'm a big time hockey fanatic too.
I can only remember one player.
Yamir Yager and motherfucking
the great one.
The great one.
For me, it's Brett Hall, because at one point Gretzky played for St. Louis for half a season. They traded for the St. Louis Blues, and they thought we was going to win the Stanley Cup. And then he fucked around and went to the Kings after the season.
Right, that part.
We got Mario.
And then they tore down the arena the next year.
Wayne Gretzky, Joe.
No, who's that? Yarmer Yager.
Yeah, I mean Yager, Mario, Lemieux,
Super Mario.
Yeah, Super Mario.
I was about to say, how y'all forgetting Mario Lemieux, bro? Y'all tripping.
Right. You said it already.
Yeah, Mario Lemieux, he just said it.
I'm doing all the 90s.
What was that? Jeremy Roenick.
Yeah, they got Dominic Hansick, Jameer Jagger, Steve Zimmerman, David Bohr, Ray Borky, Brett Hall, Chris Chilios, Patrick Roy, Mike
Patrick.
Modano.
Wow. I remember
Patrick.
Wow, that's what they used to call him. That's how they pronounced it. Patrick Wow.
Luke Robideau, Macedon, Greg Gilmore, Doug Gilmore, excuse me, Pat
Happy
LaFontaine,
Gilmore.
Who?
Al
Happy Gilmore.
McInnes. Well, his name was Doug Gilmore. He played for
Mm.
Oh,
the Maple Calgary Flames, Al McInnes. Calgary Flames, Joe. I can't pronounce that name. Lord have mercy. It's NIUWNDYYK. Brian Leach, New York Rangers. Peter Forsberg, Colorado Avalanche. Scott Stevens, New Jersey Devils. Chris Pronger, St. Louis Blues.
yeah,
And
we
yeah,
traded him to the Ducks after he won the MVP. Go figure.
that part. Then you had Theron Fleury, Mark Ricci, Philadelphia Flyers, Alexander Magali, Maple Leafs, Buffalo Sabres, Tom Barrasso, Vincent Dampowski, David Andreychuk, Buffalo Sabres, Paul Coffey, Edmonton Oilers, Ed Belfour, before Chicago Blackhawks, Rob Blake, Los Angeles Kings, Jeremy Roenick, Philadelphia Flyers. And they got a lot of players. I'm almost finished with this list, and they have Ray Shepard, Rob Brennamore. He played for the Carolina Hurricanes, Vancouver Canucks, Trevor Linden, John Vennisbrook, New York Rangers, Mike Vernon, Detroit Red Wings, Chris Joseph, St. Louis Blues, Curtis Joseph, excuse me, Curtis Joseph, Claude Lemieux, Montreal Canadiens, Scott Niedermeyer, Neil Mayer, New Jersey Devils, John LeClaire, Philadelphia Flyers. And there you have it.
I only watched a little bit of hockey, like whenever the Blues make the playoffs and get knocked out in the first round, or against Detroit in the damn Western Conference Finals. But I tried to follow it, but it was I was too busy watching basketball and the AFC and NFC championship games when things like that was happening. But hockey was still, I guess, the shit. Yeah, that got me at a loss. I would love for somebody else to chime in so I don't sound like so much of a jackass. But yeah, I know a lot of the players from the games that I played on Sega and on PlayStation. That's the only reason I know how to remember how to pronounce their names. But I didn't start really watching basketball, not basketball, hockey until the 2000s for real.
I got into the hockey in the 90s, back when Gretzky and then Mario Lemieux, them two right there, you can just argue which one is whoever. I remember Mark Messier too. I remember all them teams was so good. Now, let me look at the champions in the 90s. Let me look it up. NHL champions in the 90s. The Edmonton Oilers won it in 1990. The Pittsburgh Penguins did a back-to-back, 91, 92. Montreal Canadiens, 93. 94 was New York Rangers. 95 was New Jersey Devils. Colorado Avalanche won it in 96. Detroit Red Wings won it in 97 and 98. And the Dallas Stars won it in 1999.
And you want to know the funny part about that, T Price? The Blues
Right.
lost to all the champions from 96 through 99.
Which is true.
They lost to the Avalanche. I think we played them in the first round. They lost to both Detroit in the semis and in the Western Conference Finals in 98, because I think we had the President's Trophy, which means that we had the best record in the league. And that's when Chris Pronger was the MVP. And we lost that shit to, I think, if I'm not mistaken, because I know we went over baseball, and the Cardinals lost a 3-1 lead against the Braves in '96. That was Tony La Russa's first year. I think the St. Louis Blues lost a 3-1 lead against Detroit in '98. And of course, there was a whole bunch of people getting ready to jump off the top of the goddamn building in downtown St. Louis when that happened, because everybody was predicting the Blues to win their first Stanley Cup. Had the best record in the league, had the MVP, had home ice throughout the playoffs, beat everybody but Detroit. And it's funny.
You talking about the 98? You talking about the 98-99 season?
Yeah.
I remember that year like it was nothing for at that time, because that's when I just graduated from Jocko at that particular time. And I was just remembering St. Louis was on fire. It was like me living in Kansas, like living next door to Missouri, and it was very big. That's when the St. Louis Blues had that nice behind arena, bro.
Yeah, they still have it.
It's just
it went from being called the Kiel Center to now it's the Enterprise Center.
Yeah, if y'all would have seen it back in the '90s, how it was back then in the '90s, man, one of the greatest arenas around.
But we eventually got out.
Hockey game before?
Say that again.
Have you ever went to a hockey game before?
Of course.
I had to.
The crazy thing was, at one point in time, they used to give tickets away, like give them the hell away. And then I remember my auntie works for Bank of America, and she's been working for that bank ever since it was called Boatman's. It's a Midwestern bank, and then Bank of America took it over, I want to say in 94, 95. So she used to always get these tickets, and she used to get press box tickets. So she gave me and my cousin, her son, the press box tickets. And we was up there in the press box eating the buffet during the hockey game. We was watching a NBA game. So we really didn't even pay attention to the hockey game. We was just eating all that good food, watching. I think we was watching the NBA playoffs, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, because the NHL playoffs starts around the same time the NBA start their playoffs. It always been like that ever since I've been growing up.
Yeah, hockey low key fun, man. Exciting. The San Jose Sharks, about a 2-hour drive from Sacramento, Martavian and T Price from here. We would go often. They call it the Shark Hole, and I didn't know what the hell was going on. I don't know the rules. I know some of the positions, but all I saw was this guys being hit. It's physical, it's loud, it's exciting. It's definitely it's definitely a experience. And they sell out just like any other sport sells out. So I've been.
That's right.
Yeah, I've been. Yeah.
I love hockey, man.
Right.
I went to a couple of them, man, and yeah, hockey's intense, boy. And they play 82 games just like the league. And these dudes on skates.
Yeah. See, you took
and
the
equipment, gear
they're on ice skates, fellas. Yeah, they're on ice skates. Stopping, going, lateral movement, stopping, forward, backwards. I mean, that in itself is a skill. Everybody can ice skate. My only pushback is I wish there were more black hockey players. There's not too many out there, but yeah, it's
they had a few. A few.
Yeah, there's a few. Yeah. But when I think about hockey, I think of Wayne Gretzky, and that's like the household name.
Mario Lemieux.
Yeah, Mario Lemieux, of course. Yeah, but other than that,
me in the '90s, them two. I just read all the championships. It was the Edmonton Oilers. They won it in the '90s.
Who's that guy, T. Price, that went on ESPN? The black guy. He's a hockey player, and he killed LeBron James.
PK on Sudan.
Yeah, you know what? After hearing him talk, just sports in general, I like him because he kept it real. Yeah, he kept it real.
He talks with sense.
He talks with sense. There you go. Yeah, for sure.
And they didn't like that, boy. You remember what he said, but we already know. The '90s was of course MJ era, and there's no denying about that. And we already know the 2000 era, even though they don't want to give my boy his, they want to say Duncan and then Shaq. Kobe dominated the 2000s, man.
Mhm.
That's
That is what it is, man. Accept it.
it's just what it is. It's just what it is. And nobody, I think I've been noticing it is too, fellas. Like I know I ain't been on here, but I know homies that be on TikTok and stuff like that. Like, excuse me. One thing I don't understand is that when it comes to Mike, I brought this up before. When it comes to Michael Jordan and Pippen and Kobe Bryant and Shaq, right? Like Shaq is the only one I see that gets all the credit, right? And they downplay Kobe Bryant. Let's look at Mike and Scotty. All these narratives that y'all like to say he was one and none, dude. Scottie Pippen. It took a while for Scottie Pippen to develop, y'all, to the player that he was. Scottie Pippen was a bench player, and then another thing too, we got to put some respect on Michael Jordan's name. The Bulls didn't win no chips. Didn't win no chips without Michael Jeffrey Jordan and Scottie Pippen. You could say that, yes, but we know who was the NBL card was. And just like Shaq and Kobe, I've lived in those days. We're going to talk about that in the 2000s. They've been disrespected Kobe ever since the beginning. They
Right.
didn't like him in the very beginning. They didn't like Mike either.
No.
They didn't. Media didn't like Mike like that. Like y'all. Again, y'all wasn't
Or
living
players.
those
Or
times.
players.
And the media back then actually did their job. They wasn't fanboys or
Right.
fangirls. You know, like the
Can I
great
add
model.
something to that, T Price?
Go ahead.
I think it's kind of interesting, to steal your phrase, how they want to give Pippen more credit for what he didn't do, but take away Kobe's credit for what he did do, which
That
makes no
part.
sense.
Well said.
Makes
Well
no
said.
sense.
Pippen wasn't out there averaging 30 right alongside Jordan, but they want to say that Jordan couldn't win without Pippen. Pippen had a super team in Portland and end up not even making it to the finals, being up by 15. And they would have looked bad on Phil Jackson because the Lakers would have blew a 3-1 lead against that Portland team. And he's the one that didn't show up
Right.
in the fourth quarter. The same person everybody's saying, oh, Pippen was the real catalyst to that team. Okay, where the fuck was Pippen when he was being cooked by young Kobe that y'all say Shaq didn't need? Because Kobe led the comeback in the fourth quarter while Shaq was sitting on the bench because fucking Arvydas Sabonis was taking his fucking lunch money in the fourth.
An older beat us Sabonis. We got an older version. We didn't get his young one either.
And if I'm not mistaken, was that when he came back from retirement?
Which one? Talking about that? What you see right here?
Yeah, the 2000s Arvydas, because he retired. I want to say at the end of maybe the 97-98 season, and then he came back.
It has to be the second time because they played what 2000, 2001 to play they end up playing the Pacers, right?
Oh yeah,
99 2000 was Mr. Fundamental, am I right? And David Robinson.
Yeah.
Can I piggyback off something you said real quick, Martavian?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, and so you bring up the Blazers and Lakers series and how Scotty didn't get it done. I had this argument about a few months ago, and guess what they said? Oh, Scotty was old by then. He was old. Oh yeah. Well, MJ was third. What wasn't MJ old in '98 when Scotty missed half the season and Scotty was injured versus Utah Jazz? I mean, Scottie Pippen was 34 years old in 2000 season when he played the Lakers. Wasn't MJ 35, 36 versus Utah in '98? And MJ had proven that, yeah, it's tough, right? But we still gonna win 60 games in the '98 season while Scotty missed half the season. I ain't got no second elite scorer. Yeah, Tony Kukoc is cool. Dennis ain't giving me more than 10 points a game, if that, right? But the Bulls still won 60 games, Martavian. And in the finals in 1998, a 36-year-old Michael Jordan or 35-year-old Michael Jordan, wasn't he league MVP? Didn't lead the league in scoring? Wasn't he finals MVP? All-Star game MVP? Right? Mm-hmm. And so Pippen was old.
Hey, it's just so much ether, Moss. And then you know what? It's just like And one of my boys be like, man, why you don't come here and bathe with these young boys? I was like, man, them young boys, they don't know how to answer questions. They
They
always want to deflect.
don't.
Um, they want to say, well, give Jay Reed Phil Jackson. Okay, he didn't have or never had a coach. That's not. And another thing, House of Highlights. I used to watch all your little stuff, the
I saw
videos.
it there, bro. They posted.
And what you said, bro, man, I ain't man. Everybody else on already said what they had to say. I ain't got nothing to say. I don't think it is. You just expose yourself. Cause I got one of my favorite sayings I learned growing up. You learn a lot about people over time. Just give them time. You can know somebody 10, 12 years, and then sooner or later, boom, their true colors come out. Then they be like, whoa, I
Right.
did not know this person was like this. You just told on yourself, man. That Michael Jordan thing is overrated. We don't even mention 6-0. And then you fail to realize MJ also was dominating in college, was dominating Michael Jordan, dominating Isaiah Thomas. It's actually proof and video evidence, not no hidden crap. You can see it.
Yeah.
You can Google it. You can put it on YouTube. MJ was killing the NBA players while he was in college. Like, y'all, man,
Also,
y'all.
too, T. Price and Martaven, and I just found this out not too long ago. I heard Jordan mention this at his Hall of Fame speech, but I really didn't know the magnitude or the in-depth players are going to hate on MJ in the 80s. Like now I know why MJ mentioned those guys in the All-Star game trying to freeze him out and why he was so upset, right? The level of jealousy from these guys, Isaiah, George
Mm,
Gervin, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to mention Larry or Magic because I think they got basketball integrity, and they've always talked about MJ and went about him the right way. But there were a lot of guys who were envious and jealous of Michael in the 80s. And they would, and of course, probably led by Isaiah Thomas, um, backstabbing ass. But they didn't like him. You know what I'm saying?
they did
And the only way that
fact.
he can the only way that MJ can overcome that or even counter that was with his game. Like,
Absolutely.
just play basketball, and then I'm gonna let my game do the talking. How about that?
Another thing, let's set the scene for everybody that don't know. Um, Isaiah Thomas started taking strays at Michael Jordan when his own coach said that Michael Jordan was the best all-around player he's ever seen in his life, and he told the Trailblazers, "You want a center? Draft Michael Jordan, play him at center." That's how good he said he was. He's like everybody else in the draft Michael Jordan first. To hell with Sam Bowie. Elijah one was going to be gone at number one.
Right.
So draft Michael Jordan. Isaiah took
And then
that
just to piggyback,
personally.
what you just saying is getting what I was just saying before y'all started this. That's the same year, that summer, when they went against the NBA players, and Jordan gave them boys that work. Carry on.
He went 8-0 against the NBA All Stars. 8-0.
And it wasn't
I'm gonna
even
say
close. And the
right.
games wasn't even close.
I'm gonna say this, Mass, and I know you missed the controversy, but I'm Mr. Tell it the fuck like it is. Isaiah Thomas has always been a hating ass nigga. And I don't care what he did for the Detroit Pistons. He's a hating ass nigga because
Right.
he's the type of person that talked about Magic Johnson when he
Yep.
got HIV and said he was gay. And he was the one that was pushing the narrative that the only people that he know that get HIV is gay men. Now it's funny that you say that, Isaiah Thomas, when you have two gay sons. So let's put that into perspective. You were the
Wow.
one that was kissing on Magic Johnson during the fucking finals. Nobody else was doing that. Bird wasn't kissing on Magic during the
Nah, it
finals. You
wasn't.
were kissing.
Martavi, you hear him, Moss?
Yeah, nah, you cooking, bro. You cook,
Go
Martavis.
ahead, man.
So the thing about it is, you want to put that narrative out that Magic Johnson was gay. You're the one that went to Utah and was fouling the shit out of Stockton to the point to where when Malone put that elbow on your ass, you wanted to sit up there and want him thrown out the game. He eventually get thrown out the game, and during the press conference, you sat up there and said that was a dirty play when you're the one that wanted to sit up there and say you were the one by yourself figured out the Jordan rules and knock him down and pull him out the sky. In the 30 for 30 for the Detroit Pistons, they said we were trying to hurt Michael Jordan. I wasn't playing basketball. You were playing 3-4 fucking defense like it was Madden.
Right.
So get the fuck out of here with that. Well, until he gives me a public apology, it's always no. You were just jealous of him because he took over Chicago, your hometown, and you couldn't beat him in a fair one. You had to beat him unfairly. So what did Michael do? Okay, cool. I'll shake your fucking hand, even though I think you're a cheating ass nigga. Oh, that's fine. You go ahead now. You win the championship. I don't care if you beat me 3 damn times, but I got 6 goddamn championships. And you're the one on NBC on Sunday talking about Michael Jordan is the best player I've ever played against.
Dang, bro, you stole my thunder with that one. Yeah, you sure did, bro. In the 1998 finals, he called Game 6 with Doug Collins. Yeah, with Bob Costas and Doug Collins. And when the Jordan made the shot and the game was over, like, go back and listen to what Isaiah Thomas said. Nothing but full praise, and he made it very clear. He's the best player I've ever seen. He's the greatest, blah, blah, blah. And to go away from that, it's like, bro, you a hypocrite, bro. You a hypocrite.
Right, wasn't standing on business.
Isaiah Lloyd Thomas is the definition of hating ass nigga. If you look up hating ass nigga in the dictionary, will have Isaiah Thomas from his first year to his last year. He's not only shitting.
So Boondocks need to do a one with Isaiah Thomas. I think that would be hilarious.
Absolutely. He didn't only shit on Magic Johnson. He shit on everybody that was had association with the Dream Team.
Remember, he sure did.
He co-signed Dennis Rodman when he said that basically Larry Bird wasn't shit if he would have been a black player. And then, again, going back to the 30 for 30, he tried to walk the shit back and say he wasn't being racist. And a reporter went up there with the recorded tape, played the tape while he was at the microphone.
Mm-hmm.
And he's sitting up there with the I just ate booty look on his face because he was caught. He was just mad that he threw that pass, and then there's a steal by Bird on the wing to DJ and lays it in. He's the one that threw the fucking pass.
I remember that. I couldn't believe he did that either. I remember watching it like,
yeah,
he came in from church like late that night, and my dad was like, "Don't worry about it. You know I record everything, so we're gonna sit back and we watch it after this." And I couldn't believe Isaiah did that. My dad was like, "What is he doing?" Like, Isaiah, no, cause my dad couldn't stand the Celtics, cause my dad was a Laker fan, so he wanted them to go. I just remember
and T Price, everything that Martavian just said is all facts. And if you ask MJ to this day, he'll still say that Isaiah Thomas, from a basketball standpoint, is the second greatest point guard ever. Like, that's how classy MJ is, bro. Like, he still acknowledges Isaiah's position in basketball. You know?
And then Isaiah Thomas has the nerve because he called you an asshole. Nigga, you are an asshole.
Right.
And you wanna know something? Another peep game. When Magic Johnson and Isaiah Thomas was having that reconciliation, did you not notice that Magic apologized to Isaiah, but Isaiah never apologized to Magic?
That part too.
And then he gonna cry like a whole bitch. Like,
start crying and shit.
He never apologized for what Magic knew what that man did, because that would broke up their relationship. When he found out that his boy, who he thought was a ride or die, was the one spreading rumors.
Yeah, man.
He was the one sitting up there with Karl Malone, and Karl Malone catching the heat by himself, talking about, I don't want to play with Magic Johnson if I can end up catching AIDS. Now, that's not a good look for Karl Malone when he's back in his 20s fucking a 13-year-old. But I digress.
Right.
But that was spearheaded by Isaiah Thomas. So Isaiah Thomas can miss me with all this victimhood. You didn't deserve to be on the damn Dream Team after all the damn strays you took on everybody that was part of that. Because even Tim Hardaway said, when Michael said, if Isaiah's on the team, I'm not on the team. Guess what Magic said? I'm cool with that. Your own goddamn coach, Chuck Daly, didn't say, well, I'm not going to coach if Isaiah's not on the team. He didn't say that. He said, well, it is what it is.
Right.
He didn't even take sides with you. So you can miss me with all that shit. You started all this shit. You started all these clouds, and now you mad that it started raining. Maybe if you would have kept your fucking words to yourself, maybe you would have been invited.
Yeah. And I'm gonna say something. It's gonna be controversial, but I gotta say it. You know, God don't like ugly, and I believe in bad karma. And Isaiah's had a lot of good days in his life, but now you look at Isaiah's having some health issues. His half of his mouth is tilted to the side, and I don't wish that on nobody. But you gotta treat people with some goddamn respect, man. And you know what I'm saying.
Can you say that again, Mass, for the people in the back?
It's karma, bro. And I don't know when it's gonna come to you, but it's gonna come to you. And God has a way of doing this, and you gotta treat people with respect, man. Right? And there's just a way to go about doing business and operating, especially in professional sports. And the shit that he was doing, bro, was just beyond basketball. And so he's reaping what he sowed later in his life. He's had some good days behind him. But, you know, you want your last, 10, 15 years on earth, whatever that is, to be your best days. And I don't think they are for him. I mean, I seen him not too long ago, and he looked a mess. He couldn't talk straight. You can tell that he's having issues. And those are things that you have to just deal with. I know that's controversy, and I don't wish that on him. But, karma is a bitch. And when it gets you, it gets you. And so, I pray for his health. I pray for a recovery full. Not that probably ain't gonna happen, but Isaiah, bro, like you gotta live with what you did, bro. And yeah, man, every dog has his day.
The sad reality
my dad taught me was this.
Oh, go ahead, T-First.
This is why I don't say nothing about nobody, like unless, even if it's true, even if I know things are true. One thing my dad always used, I used to hear my dad this when my mom used to talk and everything. He used to be like, you got to keep your mouth off folks, because the person that you're talking about, you never know. That's why I learned growing up. I didn't get into that. What did we call that? One when you want to kind of be a backbiter and be nosy. Basically, what's the word I'm trying to come? Yeah, being fake. All this all tied into one thing. The word gonna come into me in a minute. What I'm trying to say is, oh my gosh. But basically, just keep your mouth off, folks. That's all you got to do.
Pause. But okay, I get what you say.
You got to stop talking. I mean, we got so much of this going on. Now, we saw when we was growing up, right? It ain't nothing. It's 100-fold what it is right now. Now, everybody has an opinion. Not everybody, could say this, could say that, and say this. That's why I don't be, sitting there getting. There's certain topics that I will hit on, but there's majority of the stuff I don't even pay attention to, because at the end of the day, you reap what you sow. A lot of people say it's karma, but I always go to the scripture. You reap what you sow. That's good seeds or bad. It's in the word, man. It's in that sword. And that one thing about the sword, they ain't never lied yet about it. But the 90s was a time that I was solo. I was always by myself. But I remember I never was a house party kind of thing. I know a lot of, some people, they probably did the house parties. I was one of the kind of dudes that did the house parties and everything like that. I didn't want to be around, because as soon as you start hanging around there, then you start being guilty by association. You know what I mean? And it's saying there's what's the word saying? Birds of a flock together kind of thing, right? So the 90s was a good time though. I know a lot of people will say, some people say 90s was a great, and there was a saying that 90s was a great time for love. I used to hear that all the time. And then in the 90s, I wasn't thinking about nothing like that. I was still trying to figure out the world, figure out who myself, and everything like that. But the 90s was a good time, y'all. It really was. And for basketball, especially in basketball, it's the only sport that I've seen that they tear down the legend just to prop these other players up, just to please these players. It's just disrespectful. It just is. But people like me and many others, you know, we seen the great players. It wasn't just MJ. It was a lot of great players that was in the 90s, man. Alonzo Mourning, y'all, I mean Zoe. You know, a lot of people forget about Mitch Richmond. You know, and don't forget about Chris Mullin. You know, we can just keep going and going and going. There was so many great players in the '90s. I know y'all
Randy
like to
Hill.
talk about. Y'all used to talk. Y'all want to talk about Mark Price. Mark Price had it all. He had it all. You can't foul him in the free throw line. He's a great free throw shooter. You know, it was so many. Then we had Chris Jackson, aka then Mahmoud, then they changed to Mahmoud Raouf. You know, we had some great. Then he had Thunder Dan Marley. Man, all the slam dunk contests was great. Even the rookies versus sophomores game. Man, we was looking forward to stuff like that, y'all. The movies was crazy in the '90s, especially basketball movies, even movies in the general. Matter of fact, let me look that up. I know we did the basketball one.
Now, to be fair, T. Price, you're cooking with hot grease. But the sophomore rookie game didn't come out to the 2000s.
It's coming to that. 'Cause I know I'm saying we was at 98, 99. That's why I was mentioning just about that time, around that time when that came around. I just
And to,
phrased it differently. It was on the
yeah,
way there.
to bolster your point, they canceled the dunk contest after Brent Berry won. They canceled the dunk contest after that, or was it Kobe? One of the ones that they canceled after it was like low attendance, and people was complaining that Brent Berry won, and then that next year Kobe won it, and people were saying that it's lost its luster, all these different excuses. But the one thing about the dunk contest, who resurrected it, Vince Carter.
Absolutely.
Vince Carter resurrected the dunk contest. And when he resurrected the dunk contest, then you start seeing people out of nowhere start wanting to be in the dunk contest again. Then we start getting the Desmond Masons, who's very underrated as a dunk contest winner. Then you start getting the Fred Jones, if I remember,
Yeah,
from the
Fred
Indiana
Jones played
Pacers.
for the Pacers. He went to Oregon. He went to U of O. Yeah. And then you had even Steve Francis.
Franchise. Yeah, love Steve Francis
Franchise.
at Maryland, and when he played for Houston.
You know, and like I said, man, it was just crazy. But these are the '90s black movies, and I'm gonna do the '90s black sitcoms. Don't Be a Menace '96. Set It Off '96. The Wood came out in '99. Dead Presidents came out in '95. Poetic Justice '93. New Jack City came out in '91. Minister Society '93. Above the Rim '94. Belly came out in '98. Juice came
Really?
out in '92. The Players Club came out in '98. Malcolm X came out in 1992. Soul Food '97. Boys in the Hood '91. Tales up from the Hood '95. What's this? This is, hold on, I can't even read what this. Oh, Higher Learning '95. Love Jones '97. Low Down 30 Shane '94. Baps, 1997. House Party, 1990. The Inkwell, 94. White Man Can't Jump, 92. Booty Call, 1997. Eve's Bio,
Uh-oh.
97. That's a classic. How to Be a Player, 97. Life came out in 99. Crooklyn came out in 94. Boomerang, 92. The Best Man came out in 99. Clockers came out in 95. Mo Money, 92. Waiting to Exhale, the Black Man male bashing movie of all time, 95. 1992 was Class That. Nutty Professor, 96. Friday, 1995. Talking After Dark came out in 91. And this is Faking the Funk came out in 1997. You know what it says? Yeah, Faking the Funk. That's what it is. And then this right here is The Fear of the Black Cat that came out in 93. House Party 2 came out in 91. And this is Just Another Girl on the IRT that came out in 92. Hoodlum came out in 97. Sister Act came out in 92. New Jersey Drive, 1995. I got the
Underrated.
hook up. On the hookup, I got the hookup, 1998. In Too Deep came out in 99. Jay
Starring
Reed.
Jay Reed.
Starring Jay Reed. Death by Temptation came out in 1990. The Five Heartbeats came out in 91. Slam
Nobody
came out
coming
in
to see you, Otis.
98. Slam came out. Major Pain came out in 95. And Deep Cover came out in 1992. Now we're going to go to 90s black sitcoms. Excuse me. We had Moesha for 6 seasons. Living Single for 5 seasons. The Wayne Brothers, 5 seasons. Hanging with Mr. Cooper, 5 seasons. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, 6 seasons. Michael Minetti for 4 seasons. Sister for 6 seasons. In the House, 5 seasons. The Parkers, 5 seasons. Rock lasted 3 seasons. Jamie Foxx, 5 seasons. The Steve Harvey Show, 6 seasons. The Parenthood, 5 seasons. Martin, 5 seasons. Keenan and Kel, 4 seasons. Smart Guy, 3 seasons. The PJs, 3 seasons. The PJs was it's still an all-time classic to me. The Hoogleys came out 4 seasons. Between Brothers, 2 seasons. My Brother and Me was 1 season. On our own. On Our Own was on for 1 year. And For Your Love was for 5 seasons. And these was all the 90s sitcoms. So
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey,
Can
who's
you guys
this?
hear me okay?
Yeah.
This
yeah,
is
I can hear
Ken.
you. What's good?
Ken, what's up, Ken?
Hey, man, I've been listening to the show. I've been in meetings, man. I've just kind of been texting, but oh, hold on. Let me start off by doing all the grades and everything. See that? 51 years old.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is he still there?
He's breaking up. We probably froze. Look like I don't have no control of that. It's froze. It's just got to be his connection. But we're gonna get back to him when he can. What's good though?
Hello?
Oh yeah, you're back now. He was cutting in and out.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, you're a little choppy, but we got you.
All right. Okay. So, hopefully, hope you guys can hear me. Okay. So, first of all, let me start by saying nobody, nobody I've ever seen play basketball, even the people I haven't seen, is anywhere near to Michael Jordan. Okay. Nobody. Not even LeBron James. LeBron James could not touch Michael Jordan on his best day. Michael Jordan's worst day and LeBron James' best day can't touch him. Right? Now, I take exception, maybe because I'm a big Bulls fan. I take huh?
No, disregard that.
Okay. I take exception to it seems like the way Pippen and Jordan's teammates are always portrayed as if Jordan almost won in spite of these players. I'm not saying you guys maybe think that they're bad or whatever, but a lot of the to me, what I feel is revisionist history on that team for that but roughly 10-year run, I think does a disservice to Jordan's teammates, and that's where you get this whole argument about Jordan being 1-9. I've always maintained that I understand Jordan in the beginning of his career, he did not have the horses to go against the Celtics, the Pistons,
Nobody
even the
did.
Bucks.
Right.
Right. Okay. And I feel that if you took the 90s Bulls and put them in the 80s, they would have beat the Celtics. I feel they would have beat the Lakers. I feel they would have beat the Pistons. Okay. The point being is that Jordan didn't have it. I don't understand how somehow, some way, let's take 94, for instance. I probably would have agreed with you guys about Scottie Pippen if I didn't see what he did in 94. If Jordan never left and everything kind of stayed the same, I don't think I would look at Pippen in as high a regard as I do. Okay. I find it funny how you guys always compare what Jordan did. Like somebody was talking about Jordan in 98 versus Pippen, I guess, in 94, or I think you're talking about an older Pippen. I'm going to get on that with the Pippen and Kobe thing. But anyways, versus how Pippen led the Bulls in 94. It's always, well, Pippen should have won. He had Kukoc, he had Kerr, he had all these people, right? Kukoc was a rookie. Kerr just showed up.
Right.
You know, huh?
And Kerr was and I know you're like 4 years older than me. 'Cause I just turned 47. I remember
Okay.
watching Steve Kerr in college because every time he used to shoot and he used to make a basket at Arizona, they used to yell his name, Steve Kerr.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Steve, don't get me wrong. I love Steve Kerr, but it just seems like 94, 95, for some reason, the players on those teams outside of Pippen are supposed to be world beaters, right? Then 96, 97, 98, for some reason, they seem like they all become trash. Oh, Jordan didn't have, quote unquote, a super team, but y'all talk like Pippen had a super team. Who was Pippen's Pippen? Horace Grant? Horace Grant was Jordan's number 3 guy. Right? I mean, so you literally are taking away, and then not only that, what does that say for the greatness of Michael Jordan if you're taking off the best player, replacing him with a guy named Pete Myers, and then turn around and saying, oh, well, Pippen should have did this, Pippen should have did that. Pippen averaged almost 23, 24 points a game against the Knicks. Statistically speaking, that Knicks team in 94 is one of the best defensive teams the NBA has ever seen.
That's fact.
That Knicks team in 94 was better than the one in 93. I feel Derek Harper, I know he got suspended a couple of games. Derek Harper was better than Doc Rivers. Okay. The thing also,
there's a gas attendant 2 blocks down from where I live at that's better than Doc Rivers. So
right. I mean, I'm just saying. And then the thing is that we take 95. Oh, well, if Pippen was so great, how come he couldn't repeat it in 95? The whole front line was gone by then. I'm a Bulls fan. I remember that. They had a dude named Larry Kostowiak starting for the Bulls at power forward. Larry Kostowiak. He started like 15 to 20 games. The dude had probably no business being in the NBA. Gone was Grant, Scott Williams, Bill Cartwright, Stacey King, all of the key players that the frontline defensive players that the Bulls had, they was gone by 95. The
That's
fact that
fact.
the Bulls kept an over 500 record before Jordan came was impressive.
Mm-hmm. See how
And
we
I
just
think
sit there, we can
Tiffany,
just
I think, to the Hall of
remember
Fame.
it.
That's another conversation.
I just like how you just bring
I'm
in
sorry.
and you see, yeah, I like how you just brought up how everything like you see how we got great memories. We could sit there, we could just remember everything like how it was. But this is where the media messed
Oh
up. The
yeah.
media should have kept that tradition going, but they didn't. They didn't because let's just keep
Mm,
it real. When Michael it went to I seen it because I'm late 70. I'm born 78. I seen
mm,
Magic and Bird. I seen a late Dr. J. I seen all the 80s. I seen the 90s. I seen Mike. I seen all the great ones in the 90s. And then I seen the 2000s. And then I see the 2000. To me, I've been saying this on YouTube for a while. Basketball changes in the teens to this present time, and this is why we have a disconnect with fans that come up with this lot. We wasn't even coming. We were nowhere near this lot. The basketball wasn't about that back then. When we was growing up, you was based on how many championships you won.
right.
Period. You was judged on your rings. Everything else was just it's like extra credit. You get extra credit points. That's what it was. Now the person who once Kobe was out the way, retired, and you had Duncan, who I think Kobe and Duncan to me are the greatest players in the 2000s, but I think Kobe was the better player in the 2000s, even better than Shaq. But this is what they like to do. Well, they host the Finals MVP. Bird never won every Finals MVP, but they still say Bird is a what? 3 times. You see what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
I don't understand that these fans like they give everybody else they credit, but when it comes to Mike and it comes to Kobe, they don't like to they don't like to do that, man.
Yeah.
They like to
Well,
just come up with these crazy. Well, Havlicek is 8-0. Robert Ory, he has 7 rings. Why you call him the goal? Like, dude, like nobody wasn't even saying that. We still
right.
give these players they credit. And Robert
But T.
Ory, I
Rice,
know, I know, I know Martavian about to come up the top rope about Robert Ory. So so I'm just saying.
But hold on. But see, the difference even between Hondo and all these guys and stuff like that. Jordan was always the best player on his team. I love Pippen. I know Pippen wasn't nowhere near Jordan. I just think
That's a
he's a lot
fact.
better than what people like to try to say that, again, Jordan had no weakness. Even when
None.
people say, "Oh, Jordan couldn't shoot the three," bull crap. Bull. You look at all the years, even if you want to take out the years where the 3-point line was moved in. If you look at the years when Jordan was taking 3 or more threes, he shot no less than 35, 38%. If you look at the years when he actually took threes, right? He was a damn good 3-point shooter as well. He just didn't shoot them, right? He didn't have to. That don't mean he can't. And so when we look at 18% or 17%, yeah, how many of those are like last second heaves at the 3-point line or I'm sorry, at the half court line or something like that. The point being is Michael Jordan had no weakness. Let's argue that. Nobody
Mm.
can
Can't.
nobody can argue against Jordan. Never never lost with home court. 24-0. Pippen gets hurt, so still going to win. Right? Never lost when he was expected to win. I don't know how. Somebody told me, I didn't know this, that when Jordan came back in '95, that he was that the Bulls were favored to beat Orlando. Why? I don't know. That makes no sense to me, other than the Jordan effect. But other
The
than
Jordan
other than that
effect.
one year in Jordan's
Mm.
15-year career, every time he went up against a team in the playoffs that he was expected to win, he beat them. You cannot say that about any other player. Okay, Scottie Pippen, yeah, but like I said, Scottie Pippen was, and I feel like his role was just as important as Jordan. He wasn't as good as Jordan, and he wasn't the leader, right? But I mean, so yeah, you can say Pippen too, but Jordan, just there's no argument against Michael Jordan. Stats, yeah, the NBA has changed the rules to make it easy to make these stats be inflated, but still, all I'm saying is when I hear this stuff, about Pippen. Even you know, look up look up Kobe Bryant's stats in 2000 versus the Trailblazers. Kobe Bryant wasn't a world beater. Okay, he was solid, solid. That was old Pippen. Old by he was 34, but less than, like I said in the comments. Don't just look at age. Pippen didn't do what Jordan did. Jordan took 2 years off. Pippen did not leave from 1990 when they played the Pistons, and Pippen was getting it from the Pistons just like Jordan was. From 1990 to 1998, Pippen played more games than any other NBA player. Think about it: 7 games versus the Pistons, then went to the championship versus the Lakers, then the championship with the Blazers. Then he went to the Olympics. Then they went to the championship in '93. Jordan takes 2 years off. Pippen stays 94, 95, 2 semifinals. Jordan comes back. They again another championship. Then Pippen plays in the Olympics. Then he plays in '97. Another championship. Then in '98, where he was hurt. You know, I mean, the talent was still there. The man just didn't, wasn't able to do what he didn't take time off. That's another argument I have for Jordan. People say Jordan was old. Jordan wasn't old. Jordan took 2 years off, so his body was still he didn't take the drubbing, like Pippen did. He didn't. He didn't. So I mean, to sit here and look at, I mean, you talk about, okay, you want to compare Kobe and Pippen? Let's do it. Everybody's all enamored with Kobe scoring 35 points on that bad team. Right, he scored 35 points on that bad team. That team wasn't even 500. Pippen leads his team in points, assists, rebounds, steals, blocks. What am I missing? In the 5 major categories, and kept his team above 500. Right? How come everybody ain't jacking off to that? Oh, that's because Kobe had 10 years with his own team. Remember, when Shaq left, Kobe's team sucked. Kobe's team was worse than when Jordan left the Bulls. Right? So, I mean, again, to sit here and try to undermine, I don't know what Pippen would have did if he had 10 years in his prime with great teammates and stuff like that. Because I do feel Pau Gasol was good. I've always maintained that Kobe's the Lakers that won them back to back in the late teens, 2009 and 10, was Kobe and their size, right? I don't know if you took Pippen and put him on the 2004 Detroit Pistons, they would have won championships until he would have been the best player. They would have won championships at least 4 or 5. I don't understand why we sit here and I listen to people and they want to sit here and knock Pippen. I mean, I can go on and on and on. One last thing. I'm gonna say this. Everybody talks about the Trailblazers coughing up that lead to the Lakers and blaming Pippen for that. Pippen again was old, but again, y'all love Kobe, right? What about when Kobe coughed up that 20-something point lead to the Celtics? What about that? Right? Oh my goodness. It was another time when the team he was on coughed up a big lead. But y'all seem like that just disregarded. Why? Because Pippen didn't win in the one legit opportunity that he had to and I can't call it legit, but the one opportunity he had to lead a team, he didn't win a championship in a year and a half. Man, y'all are not using, you're not using the same metrics, for these players. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that, I get it, we love Jordan, I love Jordan, but I'm not going to sit here and undermine and demean what the greatness of Scottie Pippen and even Rodman. And that's another thing. People bash Rodman. Oh, Rodman was old. Rodman shut down Karl Malone. Look it up. Look it up. If it wasn't for Rodman on that team, forget his rebounds. Stop looking at the doggone stats. Karl Malone was trash when Phil Jackson put Rodman on him in '97 and '98. Mainly '98. But like I said, I'm going on a tangent. Just when I see this stuff frustrates me. I'm 51 years old. Nobody can out debate me on this unless you just a total just Jordan Homer and because you're gonna start contradicting yourself based on your argument. That's all.
I get
I
what you're
would like to
saying.
rebuttal.
We got a rebuttal. Hey, I don't before because I already know you about to get into it. But salute to you once again, brother, for coming through. I appreciate you coming through because my channel be pretty much blackball. Y'all get them likes up, man. But I'm still gonna do this. I don't bash players. I don't look at it like a lot of people did it. I understand what you were saying. I know me personally. I never said. I always gave Pippen his credit. Me personally, like me personally, they is Mike and his Pips. We knew Mike was the lead and Pip became the player that he was. They both did something different. You always get that one person get the credit, and I've been noticing that from back, even from Pippen's standpoint in the '90s, where Mike was getting the credit, and then a lot of people try to downplay Scottie Pippen. Even back then, when I was growing, I was like, why? Like Pippen was that dude though, for real. But you got to rebuttal. Go ahead, Martavia.
Oh, you said your name was Ken?
Yeah, what's up, brother? Mm-hmm.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, that was probably the best, well together argument that I've ever heard anybody say. So I'm not disregarding anything that you said, but I am going to push back on a couple of things. The one thing that I'm going to push back on is Pippen as an individual basketball player when the pressure is on him. Now, the reason why I'm bringing that up is because out of Pippen's own mouth, he said that when he first came to the Bulls, he expected everything to be handed to him, and he didn't want to work for anything. This is out of an interview from Pippen. I want to say maybe 2002, maybe 2006, but he said that. So, in his own words, he said he was a lazy player. Now, we all know what Jordan expected and what he brought to the table. Now, I saw a lot of that laziness show up when Pippen was in control of the team, when he didn't have Michael, when he didn't have, the rest of the cast like Horace Grant in 94, well, actually 95, 94, he was there, made his all-star team. But Pippen needed to have other things around him for him to be successful. And for him to sit up there, because remember, Pippen started this, not us. For him to sit up there and say that he was the true leader of the Bulls, okay, cool, no problem. If you feel that way, that's fine. But where was that true leadership when you was bitching and moaning about the fact that Phil Jackson wouldn't let you have the last shot? Matter of fact, he did let you have that last shot. He let you have the last two shots before Kukoc took that shot, and Pippen bricked both of them. So this game that they're playing, if they go down 3-0, it's over. Everybody know that this is not wide open 3-point contest. As you pointed out, and I'm glad you pointed out because a lot of people don't know that Knicks team was the best defensive team at the time, would have been of all time. Next to the team that passed them was the 04 Detroit Pistons. Fun fact for everybody out there. So yeah, that was a defensively sound defensive team. If they go down 3-0, I don't even think Michael Jordan can come back from 3-0 in those circumstances. Pippen tapped out. Pippen made it about himself instead of being about the team. Pippen struggled to come up with the fact that all the way up until, I want to say, the 97 season, he really wasn't practicing on his game. He really wasn't. He said it himself. Jordan pushed him to practice before he even came back, because he was trying to come back if they were going to, because it was rumors it was going to be a strike in baseball. So that's when Jordan was giving Pippen heads up, I might come back. He was telling him to start working on his game. And Pippen started slowly to work on his game. That's when he started being a very, very good transitional 3-point shooter. He was already solid on defense. We're not going to argue that. Pippen's mental is what Matt didn't put him. I can never put him on the same bar as Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan's been on losing teams and still gave 100% in a loss, in a win. Jordan went up against the best Celtics team of all time and still gave 100%. You say Pippen never took time off? I would say that he took time off on purpose in the 98 season when he chose before training camp to get the surgery, knowing that he didn't tell everybody into the last minute. And the only reason why he came back is because the Bulls, without him, made it in first place in the East. So he started to realize that he was expendable. That's why he rushed back from injury. Pippen is a great player. He is. But between those ears and what's in that chest, I can't put him in the lines of anybody else. I just can't because of what he showed me, not what anybody says. And I have no dog in the fight. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. We didn't have a basketball team. Our basketball team ended up in Atlanta. So I didn't have no dog in the fight. We rooted for the Bulls because they were a Midwest team. Well, everybody rooted for Pippen when Jordan retired because leading up to that season when Jordan retired, everybody was saying, what can Pippen do now that he doesn't have Jordan? What can Pippen do now that he don't have the distraction of being in Michael Jordan's shadow? Pippen's numbers only went up slightly. It didn't even go up a bunch. He was a 20-point a game scorer with Michael. He was a 22, 23-point per game scorer without Michael. Those clutch time moments went to Kukoc. Went to hold on for a second, please.
Well, while he's waiting, you can cut me off when you come back. But yeah, I'm some of the stuff that you're saying is just not flat out not true. I mean, or it's revisionist history. Pippen didn't rush to come back from that foot surgery because he saw how great the Bulls was playing. He was always scheduled to come back. What he did was he waited in the offseason. Remember, he's hurt, right? He hurt his foot in 97 in the playoffs. He needed to have surgery on it, but he played on it, right? Then apparently he got wind that the Bulls was trying to trade him, even though he played on his hurt foot, being underpaid. He helped him win the championship. He got wind that the Bulls were trying to trade him, so he was like, "Well, then f y'all. If y'all going to sit here and do this, y'all been screwing me over this whole time. I'm going to wait until he pulled a Shaq. I didn't get hurt on my own free time. I'm not going to heal on my own free time. I'm not going to do the surgery." So he waited until the beginning of the season to have the surgery. That's when Jordan, I don't know why everybody thinks Pippen started this stuff. Jordan on The Last Dance called him selfish. And then Pippen was like, wait a minute, how the heck am I selfish when I'm looking out for me? And it's the irony of this stuff is that whenever Jordan does something, Jordan is always looked at as, well, he's doing it because he's doing what's in the best interest of him. But Pippen has to take the high road and do what's in the best interest of the team, right? I understand when Jordan lost his father, that was obviously the circumstances and everything was obviously a life-changing event or whatever. You know what's the cold part about it? Jordan waited until October, 3 weeks before the season started, to announce his retirement, right? I kind of understood his father died out of that he was teetering. In The Last Dance, he was saying that he was pondering retirement in the regular season. So if that's the case, why do you wait until 3 weeks before the season starts? You want to talk about selfish? This is what Pippen was saying. You wait until 3 weeks before the season starts and then say, you know what, I'm out. The Bulls didn't have an opportunity to replace him. That's why they had to go out and get freaking Pete Myers. You came back? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, no, go ahead, cook.
The Bulls didn't have no time to replace him. That's why they had to go out and go get Pete Myers. Oh, and was there any key open free agents, shooting guards available? Yes, there was. Percy Hawkins was available. Kendall Gill was available. Kendall Gill was even from Chicago. There's nobody on this earth that's going to tell me that if you put Kendall Gill on that Bulls team instead of Pete freaking Myers, that the Bulls don't win that championship. Why do I say that? Because when they played that Knicks team, the Bulls outscored them, out-assisted them, everything. The only thing the Bulls lost to the Knicks in that series was the rebounds. The Bulls got killed on the boards, right? The Knicks went on and barely beat the Pacers, and then went and needed a 3 for 18 showing from John Starks to lose that 7-game series against the Knicks. You're not going to sit here and argue.
You're the one that was putting that in the chat earlier. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
I
I was trying to read all your back and forth. You make a great point, and I'm glad that you said that. You make a great point. I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying. I'm just giving you pushback, and I'm giving you the way I see it. So there is no wrong, there is no right. Because we can sit up here and we can do revisionist history. Kendall Gill instead of Pete Myers, I'll take that every day, twice on Sunday, and if we're coming back around again to Monday, another 4 times after that. So will they win the championship? I can't say. But do they have a better chance of winning? Of course. Yeah. I don't know if you ever heard me talk about the Patrick Ewing effect of how he single-handedly was the biggest reason why they lost to Houston. But we'll save that for another time. But
he played like trash.
Yeah, he kept taking fall-away jumpers. He barely went to the hole, took on double teams he shouldn't have took on, wouldn't pass out the double team correctly to a cutter or to Anthony Mason in the free throw line or to John Starks to give him a clean look. So, I can't blame it all on, did John Starks have a terrible ass game 7? Absolutely. But did John Starks have a great game 7? I mean, not great game 7, great game 6? Yes. So, but who didn't play well in game 6 and game 7? Patrick Ewing, who's supposed to be the leader, the highest paid player. If you're looking for a CBA player to pull you out of the fire, something's wrong with your team. Now that I said that, we'll get back to today's regular scheduled program. My biggest thing is the contract dispute, and it wasn't a foot, it was a back. It was a back injury because that back injury came and bit the Bulls in the ass in that 97-98 season in the playoffs when they took on Washington in game 3 during the sweep. Late in the game, Pippen goes to the hole, gets a foul on Mirasan, and what does he do? Land on his back. That's when that started. But he already had that back repaired, and that fall re-aggravated whatever was going on with that back. But Pippen didn't like his contract. Jordan was the one telling him, don't sign that contract. Sign a 1-year, 2-year, or with an option. Don't sign that. What did Pippen do? Sign the contract. So, we can go tit for tat with selfish. Was Jordan selfish to a certain extent? Yes. Was Pippen selfish to a certain extent? Yes. They both were selfish in their own individual ways. But what does that have to do with the mindset of Pippen? What does that have to do with the mindset of certain things that he did on the court? If you remember in that 95-96 season, when they were playing Toronto, when they end up losing to Toronto, a team they should have never lost to, the play was to go to Michael Jordan in the post since he already had 36 points. What did Pippen do? Jack up a 30-foot 3 that missed the back of the damn backboard. Steve Kerr got the rebound and gave it to Jordan. He shot it. It was too late, but it went in. It's things like that. He want to be the man. He want to be Carlton Banks when Will Smith or Will is playing, he takes the shot. Pippen was never known to be a clutch shooter. Pippen was always known to be a streaky shooter. This is why if he's on, he's on. If he's off, he's off. So, I get it. I know you probably watch more Bulls games than I have, be it that you've been in Chicago. But I'm just saying, is anything that I'm saying wrong?
No, you're not. The stuff that Pippen did that you're talking about obviously is not wrong, but I think a lot of context needs to be applied to it. Just because you miss a shot, I wouldn't necessarily, use that as a black mark on Pippen, so to speak, as he's not clutch because he missed a shot. What about 92? And it's another thing that frustrates me with The Last Dance. None of this stuff that I'm about to talk about, the Jordan thing to bring up in The Last Dance, what to me was just disrespectful. 92, I'm sure we all remember, Phil Jackson sits Jordan down. It was Pippen who D'd up Clyde Drexler and scored 11 points in the fourth quarter that brought the Bulls back into that game. Jordan did come in and help finish them off, but it was Pippen hitting the big shots after big shot after big shot and shutting down the Trailblazers' best player, right? But for some reason, we just remember, oh, remember that time when Pippen missed that free throw against Indiana? Or remember that time Pippen missed this? Right. But we never remember the great things that Pippen did. Or how about 93 against the Knicks? It was Pippen.
Oh, he had that great game in
it was a great
two.
Yeah,
Game
he had
three?
a few. He had a few. That was the one season the one playoffs where I feel like Jordan was not the best player on the court. It was Pippen. That was the only one. If you go back and look, and everybody saw it, I think Jordan might have had playing with a bad hand. I know he had that one game where he had 55, but for the most part, it was Pippen hitting the big shot. It was Pippen with the great defensive plays and this, that, and the third. And I do feel if that was the NBA Finals, Pippen would have got the Finals MVP over Jordan, right? And then let's not underestimate the defensive side of the ball because I don't think there's been really any other player I can think of off the top of my head that has made more clutch last second defensive stops than Scottie Pippen, right? Because it's two sides of the ball. So let's talk about that 94 situation with the 1.8 seconds. Everybody listening, when you get a chance, I know this is if you feel this way about Scottie Pippen, I hope you know about the backstory of Scottie Pippen and Tony Kukoc and Jordan. You know how how the Bulls wooed Tony Kukoc and disrespected Pippen and everything like that, and Pippen still accepted Kukoc with open arms. Kukoc said it himself, right? But the play before. Jackson drew up the play for Kukoc, right? Pippen did have the ball. But see, look at what everybody else is doing. Pippen tried to do a clear out. Kerr and Kukoc, the rookie, was on Pippen's right-hand side. He told both of them, clear out. Get out of here, right? Look at the play. Kerr left. Guess who stayed? Kukoc. Kukoc did not clear out. The minute Pippen took a dribble toward the basket, the first thing that Kukoc's man did was take a move over to double Pippen, which forced Pippen into a bad shot. And Pippen was pissed off at Kukoc. Right? Now, did Kukoc save the day? Yes. I'm not going to knock Kukoc or anything like that. It happens. But I mean, the thing is, when I take everything into, for some reason, we seem to want Scottie Pippen to be a freaking robot, and he's not supposed to have any feelings. Everybody always understands the fact that Jordan retired abruptly because of his father. Nobody takes into consideration that when Scottie Pippen had that migraine 3 weeks before that migraine, his father died. Nobody takes that into consideration. Oh, everybody talks about, Scottie Pippen wasn't ready as a rookie. Scottie Pippen wasn't ready as a rookie. When you're talking about his back, that Scottie Pippen was playing with a bad back as a rookie. And the Bulls misdiagnosed it. The whole year, Pippen played with a bad back. And he went and got a second opinion. It was in his book. He went and got a second opinion. He had surgery in the offseason. That's why he missed like the first 10 games of the next season. And then the next season, he averaged like 14 or 15 points a game. Right? I'm sorry, bro. It was his foot. He hurt his foot against the Heat in 97, but he played on it. It wasn't his back. Oh, Pippen always had back problems, right? But what he needed to have surgery on his foot in the off season from 97 and 98. It wasn't his back. He did have back problems. I'm not saying he didn't, but the surgery, the thing in question that Jordan publicly called him selfish for, was his back. And then I remember, it's funny because when people say, "Oh, well, Pippen and the contract and all that stuff like that," again, Pippen didn't come from a middle class family like Jordan did. Pippen's family was poor, and unlike today, where you got players being signed with ACL injuries, long-term contracts, stuff like that, if you hurt your back or you blew out your knee or something like that, chances are you were done. They weren't going to sign you anymore. Pippen's family leaned on him. He kind of didn't have much of a choice. But this is what I mean, his daddy had uh 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 uh, medical issues, and one of his brothers
at one point, from
huh?
what I read, wasn't Pippen's dad bedridden?
Yeah, he was.
Toward the end of his life?
Yeah, he was. And his brother had some was also had a physical condition. I think something about somebody in school hit him over the head and and all that, and he ended up not being able to walk ever again. So Pippen was under a lot of pressure. And I know it seems like I'm defending Pippen, which I am, but sometimes I think that when I hear people talk, I think people are so enamored with the stuff that Jordan did. It's always it seemed like if Pippen didn't do what Jordan did, then Pippen isn't great, right? And like I said, and then the stuff that is brought up, I'm like, well, wait a minute, come on now, like, Pippen's had some great games. Pippen has pulled the Bulls out of certain things. He's made great plays, all the stuff like that. While we only focus on the misses, I just, Pippen played 16, 17 years. Pippen gave his heart and soul to the Chicago Bulls. 1.8 seconds, one play, 1.8 seconds. Do I feel he should have did what he did? No, I don't. But I think that his role, Jordan ain't the GOAT if he ain't playing with Pippen. He's not. Not because he don't have the talent, because this whole thing about being the GOAT centers on your accomplishments to go along with your talents, right? Jordan is the GOAT because he had a player like Pippen that could have an insane amount of impact on the court without needing to score the ball. That's what, and so Jordan, it allowed Jordan to be, because people were enamored with Jordan dunking on people, the tongue hanging out, the crazy layups, all the stuff he was able to do, right? And so we're enamored with that. But I always look at Pippen as what's the dude that plays for the Thunder? The white guy. The white guy.
Chet?
No, not Chet Holmgren. Caruso. I love Caruso. Caruso can give you 8 points, and you swear up and down he played like he gave you 25, right? Just because of the stuff that he does on the court. That's Pippen on steroids. Pippen is Caruso on steroids. And the point I'm trying to make is that's what Pippen didn't need the ball to score the ball, I should say, to impact the game. Phil Jackson said that when he took the ball out of Jordan's hands and put it in Pippen's hands, that's where he felt like made the Bulls the championship that they eventually became. Again, go ahead.
I was just talking about Scottie Pippen, like, and prime, even playing with Michael Jordan. That's what I tell a lot of people. I'm like, yeah, they had Michael Jordan, but they also had another top 10 player in the league playing on the side of them. Like, when you look at the totality of what Scottie Pippen did, it's like, nigga, he was a top 10 player in his prime. What are y'all talking about? Like, I know a lot of people discredit him. They call him Robin and all this and that. But I'm like, man, it wasn't nothing the man couldn't do on the court. I'm like, yo, y'all thought y'all liked Andre Iguodala. Now give him steroids. You feel me?
Right, yeah.
Y'all love ask a question, since I know that y'all defending Scottie Pippen. What would Scottie Pippen's career be if he didn't play with Michael Jordan?
Depending on, like, see, that you got to give us context with that, like, because you said Michael Jordan. I think he could have been a 25. I think he could have been a 25-point scorer for his career. Like, if he developed and just played like without Michael Jordan, I think he could have definitely been that. And we seen what he was on the defensive end.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at his Pippen's draft, they compared him to Dennis Rodman, right? And then he with point guard skills.
I'm gonna tell you, you know who you would have seen? Montavious. You want to know the same? I think it would have been the same exact evolution. Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
He plays way better defense than Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah. I mean,
I think his offensive
I'm
game
just talking about the shooting ability.
and I
Him,
think this is what I'm saying. And then I'm thinking his offensive game would have got better every year gradually. The same
in the West.
Leonard's did. You feel me? To the point where he's a perennial all-star, scoring 25 points a game and first team all defense.
Yeah.
He had that type of capability, bro. Think about it, bro. Like athletic wise, like you got to think about it. You talk about somebody 6'9" with like a 7'3" wingspan who's athletic as fuck and can handle the ball, set up the offense, defend at a high level, and his offensive game evolved every year.
Yeah. I mean, like I said in the draft, what did they say? They compared him to Dennis Rodman with point guard skills. Ain't that basically what he became?
Yeah, and think about this.
I mean, before he went to the Bulls.
Look at the year Michael Jordan, the year and a half Mike was gone. Tell me what Scotty averaged a game.
He was like
off the top of my head, about 22, maybe 23, 8 and 8, or 9 and 8.
Yes, like 21, 9 and 7 or 8.
Didn't he finish like third or fourth in the MVP one of those years?
He finished third in 94.
And I would like to know his stats from 94.
He was like 22, 9, and like 22 rebounds and like 6 or 6, 7 assists, something like that.
Come on now, talk to me.
I mean, and then argue. I feel like he should have got Defensive Player of the Year. Oh, here's another thing. Here's another fun fact for you guys.
2 steals and like block.
Yeah. I feel like Pippen should have got Defensive Player of the Year in 95, but to me it doesn't matter. Pippen from 94 to 97 got the most first place votes for all defensive team, right? He didn't get Defensive Player of the Year, but he got the most first place votes for all defensive team. Why am I saying that? I'm saying that because at that time, the all defense team was voted on by the coaches.
That's a fact.
You could not vote for a player on your own team. You had to. So basically, the Defensive Player of the Year award was voted on by the sports writers. Which one holds more weight?
The coaches.
I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing nothing you're saying. I think you're getting me missed.
No. I'm not. I'm like, it's not just. I just like been hearing it and stuff like that, and people been, I'm just saying, like, if Pippen got, we're talking about Kawhi. If Pippen got 4 straight Defensive Player of the Year awards, to his credit, which he should, because again, the all defensive team is voted on as well, and it was at that time it was voted on by the coaches. The coaches from 94, 95, 96, 97 felt Pippen was the best defensive player in the league. Not Olajuwon, not Robinson, not Rodman, not Ewing, not Jordan, you name it. The coaches on I say all 30, but enough of them felt Pippen was the best defender. Now, if you say 4 Defensive Player of the Year awards is credited to Pippen, I'm sure all of a sudden maybe he's looked at it a little bit differently, but that's what I'm saying. Like somebody in the chat said, did Pippen make Jordan to go? I'm not saying, as far as talent, nobody can hang with Jordan.
Wait. That question is irrelevant. You don't even need to answer that because
Pippen. The talent. I'm just saying.
You do got to address that because at the end of the day, come on. Let's take that back. As great as Mike was, and nobody's disputing his greatness. When you got a player of Scottie Pippen's caliber and talent playing next to you, it definitely make the game a lot easier for you. Because you have to respect and honor Scottie Pippen in such a way where it's like Mike don't get to go one-on-one a lot. You feel me? And when you know he one-on-one, it's just a baby. You feel me? So like I get what you're saying. Like he didn't. I wouldn't go as far as saying he made Mike better, but he damn sure made Mike easier because Mike didn't win it until Scottie came of age. You feel me?
Yeah. I mean, and that's not a slight.
That's not a knock on Mike because we already knew Mike was great. he was destined to be great, and we know it. Like he was going to need a sidekick, and he got the perfect one, bro. Because
that's
Well,
what
the
I'm
way
saying.
I hear it, the way I hear it,
think about this, yo. I can go. I got the luxury of guarding the best player whenever I want to, just because of this kid over here. You feel me? Now, at certain times, yeah, I'm gonna take because I want to show my defensive prowess, and Mike was a dog defensively. So they had two of the best perimeter defenders in the league at that time. And think about it, one defensive player of the year. You feel me? But I would never because when you got a player of that caliber, it makes the game easier for all five players because this dude impact the game in every way. So he gonna make it. I don't care if you're the power forward, you're the center. Scottie Pippen makes the game easier for all five players, including Mike. You feel me? And
That's what I'm saying.
That's not to say that Mike was able to enhance his skill. Like he was able to let his skills really show off because he had that dude on the other side of the wing that you had to respect. You feel me? Because at the end of the night, if you double team Mike, Scotty gonna have 40 easy.
40.
Well, even still, even if the thing is that Pippen's impact on the game, he didn't need to shoot. Some players, in order to look at their impact, they need to score. Pippen can get you 19 points, and you feel like the dude scored 40. Right?
No, but wait a minute.
That makes your previous argument. It makes it contradictory because you were talking about how Pippen had to get to the side to get the shot, and Kukoc. We can't have it both ways. We can't say that he didn't need to shoot to be effective, and then say he needed to have the ball in his hands at the end of the game.
No, Mark. I think.
Hold on, real quick, bro. Hold on. No, the point being is when we not Pippen, right? I mean, obviously he could score. I'm not saying he's an all-world scorer, but in the context of that particular play, right? I'm looking at the whole thing in its entirety, right? And so I'm talking about the 1.8 seconds and why is Pippen pissed off so much? You've been wooing this dude. You first of all, I'm underpaid. I'm sorry, TZ. Let me just say this real quick, and I'll turn it back over to you. I'm underpaid. You refuse to pay me what I'm worth. You bring in this guy that basically played the same position as me. We didn't won 3 championships together. You bring this guy, you pay him more than you pay me, right? Bring him in. I take him in. I'm getting all the pressure and everything like that. It's my opportunity to shine because you're giving this guy unproven all the shine. It's my opportunity to shine. Now I'm trying to do it. This dude, not saying Tony Kukoc intentionally sabotaged him, right? But the thing is that I think that's true. I like I said, like I don't understand why is Pippen always expected to take the high road again when Jordan does questionable stuff, it's always excused to him just being a competitor. How come we can't? Pippen wasn't sitting on the bench because Phil Jackson said, "Hey, Scotty, we're gonna give you the last shot," and Pippen was like, "Oh no, that moment's too big for me. I don't want it." He wanted the shot. He wanted it. You said earlier that you felt Pippen was scared of the moment. That's the whole reason why he sat down because he wanted the shot.
That's a fact.
So you want the shot, so you refuse to even inbounds the damn ball because you're a competitor. So
no,
if I can't get the shot, I'm not going in.
Actually,
I'm not even helping the team.
Actually, what he said.
No, I get what he said, Martavius. It was like it was sort of like the Kobe thing with Phoenix. Like, yo, I understand why you did it. I just wish you went and did it right then and there. Because you got to think about it. They did bring Tony Kukoc in. Tony Kukoc was making more money than Scottie Pippen. This dude just brought y'all 3 goddamn championships alongside Michael Jordan. You feel me? And you draw a play where you delegate me to inbound the fucking ball for a shot for this fucking dude, and I'm supposed to be all right with that, and I'm top dog around here.
But Pippen's own words is, "I'm a team guy better than Jordan." Did he not say that?
I listen, that's the role he had to play, but goddamn, but Mike ain't here. So I got to go from being a team guy to being the guy. I'm supposed to be the guy. I waited my turn in the pecking order, and I'm gonna tell you, by the 1993 championship, right? If you double team Mike, Scotty was going for 40 easily.
Name me the one playoff game Scotty had 40, please.
90, hold on. I'm gonna tell you, 93 versus the Knicks. Here's the problem. Jordan is a volume shooter. I don't care what's going on. Jordan is going to get his 25 shots.
That's
you had to. Pippen was playing. If they would have just kept feeding Pippen the way he was scoring on the Knicks, look it up. In 93, Pippen could have averaged 30.
Watch the game.
Okay, well I'm just saying, like
Pippen never scored 40 in the playoffs. So
he's
saying he would have scored it.
Okay, hold on. Follow me here. First of all, you playing with the highest volume shooter the league has ever seen.
That. I'm talking about even when Jordan wasn't there, he didn't score 40 in the playoffs.
When Jordan wasn't there, the one year that he had, 1 year, right? 1 year, he averaged 25 against the Cavs. And then, like you and I both agreed, he played against the best defensive team statistically the NBA has ever seen. If not the best, one of. Okay. And even still, he averaged like 23 points a game. Remember, he's the point guard. And his role is not just to score.
Wait a minute, but bring that up. Let me add something to that, right? You got to think about it. The dynamic of the team changes. Think about what I said, Martavius. If you play in the Chicago Bulls with Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, and you go all out and you say, you know what, we're going to blitz Mike. We ain't going to let him get his 25 shots, whatever. But we just going, if you double team Mike, Scotty going for 40, bro. And that stretch. He's going, that's what I'm saying. Now, if you take Mike off, if you take Mike off that team, the dynamic of that changes. Because now he doesn't have the freedom to play like he played with you double team Mike. Now I'm the dude who about to get double teamed. So I'm saying in the position that he was playing, with the skill set that he had within that run from 1993 to then they last back 3-3. If you sold out on Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen will give you 40, bro.
Yeah, but I'm also saying that even if you sold out on Jordan, Jordan is still going to get his shot.
That's
what it is. And there's only one ball. And because look, you take the dream team in 92. Who took the most shots on that team? Jordan.
Yeah.
No, it was Jordan. Jordan took the most shots. Barkley averaged the most. Jordan took the most shots. Right? Pippen, Chuck Daly, the coach, said Pippen was probably the best player on the team because Pippen did a little bit of everything. Oh, and with John Stockton and Magic Johnson and Pippen on the 92 Dream Team, guess who led that team in assists? Pippen.
Hey, yo, and the crazy part about it, that same beef you was talking about with Tony Kukoc is spilled over to the Olympics when they played Lithuania. Scottie Pippen said, I'm guarding him the whole night. And Mike held him down like, yo, this personal, y'all.
Yep. He said Pippen said we wanted to guard him on the bench.
If I'm not mistaken, when they brought Tony Kukoc in, I think he was making a little bit more than Mike and Scotty until Mike got that $30 million
He was
a year.
He was.
He's making more than Mike and Scotty.
Because that's when Mike said the famous line, well, Pippen needs to be making the same that I get. If I get 30 million, Pippen needs to get 30 million.
I always felt Jordan respected Pippen. I think Jordan was the most appreciative. Jordan never minced his tongue about people that he had an issue with, even in his speech. He spoke very highly of Pippen. I think Pippen was hurt. Everybody say, "Oh, Pippen's son," and all that bull. Pippen was hurt when Jordan said, I'm not Pippen. I'm just saying, just my personal. Pippen was hurt when Jordan called him selfish for his decision to have that surgery. I think that pissed Pippen off. Because I think Pippen has always spoke highly of Jordan. You know, but I'm not gonna say that.
I'm not gonna say that.
Well,
I'd say the contract. I'd say it was mostly about the contract that Jordan said that made him sound a little. That got him really.
Remember, Pippen's own words, he didn't even give his condolences when his dad was found murdered. But Jordan was the one that flew Pippen out back to his family when he found out about his dad.
Hey, that's crazy because they said them niggas, all the years they played together, they said them niggas never even been to dinner together twice. They said it hasn't even been 2 times that Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen sat down and ate dinner together.
Yeah, that's crazy. But I mean, they was great on the court together. But I mean, from all the interviews I've seen before the Last Dance, even after it, I remember. I think somebody was talking about it earlier when Pippen called Jordan a terrible player. I think that the context has to be taken into consideration because I know at that time Jordan was considered a ball hog. He was considered that
player. How the hell are you terrible with 37 points a game?
Well, again, that's what I'm saying. I think the context was he wasn't a team player. He felt like I can go out and outscore the whole.
That's one thing, but you just came out your mouth and said terrible. Terrible don't mean not to. Jerry Stackhouse was a fucking terrible player.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think the context. Just hear me out. The context of it. The context of it was, because Jordan went out and tried to outscore everybody. Because a few minutes later, that was on the Stacey King interview. A few minutes later, Stacey King said, "Name your top 5 starters." Jordan was in there, right? So I mean,
what is he gonna say?
He can say whoever he wants. I mean, but I mean, the whole argument is he's supposed to. First of all, he said Jordan was a terrible player. Why would you want a terrible player to be in your all-time starting 5? Because he wasn't talking about Jordan overall. He was talking about Jordan at that time. But people get so offended. Go ahead.
I think you'll be Scottie Pippen needs to hire you to be his attorney because you're doing a great fucking job, like undoing a lot of the shit that Pippen said and done. You're doing a fantastic job.
Look. I'll say this. I'll say, yeah, I feel that was he. I mean, I definitely feel that Jordan never meant it that way, but I feel Scotty just took it too far with that. You're interviewing, you're dissing me. Now you going on a tour. You're going on a tour with Kuko and Grant. Y'all making a tour. Y'all making tours dissing me. Y'all going to city just dissing me.
It ain't Kuko. It was
No, it was Kuko. No, it was that. No, it was definitely Kuko. It was. I remember.
It was Longley. It was Longley.
Yeah, it was Longley.
Yeah. But yeah, like I said, man, this is not. I hope y'all don't think I'm knocking Jordan because I argue to the death that I know a lot of people, not everybody, but there are some people that feel like LeBron James is a hoe. Okay, I'm sorry. I think LeBron James.
You don't gotta apologize for that.
I think he's over. I mean, he's great. Don't get me wrong, but I think he's overrated. And people say, "Oh, well, Jordan won because whatever." Well, to me, when LeBron and LeBron's fans do it too, they'll go and be bashing Dwayne Wade and bashing Chris Bosh, and he didn't have a super team and all that stuff like that. I just feel like it's crazy to sit here and say that regardless. We remember that's revisionist history. We remember when M3 signed up, right? And what we thought they was going to do to the league, and they didn't do it. Jordan, again, anybody that bring that argument, all you got to do come back with them and say, well, tell me the time when a Jordan-led team lost when they shouldn't have won. Because I got a couple for LeBron James.
Oh, I got a diary. Have you ever, my man, Ken, my boy Ronton got me hip to this DC movie called Doom. I don't know if you've seen it, but it talks about the contingency plan for Batman for every superhero.
Okay.
It's awesome. And if you ever have a chance to get your hands on it, it's a great watch. It follows the comic book damn near beat for beat. But that's how I feel about LeBron James' career. He always had contingency plans to get him a ring by hook or by crook.
I agree.
There were things out there that were saying that the Lakers were only team that was allowed to practice during the bubble.
Really?
During the pandemic. Yes.
Wow. That's crazy.
So,
well, I mean, even without that, I mean, I'll give him his championships. What about the ones you should have won? You know,
and this whole,
I mean,
09.
that's,
I would just I would
yeah,
say that 09, the 09 season. That
yeah.
09 season, I felt disappointed.
this whole
What's up, y'all?
narrative.
What we talking about, Jay Reed? Hey, you already know how I feel about Jay Reed. If we talking about Jay Reed, he's the one that said that he was done with the '90s, but he grew up in the '90s. You know, you're
Well,
late.
some of them like listen. I know, and I appreciate y'all for not saying I'm a Jordan hater because I'm not. Like I said, I feel Jordan is the GOAT. I feel like the Bulls are the best dynasty. Obviously I've ever seen. I think ever. I'm talking about in sports, right? And then I also feel that Jordan had great teammates. I feel like Jordan had great. Maybe the first three-peat, didn't
He had some
have
good
like the
teammates in the
name.
first three. He had Horace Grant, John
They
Paxson.
had B.J. Armstrong, John Paxson. I remember that was
I'm talking about maybe like the star power that the second three-peat team had, with Rodman and listen, when people like Ron Harper, right? Ron Harper went to the Bulls and he went from averaging 20 points a game to 7. Do you think Ron Harper didn't all of a sudden didn't know how to play basketball anymore? No.
Well, according to Jay Reed fans, yes.
Nah, he just went there and he played a role. That's all he did. He went there and he played the role.
It's only when it's convenient that they bring up Ron Harper. Ron Harper makes them a super team when the narrative is against Jordan. But then if you say, okay, then where does Ron Harper rank all time? They'll say he's trash. So you can't win.
Like I said, whenever they want to have that super team argument, I always come back with still Jordan never lost when he was supposed to win. He even won a couple of times when he wasn't supposed to win, like 98, right? Mm-hmm. Can you say 91. That about LeBron? And 91, right? Because they weren't favored against the Lakers in 91. And remember, they beat two dynasties. I don't care what anybody says. They beat two dynasties in 91, right? And statistically, what was Jordan like? Jordan averaged 11 assists. Oh, Jordan couldn't pass. He averaged 11 assists.
Ken, say it right. They ended one dynasty, and they started one, and they ended two dynasties and started one. So there's 3 dynasties.
Yep.
Yeah, and like you said with the Ron Harper, like you said, he was averaging points with Cleveland and the Clippers, and now he played the role. And look what the role got him to championships.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Not only for the Bulls, but for the Lakers. No, he was.
A lot of people forget they don't. This ain't the Ron Harper when he was with the Cavaliers with Brad Daugherty, Hot Rod.
Yeah, Mark Price.
Price and
Larry Nance.
Larry Nance Sr.
Yeah.
I just remember those days. That's one thing. One thing about this channel. And shout out to Ticket though too. Shout out to homie Ticket, man. He always been trying to get me to do I'm like, man, I'm big about respecting history. I don't tear down players just to uplift nobody. Everybody know how I feel about Jay Reed. I think he's overrated. He said we done with the 90s, but no, you can't be done with 90s because you won't be wearing 23 on your back. And you said at your own mouth that you chasing this man that you see on your screen. So it comes with the territory, but he has the PER team to be pushing this narrative for all these years. And everybody know where this GOAT debate started with Kobe and Mike. I love Kobe. I love Mike. I don't have a favorite player. Personally, I just don't have an all-time great favorite player. But you was bad in those days. I always gave you credit, win or loss, because I seen them players play, give everything they have in the 90s, even in the 80s, even in the early 2000s. That was just some great basketball right there. I mean, we seen how the transition was to Mike into the 2000s. You know what I mean? So I don't tear down players. I always give Pippen his credit. You know what I mean? Of what he did. I always gave Pippen because it won't be no Pippen. Look, you can't look. That's how I look at it though too. And even I look at him just like Shaq and Kobe. You know, I remember those days. I remember living in LA as those times. I remember Max Kellerman and Marcus Rowley just taking dumps on Kobe Bryant at will. Kobe never had that respect like that for the media, even before Colorado. You know, Colorado was just just a stamp in the point, like, okay, but now we're gonna definitely, and then that's when the dude went crazy. But we get into the 2000s, but we just gonna stay in the 90s though. But the 90s was just a good time, y'all. There was a lot of great basketball players in the 90s. It was from top to bottom.
Yeah, I'm about to hop off in a few minutes, but yeah, I came up in the '90s. Obviously, I remember you guys was talking about. I didn't hear you guys talking about football too much. I might have missed it, but
Oh
I
no,
heard you
we
guys.
haven't got on football yet.
No, we
Oh
ain't
man,
got
I
to
mean,
football
you're
yet.
talking about the greatest rivalry I think the NFL's ever seen with the 49ers and the Cowboys. I mean, that was like must see TV at that time. And like you guys are talking about, like with boxing, with Tyson and all those guys, and maybe from a nostalgia standpoint, like that obviously that was my time. That was my favorite decade as far as sports is concerned. And I think I was excited for all three sports. Baseball, football, basketball, boxing. I mean, it was just, and maybe it just like was my time as a kid. As a young adult and a teenager. That I mean, it was just it was a great time, man. I just don't think that uh 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 we've ever seen that, going forward. I think the players actually respected the game. I mean, you look at the All-Star game today, it's a joke, like it's awful. I mean, I remember Kobe said that the All-Star game was the greatest one-on-one. I mean, I'm sorry, one-on-one, the greatest pickup game, right? And that's what the All-Star game was at one time. It was the greatest pickup game in basketball. It's a joke today, it just everything. So that's it, man. Hey, Terrence, I got something for you, bro. I really appreciate. I'm sorry, I'm looking at your cash app. I'm sorry, old head. I'm sorry, bro. But
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
man, I
yeah, T
appreciate you
Price.
guys
Yeah,
giving the time. Huh?
appreciate it. No,
Yeah.
you call me T Price,
Before
man.
you,
I don't know what my real name is.
before
T
you get
Price.
out of here, Ken,
Yes, sir.
um,
Come through.
it's all about conversation. The one thing that I always came over here for is a good conversation. We can disagree because that's what it's about. But as I say all the time, nobody came over here and start calling you out of your name and telling
Yeah, I
you was this.
appreciate that. Yeah, I
So
appreciate that.
We
we
don't
we
do
can
stuff
have
like that around
right.
here. That
So
make
you
no
come
sense.
on, you come on back around anytime you want.
Oh, I will for sure. No, absolutely. You got a new subscriber in me, and like I said, I appreciate the back and forth without all the extra and the insults and you dummy and all and all that
Only
stuff
time I
like
get
that.
like that, only time I get like that if I'm dealing with a troll who don't want to listen. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah,
don't do
yeah.
that.
I feel
But
y'all.
people know my channel. Oh, comment in the comment section. I give you a wrench though too. That way nobody can. And then that's everybody know how the rules is on my channel. You have a wrench, man. We don't block nobody and anything like that. You get on that disrespectful stuff and all that personally and really disrespect legends. Yeah, you're gonna be blocked. The kingdom come. I ain't blocked nobody in a while, so I'm
Right, right, right. All right, y'all. You
don't
guys
do
have a
that
nice.
kind of stuff around
All
here
right,
at all.
salute.
Like good streams and good conversations around here. But salute to Kenneth, man, once again for coming through. But anyway,
Yeah,
we're gonna get into the football now. This one we need to have
yeah,
Ron.
it's famous. Man. It was a lot of stars. Oof. Um,
In the 19, okay, no, I need to go to 89, 90 because that's what started.
there's so many stars in football in '90s. Oof.
Because I was a 49er fan growing up as a kid because Jerry Rice and of course Joe Montana. I know a lot of people say it's Tom Brady. I don't get into this GOAT talk, who's the greatest and all this and that there. You know, that to me, you got ghosts of every era. You know what I mean? That's how I always look at a goat. You know, every great player has a great case of being a goat, even from the beginning and all the way down to now, from every sport. You know, that's how I was taught. Now it's just one is just better than everybody else. I never fed into that. I never got into that personally. Anybody remember the football game? The NFL champions.
90 had to be, I want to say the Redskins or maybe the Raiders. I feel comfortable saying the Redskins.
Man, who's the best what team in the name?
Hold on, I'm gonna go from 80. I'm looking it up right now.
Redskins, Cowboys,
We're gonna go to
Cowboys,
tennis too.
49ers.
I forgot
49ers.
about tennis though too, because
49ers,
tennis
yeah.
tennis is
49ers,
49ers.
gonna point that
Cowboys.
too.
After the
49ers.
Cowboys won a third one, then it was Green Bay, Denver, then my St. Louis Rams.
Yep, that was. Let's see, who was Rams?
Yeah, the Rams were in St. Louis at one point
Yeah, one and only. They're one and only. Yeah.
until my mother's birthday in
I don't know.
2016 or
It's so many.
13.
It's so many stars in the '90s football. Like it's so many. Can't say
All
who's the
right.
best.
89-90 was the 49ers, 90-91 the New York Giants,
Oh, I forgot about the Giants.
92-92 91-92 was the Redskins, 92-93 was the Dallas Cowboys. They won back to back. The 49ers won in 95. The Cowboys won in 96. The Green Bay Packers won in 96, 97. The Broncos won back to back. So we had two back to back champions in the same decade
Unbelievable.
in the
No,
90s.
but that's how football was. It's like if you had, free agency didn't start really killing them until the real late parts of the 90s. But if you had a great team and a great coach, he knew how to draft, and they will get you back to the promised land. Because remember the Bills went 4 straight years. Then after the Bills went 4 straight years, then you had that's when San Fran went against what was it, San Diego Chargers, Stan Humphries. They blew them out. Then Green Bay went back-to-back years. They won against the Patriots, lost against the Denver. Then Denver won against Atlanta, Rams, Tennessee, Ravens, Tampa, Patriots. I think Patriots. Did they win a back-to-back? Yeah. So man, it was a lot of parity in the NFL in the 90s. A lot of
This
parity.
is a ranking. This is a ranking back in 2014, and they ranking it the 20 great players of the 90s, and it says Terrell Davis at 20 had the had the running back career started earlier and lasted longer. Davis would have ranked far higher. Too many Hall of Famers played the entire decade. 19 Marshall Faulk didn't hit his stride until his monster 1998-99 season. And even though he was MVP in 2000, that is a fall within species of this list. Still, his 99 campaign, 1,000 yards rushing and receiving. 18 Thurman Thomas, the Hall of Fame running back, was the most underrated player in the Buffalo Bills. He led the NFL in yards and scrimmage 90, 91, and 92. 17, Rob Wilson. Wilson was the Air Premier defensive back, not named Deion Sanders, intercepted 46 passes during the decade. 16, Jerry Rice. Average playoff numbers keep him below Jerry Rice and Michael Irvin on the list. He had incredible production from the 93 to 1999 season, recording 683 catches, and 122 reception seasons during that stretch. 15 is Bruce Matthews, an Pro Bowl selection every year of the decade, the first ballot Hall of Famer. Also did not miss one game in the 1988 until the end of his career in 2001. 14 is John Elway. He became a smarter quarterback as the 90s wore on, winning back-to-back Super Bowls in his late 30s. Unfortunately, Elway had trouble staying healthy. 13, Michael Irvin. When it comes to the best receiver of the era, Irvin gave Jerry Rice competition. His numbers from 91 to 95 represent the best 5 years a rideout ever had in terms of individual stats. 7,093 yards, 38 touchdowns, and team accomplishments, 3 Super Bowls titles. 12 is Randall McDaniel. He was the best offensive lineman during the decade period. It's not even debatable, really. That's what they said. Number 11 was Junior Seau, the star lineman,
Rest
the
in
late Junior
peace.
Seau. The late star linebacker played never wandered during the 90s, regardless of whether the Chargers teams was winning or losing. In 91, he earned the first of 12 straight Pro Bowl selections. Now let's dive into the top 10 players of the decade, all whom could surely play in today's game, starting with the next man up on our list. 10, the late great Derek Thomas. Derek Thomas started for the decade with a rare 20 sack season. There were times where he simply took over a game. Thomas made the Pro Bowl 8 times during the 90s. More importantly, cemented the change the nature of the linebacker position in the wake of Lawrence Taylor dominance in the 80s. Number 9 is Bruce Smith. Smith dominated at right defensive end, often making the league's premier left tackles look pedestrian. He was the most consistent performer on the only team in NFL history to play in 4 straight Super Bowls. His 1990 to 99 sack totals of 113.5 makes up the majority of his 200 career sacks, a mark that no one else has yet reached. Reggie White, number 8. The 1993 arrival of the Minister of Defense in Green Bay changed football as we know it. The Packers would never made it back-to-back Super Bowls without him. And because of him, first started to see free agency as a viable way of organizations to seriously improve. The Hall of Fame defensive end posted 7 double-digit sack seasons during the decade. That's at number 8. 7, Troy Aikman. Well, what to make of Aikman is it possible that number 8 is underrated. Too often we hear that his lack of stats, but the thing is that Dallas offense rarely needed his quarterback to be overly prolific. And for that matter, Aikman responded when he was needed. Put another way, isn't it hard to argue with 90 regular seasons wins and 11-5 playoff record and 3 Super Bowl victories in one decade? Number 6 is Steve Young. I went back and forth with Young and Aikman at the spot. Aikman outperformed Young in big games, yet the 49ers offense ran through Young, who was outstanding from 1991 to 1988, leading the NFL in passer rating 6 times during that span. Both won Super Bowl MVP awards, but Young's 2 league MVPs give him the nod here, though I wouldn't mind a tie. On that note, we'd love to hear your take. 5 is primetime Deion Sanders. He earns the nod as the top-rated defensive player of that era. Sanders consistently shut down one side of the field, and his 8 touchdowns in the decade made him a different kind of threat than any other player on this list. Sure, he wasn't especially fierce tackler, but he was that guy who won the Lombardi Trophy in 94 and 95 with 2 different teams. 4 is Brett Favre. Favre gets the nod as the best quarterback of the decade. The Canyon Arm, kid of Southern Miss from 95 to 97, which is enough to elevate him into the top 5. The 2 things holding him back in our ranking: he played fewer games during the 10-year span in question than absolute legends Rice and Barry Sanders. He didn't come up huge in the postseason against the best competition like the Emmitt Smith Cowboys. Still, Favre is too often remembered for the way his career ended, and not enough for the dynamic player he was in the 90s. 3, they ranked Jerry Rice. He ended the decade on the with the 49ers, it might lead to some think of him as a better performer in the 80s. Bear in mind that Rice started off with 100 catches in 1990. In March, he surpassed three times more times during the decade. In 95, Rice set an NFL record with 1,848 receiving yards. Oh, and he added another Super Bowl ring during this time. Pretty good, if you ask me. Two is Emmitt Smith. So often we hear about how this guy benefit for solid offensive lines, but you might recall that three of those starters on that early '90s line were thought of very highly until Smith showed up. In one 5 year span, Smith won four rushing titles, three Super Bowls, one NFL MVP, and one Super Bowl MVP. If that doesn't do it for you, consider this. He wasn't the only player to get carries with that unit, but none of the other Cowboy rushers ever approached that kind of production. Of course, the top player in the '90s, Barry Sanders. The top player of the '90s is actually an easy choice. Sanders edged out Smith not because the Lions' grade was poor or any of that. Woe is Barry crap. We hear revisionist analysts will attempt to add to the legend of Barry by resorting to such arguments, but he doesn't need it. Sanders was good enough on his own merit. Truthfully, the Lions of the '90s had a ton of solid players. Sanders was simply the best among them or anyone else. His 2,053-yard season in '97, his 1,883-yard season in '94, and three other 1,500-yard seasons as a testament to that. And that was by Elliot Harrison on Twitter at Harrison NFL, who did this 90s. And this what's the date on there? This was June 27, 2024. Any thoughts about football, Mouse? Anything else we missed on? We can't forget.
That's a long.
Hey, we get hey, cause I forget about Warren Moon. We can't forget about Warren Moon.
Randall Cunningham.
Randall Cunningham. Man, there's a few of them, man. And like I said, it gets deep, bro. Like we could be all day with this, like for real. I'm trying to think else on the top of my head. They didn't. I remember Robert Smith. They used to play for the Vikings, the running back. Oh, man, we can just man. That's why I need Ron. I wish Ron Thomas was in, cause he would definitely, cause that's his alley.
Well, what is it?
Football.
Mm.
I used to get into football too, but I've
Jim
been
Kelly.
out
We
of it.
didn't talk
Oh
about
yeah,
Jim Kelly.
can't forget about Jim Kelly, man.
Man, I said so many stars in the '90s.
Sterling Sharp. We can't forget about
Yeah.
Sterling Sharp.
Yep.
And Stanley Sharp.
What made him a legend wasn't just uh what he did on the football. He became a legend on Tecmo Bowl before he became a legend.
Yeah.
Wait, who?
Tecmo Bowl.
Sterling Sharp.
Yeah.
He caught everything on that game.
He catch everything. Him and Jerry Rice are the only players I know that can catch everything. It doesn't matter if it's three or four defenders on them.
That's why I'm happy because
Can't forget about Dan Marino.
Dan Marino.
Oh, look, I touched that. Because I didn't know who he was, because my first name is his first name. So, because my father, he was a big, he loved the wide receivers, and he was devastated that he got injured, so because that was his favorite player. So, when I was born, he named him after me. So
that's how you got the name Sterling.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You got the name of Sterling Sharp, and your mom bought you some J. Reed shoes.
Yeah.
Thought you was getting some Kobe's, man. I need to find that shirt. I still got it, man. I can't remember what day that was, man. It's somewhere in the archives, man. It's somewhere.
Yeah.
I never forget it, man. But the '90s was a
I didn't know.
For real.
I didn't know who he was. Yeah. My father, he made me watch the highlights of him. Like, wow, it was incredible.
Well, I'm gonna go down this other list right quick that they got that we didn't mention. Hold up.
Isaac Bruce.
Yeah, we can't forget about Isaac Bruce.
Yeah.
Isaac Bruce is another one. Like I said, man, it was so many of them,
So
man.
many, yeah.
It was just
Because at one point there was an argument that Isaac Bruce may have been just as good as Jerry Rice, but before we took off, Isaac Bruce kept getting those nagging injuries. And then it all came together in '98.
and the teams of the '90s was the Dallas Cowboys. They won 4 in 5 years, so they was the team of the decade. And that was when the last time the Cowboys has really been. I know a lot of people. I know. Shout out to my boy, Know Your Boy. I know there's few owners I know that's down in that basketball community that they root for the boys. Shout out to my boy Straight to the Point, Two Polo, man. I sent Lemon Pepper the little link when I started. I sent everybody a link early. They didn't come through, as whatever. They just got to play back. But yeah, y'all can continue to talk about. I'm about to go into tennis because tennis. I watched tennis in the '90s too. Watching it from being Martina Navratilova to the '90s was the Steffi Graf era.
Yeah, I remember Steffi Graf. She was that white girl that everybody thought that was like the chick next door.
Steffi was a beast though. She's one of my favorites of all time though. I ain't gonna lie, Steffi Graf, Martina Navratilova. I gotta throw Venus up in there too. I know a lot of people. Uh, you know, would love to see a Steffi Graf prime against a Venus against Serena. I mean, against Serena, we'll never see that. I don't do that. 'Cause you can't predict where you're born.
That's true. That's 100% true. But let me see. Yeah, the '90s football. Yeah, Ronnie Lott. I know they said Rob Woodson. You had Greg Lloyd, the linebacker from Pittsburgh, back when Pittsburgh
Hmm.
used to
I
have
remember him.
just right piss out linebackers. Kevin Green ended up over there after all the years of playing for the Rams. That was one of the reasons why they got Jerome Bettis because when the team moved to St. Louis, uh, the I forgot the coach because he got fired after that first year. They started off 5-0 in St. Louis, and the place was rocking. They were talking playoffs. They were doing all this stuff on TV. They were saying, "Yeah, we just needed to move to a different city to get that type of energy." You had the St. Louis Cardinals that was winning at the time, and Jerome Bettis was not getting played like that. So he got upset and was like, he's playing for playing time. And the coach, being the dick that he was like, well, we winning games without you. So then he asked for a trade, and they obliged him. And they thought that they was going to get like a whole bunch of compensation back for him. And then that next season, guess where they scheduled the Rams to play? In Pittsburgh. And Bettis ran our ass over all game long. It was actually called the Jerome Bettis Revenge Game. So fast forward some years later, I'm in my teens, right, and I'm walking around in the St. Louis airport, which is called Lambert Airport. Guess who I see in the airport? I see Jerome Bettis. He still had
Mm.
family out there. And I asked her, I was like, dude, you know, a great running back. This is after he won the Super Bowl with Pittsburgh, and then retired. And I always liked Jerome Bettis for the simple fact that he was an asthmatic just like I was, but he still was out there running his ass off. And then I was like, do you miss being in St. Louis? And he was like, dude, I love St. Louis. I just hated the fucking coach because he didn't want to play me. And I was like, man, is that why you ran our ass over in that whole game? He was like, it really was for the coach. It really wasn't for the city. The city always treated me with love. But yeah, they went and drafted this running back with a whole bunch of issues. His name was Lawrence Phillips,
Yeah,
and
with Nebraska.
yeah, and was he a Heisman winner? I don't know.
I could, if I can't, I can't. I gotta look it up, fact check it. I'm looking up my tennis right now. I'll let you finish it up.
Yeah, so when this is during the time where Nebraska was winning national championships before they changed up the
Lord
format.
Phillips.
Yeah, and we was trying to replace Lawrence Phillips. Or not Lawrence Phillips, Jerome Bettis. So, they went with Lawrence Phillips. And this dude kept getting into problem after problem. He got into this big ass domestic dispute with his I guess it was his baby mama at the time. And,
Girlfriend.
oh, okay, girlfriend.
The
And this
white one.
dude,
Yeah, white one. Yeah.
yeah, it was big news in St. Louis. It was like it was controversy. They was always on the news. They would interview him. He would say all the right things, and then have a good 100-yard game, and then fumble the ball 6 times in 3 games. And he can never play well against San Francisco, who was our rival. And he skipped practice and skipped a whole bunch of stuff. And then Dick Vermeil ended up having to cut him, and he didn't want to cut him, but he had no choice but to cut him. So then we got this running back from Buffalo. I forgot his name. His last name was Hill. And he was a good running back. And, of course, we're starting to show that we're still losing games we should win. But he started to show that we had some talent, this, that, and the third. And ironically, Gus Frerotte, the Washington quarterback, was playing on Monday night, and he was beating the team, and he decides out of the blue to headbutt the wall of whatever team that they're playing. He messes his neck up. So they bring in his backup, and his backup is named Trent Green. So Trent Green ends up going on this miraculous run, gets them in the playoffs. And then after he gets them in the playoffs, Norv Turner, the coach for the Redskins, back when they were called the Redskins, decided to start Gus Frerotte instead of starting Trent Green, the one that got him into the playoffs. This will be repeated again with Doug Flutie and Johnson for the Bills. So they end up losing in the playoffs. And as a result, since Trent Green put on such a show, St. Louis wanted to pick him up to replace their quarterback, Tony Banks from Michigan State, who was playing like absolute ass because I was in high school around that time, and Tony Banks was too busy going to the club, staying out all night, and during game day, throw about 4 or 5 interceptions. We ended up losing to Atlanta. Then we lost to Atlanta by 50 one game, and during the presser, Tony Banks wouldn't take responsibility for the loss. He would just be like, well, we're a young team. They're like, yeah, everybody else played great, but those 5 interceptions really kind of made the game out of hand. So they signed Trent Green, and everybody's thinking that and predicting that we're going to take a leap in the division. And I remember that Rodney Harrison in that preseason game. Rodney Harrison came and hit him late and tore his knee up. I mean, tore it the hell up. But the thing that was really crazy about the Rodney Harrison play wasn't the fact that he hit him hard. It was the fact that he celebrated injuring him. And, of course, the media was devastated. It seemed like our season was over. And that's when Dick Vermeil says the famous lines, we're going to rally around Kurt Runner and we're going to play good football. And for me, that season had to been like a magical season because, dude, first game of the year we played a hard Baltimore team with Ray Lewis and I want to see what's the dude's name. Shit, got off the top of my head. But they had Ray Lewis, you had Ashley Ambrose, I do believe. Uh, they probably was our toughest opponent that year until Tennessee. We got off to a 5-0 start. We end up losing to the Lions on a broken fourth down play. And then we lost our first game of the season. Actually, nope, that would have been our second game of the season. First game of the season, we lost to Tennessee in Tennessee. They put us down by 21 in the first quarter, and we only lost by 3. We lost 24-21. We ended up coming back, but eventually losing. Then we lost to Detroit for a game we should have lost. Went into the bye week for the first time with a winning record. Then we came back, blew out the Browns. Everybody was still predicting the Vikings because they had Randy Moss, Chris Carter.
Yeah, I remember that. Robert Smith.
Yeah, Robert Smith, great defense. Randall, what was his last name? The defensive lineman that used to paint his face.
John Randall,
thank you. And man, I'm not gonna lie. I was afraid of the Vikings. I thought the only team that I think we could lose to was the Vikings. And we got into that goddamn shootout. And it was a great game. It was only great because we won. If we would have lost that game, I probably would have called it a great game. But we got into that shootout, 49-37, and we was actually up big in that game, and we just kind of just kept punting the ball to them. But then when they got hot, because Jeff George was the quarterback in that playoff game, they got real hot in the fourth quarter to the point to where we had to bring the starters back in because, Dick Vermeil was thinking we might end up losing that if we don't, put him to bed. We couldn't guard Randy Moss, but the big thing about it was the damn turnovers. We were turning them over and over and over again. And then, of course, we had the bye week, and then we ended up playing the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And that's the first game I ever listened to wire to wire on the radio. And I'm telling you, I'm not going to lie, T. Price, I think that probably was better than watching it on Fox. Now, everybody wants to watch it on Fox, but watching it on the radio with Steve Savard, the commentator
on the radio. Yeah,
it felt like I was at the stadium. Seriously, it was rocking in there.
Who was your announcer? I know the Chiefs announcer was I think he still does the announce the games in Kansas City. Mitch Holtis, he actually owns a car dealership.
Our football analyst, his name was Steve Savard. He was he played in the league, and even to this day, he was real yoked. I mean, rounded off shoulders. He did a great job play-by-play, and Jack Snow. JT Snow, the baseball player, because he's basically Jack Jr., but JT Snow's father, Jack Snow, they were the commentators until Jack Snow passed away, and then they used to bring in Brian Burwell because he was a reporter and beat writer for the St. Louis Rams and St. Louis Cardinals. And the thing about it was a culture shift for the city of St. Louis. Why? Because the Blues were always good. The Cardinals was always good, but we never had the Blues, the Cardinals, and the Rams all be good at the same time. So that's when the Nelly videos was coming out. That's when Welcome to Atlanta, and then they had Welcome to St. Louis. Nelly's part on there, and he had Fernando Vina on there. The Rams players on there. I think it was Chris Ponder on that video. But it brought a lot of attention to the city, especially with Nelly's weak ass. But it was just a real exciting time in the late '90s in St. Louis because you had good music, we had good sports teams all around. Especially when the Rams and the damn Cardinals played at the same time, and he had ESPN baseball on because where the Rams played was literally 4 or 5 blocks from the Busch Stadium. And this is the original Busch Stadium before they made the new Busch Stadium in 2006. But they just moved the new Busch Stadium over slightly. So you got ESPN baseball down the street, and then you have NFL prime time with what's his
NFL prime time. Chris Berman and the dude
Chris
what's his name? He
Berman
passed
and
away.
Keith Jackson.
And Keith Jackson. Is
Yeah,
that
and
his name?
I think that's his name. I know it's Jackson.
Yeah. I know it's Jackson. Oh my God, yeah, he passed away. He used to play for the Denver Broncos.
Yes, because he always used to whenever they did Broncos. Matter of fact, I'm glad you said that, T Price, because the year that we won the Super Bowl, that first game we played against the Denver Broncos in at home, and that's the famous Azakim and Torrey Holt running down side by side, helmet to helmet on that breakaway play. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
telling you, it was so pumped up. That whole city was just pumped up. They changed the jerseys to the dark navy green and the lightning yellow. That's when I
Mm-hmm.
had a jersey. You know, it was just good football. I hated that what they did to the team. They basically major leagued it. Because they wanted it back in since it was making money. They wanted it back in L.A. So they literally sabotaged that team after 2004. When and they gave Torrey Holt away. Torrey Holt was supposed to resign. They gave him away. He ended up playing for the Carolina Panthers because he went to NC State. I usually don't keep up with the college, but Torrey Holt was probably at one point the best receiver in the league at one point. We were still good, especially after Kurt Warner left, went to the Giants, then went to Arizona where he ended his career. And I'm not going to lie, I was feeling some type of way when he went back to the Super Bowl against the Pittsburgh Steelers because both those teams end up leaving St. Louis. The Cardinals was in St. Louis before they went to Arizona or Phoenix. And he played for both former St. Louis franchises. I did not want the Cardinals to win their first championship, with our old quarterback. So I was rooting for the Steelers. I rooted for the Steelers in 96, and they not 96, 95. That was the first Super Bowl I watched. Neil O'Donnell back-to-back interceptions to, what's his name? I know you know his name. He was the Super Bowl MVP. Crap, I forgot his name.
Well, what year are you talking about?
95, Super Bowl 30. Dallas and Steelers. The cornerback was the Super Bowl MVP because he caught 2 fourth-quarter interceptions, ran one back for the touchdown.
So this is what year you say?
95.
Super Bowl 1995? Okay. Super Bowl 1995.
Super Bowl 30. Triple X. I'm trying to remember that episode of Married with Children where he showed up and Al was roasting him for being the Super Bowl MVP, even though Neil O'Donnell threw those balls directly to you. Because he ended up signing with the Raiders that following season for a record-breaking deal just because he was the Super Bowl MVP, and he didn't do nothing with the Raiders.
I can't remember his name. Oh my gosh.
I know. That's what
I'm
what I'm
looking it
doing.
up right now. Okay, I'm looking it up right now. Okay, Super Bowl 30. They won. Cowboys won 27-17. MVP was Larry Brown.
Larry freaking Brown. How did I forget that? Man.
And the favorite was the Cowboys by 13.5. Attendance was 76,000. National anthem of Vanessa Williams. Coin toss, Joe Montana. Representing previous Super Bowl MVPs. Halftime show, Diana Ross. Network.
Ross.
Yep. Network, NBC. Announcers, Dick Enberg. Phil Simms, Paul McGuire, Jim Gray, and Will McDonough. Announcers on CBS Radio was Jack Buck, and Hank Stram on the CBS network that year. All right, y'all. Let's go to the tennis right quick since I'm doing the AP rankings from 98, 99 all the way to 1999. 89, the number one world player in the men's was Yvonne Lendl. Number 1990 was Stefan Edberg. In 1991, 92 was Jim Courier. 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98 was Pete Sampras. In 99, going to the 2000s, that was started the Andre Agassi rise. And women's side, you had 89 with Steffi Graf, Monica Seles from 90, 91, 92, 93, Steffi Graf, 94, Steffi Graf, 95, Steffi Graf, and Monica Seles co-ranked due to Seles' injury comeback. 96, Steffi Graf, 97, Martina Hingis, 1998, Lindsay Davenport, and Martina Hingis was in that decade was the number one player in 1999. The number one ranker represents the player who finished the year at the top of the respective tour's ranking system. These rankings can fluctuate throughout the year depending on the tournament results. As you're interested in exploring the rankings for a particular year or perhaps focus on Pacific play, journey through the rankings during this period. So there was all the great players at that time. In the 90s, you had Zena Garrison, and then you had Sanchez, Vicario. And we could just go on and on and on about that tennis, though. I need my tennis talkers in here. I got them right here. Underrated.
What's good?
We were just talking about the 90s. They said we done with the 90s, but we had to bring it back, man. So we're just not getting on the tennis now. I was looking for somebody to talk about the tennis, man. You remember that 90s tennis, boy. That 90s was different, man. In all sports, we covered the late, great Mike Tyson. I felt like he dominated. That's when his name started bringing a buzz. We already talked about the Bulls. We talked about the Houston Rockets. And we talked about baseball, the champions in baseball. We talked about the 90s football. I know you know more about the football than us. Give us some more great 90s players that people forget about that played in the 90s.
I cannot say Tiger was because he started dominating like late 90s going into 2000. So I cannot say Tiger was. Players.
Each sport. We going through each sport. Oh yeah, we ain't even did golf. We didn't even speak about golf. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
We mentioned we talked about hockey, with Gretzky and Mario Lemieux.
Yeah.
All the great teams in the 90s and all these great sports, because the 90s was a great time in all sports. Even in baseball, that's when all major sports was hitting on high cylinders.
And also the Big East was probably college basketball was.
The ball was a great. We didn't even mention college basketball yet. Yep, and college basketball too, because it went from the 80s went to the 80s from the Patrick Ewings, and Michael Jordan, James Worthy, and them boys, and the list goes on of the great players in the 80s, and then boom, then you step into the 90s. And all them great teams in the 90s, all them Duke teams, the Arkansas Razorbacks with the great Nolan Richardson, 40 Feet of Hell. Then UCLA.
And also, O'Bannon. And you know what? I'm gonna throw this at you. The late great Nolan Richardson. He's the only college player that won the JV. He won a JV title.
Mm.
NIT,
Mm-hmm.
and of course NCAA. Look it up, y'all. Look it up. And he took a team that Arkansas Razorback that nobody counted them out. And he changed. What happened was he changed his whole coaching staff. Because he changed his whole coaching thing. And they just ran, press and ran. And it worked and they won.
Oh yeah, I got the list right here. The 90s champion was the UNLV Running Rebels in 1990. 91, 92 was the Duke Blue Devils. 93 was the Carolina Tar Heels. The Stanford Cardinal won 1990, 92 in the ladies. Tennessee Lady Volunteers won in 91, and Texas Tech Lady Raiders won in 1993. Um, that's the great Cheryl
Oh,
Swoops.
Houston Comets.
Yeah, and then we ain't even touched the WNBA yet. You know, that's why I'm glad you got you. Cause we just now talking about the no, we just got off football because we was talking about the greatest players in football in the 90s. So now we were just changing gears. And yeah, the Houston Comets. That's what started y'all WNBA. Y'all know y'all fans now. The Houston Comets. Well, they was that team in the beginning.
Why did they take the Comets out of the WNBA? They were basically the Minneapolis Lakers of the WNBA.
I don't know for sure. Do you remember underrated?
What's going on, brother?
How you doing? I said hi when you first came in here, but you came
I'm
in
sorry.
quickly.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. I believe that I think it's W. You got to play WNBA because the NBA was supporting the WNBA still right now. They didn't do enough to keep that team together.
Yeah, that's part of their history that they made disappear. There's a couple of other, that Cleveland team with my favorite Teresa Edwards on it. They made that team disappear.
Yeah, they can blame the NBA.
Even the Detroit Shock.
Detroit Shock. I think
champions.
They were champions, right? Bill Lambert.
Karl Malone's daughter was on that squad.
Yeah,
and
Bill Lambert.
Deanna Nolan, she was cold from Georgia. Deanna Nolan. Yeah. You go ahead. That's when I think Katie Smith was on that squad too. She was another.
Katie Smith, yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. That there's people keep on blaming NBA. Listen, certain things NBA I really don't care about. That's another topic. But the WNBA has not did enough to keep them teams in. They haven't. They didn't have the people that they hired to run on the franchise. They didn't have no experience. You got people. Then you got another. Then we talking about championship teams. These are teams could be like that. And how you. But at the same time, they love their negligence. I understand that you champion, you can't kick the team. You had the NBA backing.
Yeah,
people said they wasn't coming. I mean, people wasn't coming. Come on, I mean.
But to be fair, they also was charging the same amount for NBA tickets.
That's the good point. That's my point too. I'm negligent. Why are you going? You can't do that.
Now I will say, because I supported the WNBA those first couple of years. I love Teresa Witherspoon, that tall chick from Houston that always wore that red lipstick. Yeah, I may have said that before. That's why you jumped to it. But those were my favorite players. I've never been a Cheryl Swoops fan because some of the controversial shit she'll say, and I'm like, maybe I do want the Rockets to lose, or I mean, the Comets to lose. But, I remember one time, and she don't want to bring this up. She was talking about how she don't date black men, but she had a son named Jordan from a black man. I'm like, which one is it?
She said a lot of controversial stuff. I don't get into that stuff, but she did. But
Yeah,
let's
it's
get
just
into the
But
90s.
well, you right. You're absolutely right. Not with you on that, but at the same time, wherever we talking about great woman basketball player, we never bring Cheryl Swoops, and she did it for the both ends of the court. If
Sure
nobody don't
did.
want to talk about it,
She did.
I'm talking about high level of college. I'm talking about college,
Put
Olympian.
Texas Tech on the map too.
She put Texas Tech on the map.
They wasn't even supposed to win. They wasn't even favored to even win the national championship. But I got all the champions right here from the decade. 89-90 season. That's when Michigan they beat Seton Hall 80-79. Y'all know who was the most outstanding player? He got drafted from Miami, and he got a championship ring with the Lakers. Glenn Rice.
Glenn
Rice.
Then 1990, UNLV they beat Duke by 30.
Shoot, I remember that.
I remember that.
Shocked.
And that right there got a lot of racial intent in it too. That people to this day don't want to talk about.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get into it a little bit of it. And then 91, Duke beat Kansas 72-65. Then they went back to back. They beat Michigan 71-51. And then 93, they the infamous timeout Chris Webber. 77-71. Nola Richardson won the championship 94, beating Duke 76-72.
I love that.
Jen Herrick beat Arkansas when they were trying to go back to back 89-78.
Corliss Williamson.
Yeah, Corliss wins against the O'Bannon brothers. Toby Bailey went crazy that game.
Yeah.
Then 96, it was Rick Pitino that Kentucky. They beat Syracuse 76-67. That's the year of John Wallace.
What year was that again?
1996.
Okay, I watched that with my uncle because he was going for Syracuse.
Yeah, John Wallace from Rochester, New York, upstate.
Yeah, where Ron Tom's from. Shout out to Ron. I know he was in here early. He been in and out. But shout out to then Arizona. They won it in 97, 84-79 over Kentucky.
Was that the Mike Bibby, Arizona?
Yep.
That's where I start hearing Mike Bibby.
That's when they beat. That's when they beat. They beat Kent. They beat. That was the year Paul Pierce came back and tried to win a championship. They ended up getting knocked out, and they ended up losing to the team that eventually won the national championship, was Arizona.
Yeah, I liked Paul Pierce with Kansas. I actually root for Kansas.
Yeah, people feel sick. People understand. Paul Pierce was that dude in Kansas, though.
Especially after they curb stomped Missouri in the tournament. You remember that, T. Price?
You know I do. That's when they had Ray LaFrance, they had Billy Thomas, they had
that's stacked though.
They had Jock Vaughn was the point guard. Jock. They had Ray LaFrance, Scott Pollard. Them boys had a squad, and they had my boy.
They was stacked.
Man, what was that dude's name? I could see it. Oh, they had Kenny Gregory.
Kenny Gregory, yeah.
And then the next year, Kentucky, Tubby Smith, they beat Utah.
Finally for him.
Rick Harris
with Mike Miller and Andre Miller, and you had that's when John Doliak and Keith Van Horn.
Right.
They was the stars. And then the next year, what year was this? This was 1999. Jim Calhoun. They beat Duke.
Rip
77,
Hamilton.
74. It's Rest Rip and Khalid Alami
Yeah,
and
as I like to
what's that
call
dude?
him.
And Jake Voskuil and what's that dude's name? He went against Willa Mavry. I think his name. He was from Augusta, Georgia too. I think his name was Pierce or something like that. Number 21. If I can remember, I can't remember his first name, but anyway, yeah, that was the men's champions. Now I'm about to do the women's right quick.
Fun fact: Rick Majerus ended up his last coaching stint. He coached for the St. Louis Billikens until the day of his death, and I got a
Yeah.
chance. I got a chance to meet him, and he was a really nice dude. He knew
Hey,
he knew basketball. That man knew basketball backwards and front.
both sides, and I ain't mean to cut you off, and then we got to talk about this too. There are coaches back then know both sides of the basketball, and he was one of the last ones that know both sides of the basketball. Excellent technician. Mick Majerus don't get the credit he deserves. You got to put him up there as coach. I'm telling you,
He only
knows the
took
game.
that Billikens job because there was a lot of college coaches or a lot of college programs were saying that his way was outdated.
Sure.
And I never knew defense to be outdated. But what the hell do I know?
Yeah, but right at the same right, defense. Everybody keep on saying defense, but also he was very creative offense too. That's what I'm saying. He's one of the few last ones that know the game, but both sides of the ball.
Now we gotta go to the ladies. And,
Yeah.
the ladies was dominated by Tennessee. Stanford won in
Volunteers.
19.
Pat Summit,
Stanford
late great
Stanford
Pat Summit.
won. Stanford won in 1990. Tennessee won it in 91. 92 was Stanford. 93 was Texas Tech, of course, Cheryl Swoops. 94, North Carolina ladies won it. 95 was Connecticut. And 96, 97, and 98 was the Tennessee Volunteers.
Rest in peace, Pat Summit. She was one of
Yes,
the innovators, great minds of basketball, and she also was a former player.
right.
Yep. We just seen like some of the greatest athletes in all sports. You know what I mean? That's why I like my channel and people like many others. We still, keep these names alive, man. That a lot of these players that get lost in the shuffle. And I always say this, yeah, they are great players in this era, but I never looked at these players like I did with the players from the past. They was on another level. Y'all just wasn't around there just to see it. Some of y'all seen a lot of these players till end of the career, but y'all wasn't there from the beginning all the way to the end. What was the gas? I remember the gas prices when I graduated from school. It was 79 cents a gallon.
I
That's
remember
right.
the gas prices before I when I first started driving was $1.13, and then 9/11 happened, and it shot up to like $9 a gallon for 48 hours.
It went to $9 an hour. I mean $9 a gallon.
Yes, sir. I'm surprised you don't have any stories about that. It went to
I
Nine.
$9
do.
a gallon as soon as like they shut down the Lambert Airport. All the gas stations because I didn't live too far from the airport. I lived off of Airport Road in what was it, New Florissant in St. Louis. And when 9/11 happened, they shut down the train station, they shut down the Metrolink, and they shut down the buses. So my mother was, you know, panicking and saying, we need to get gas, we need to get water, we need to get this, that, and the other. So we went out there, we went to the store, everything was packed. Oh, I took my oldest sister to work because my mother was like spazzed out, she couldn't drive. And when we went to that gas station, it was Phillips 66, and it was $9, $9.99, $10.99, $11.99. So we left, went to the Quick Trip. It was $8.99, $9.99, and $10.99, and the lines were packed, and I do mean packed, and it
I
was
got something
crazy.
else for y'all. I just got, and then I'm gonna take a break after this. These are the celebrities. My boy wanted me to read this off. Jim Henson, Muppeteer, he died in 1990. Samuel Davis Jr., Barbara Stanwyck, actress. Ava Gardner, actress. Stevie Ray Vaughan, musician. 91, Roy Acuff, musician. Gene Kelly, actor, dancer. 93, Audrey Hepburn, River Phoenix, actor. 94, Kurt Cobain, musician. 95, Tupac Shakur, Selena, musician. 96, Chris Farley, comedian, actor, and Jonathan Brandis, actor. 97, Notorious B.I.G. 98, Gene Wilder, Frank Sinatra, singer, actor. 99, John Denver, and Dean Martin, singer, actor.
Few of those were suicides, like Jonathan Brandis. You might remember him from Sequest or Never Ending Story 2, or I remember him from not Hot Shot, Sidekicks with Chuck Norris. Um, he committed suicide. River Phoenix committed suicide. Joaquin Phoenix's older brother.
Kurt Cobain.
Kurt Cobain committed suicide or was murdered. Um, a lot of people want to say suicide, but I don't know. Around that time, if you was dealing with some sketchy people, they didn't have no problem with coming and unaliving you. But yeah, it was a lot of Sammy Davis Jr. was just old as shit. So it was, I guess it was his time. But yeah, it was a lot of Jim Henson died very early. That's
Yeah.
why they dedicated the what was that? The Turtles 2, Secret of the Ooze. They dedicated the whole movie to him. He was there for the first one, but he didn't get a chance to see the second one. Uh Catherine Hepburn, the famous actor or actress. I remember when she passed away, everybody was beside themselves. They were saying she was the best um woman actor of all time, and they had that narrative out there until what's her name, Meryl Streep, went on her Oscar streak. The '90s had a lot of great um, actors and actresses, a lot of great movies. I think every summer for like 6 years there was a hit that came out, if I'm not mistaken, in the '90s. Of course, you had the controversy between Malcolm X, that movie, and what was it? What won over Malcolm X? Was it Schindler's List? Or what was that won over Malcolm X? Batman or something like that. No, it wasn't Batman. It was something. And everybody was you know, up in arms. A lot of the community didn't like the fact that they were making or Spike Lee was making a biopic about the life of um Malcolm X. So he didn't get a lot of public funding. He got a lot of private funding. And who did he
Yeah.
get private funding from? Bill Cosby, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson. They helped fund that movie to get it off the ground because it was as good as dead if they didn't help fund it. Um, of course, yeah, Ghost in the early '90s. That was a hit when it came out. '91, I think. Let me see, '91. I would have been 10 years old. I'm not gonna go by year. I'm just gonna go by. I'm gonna go by what I remember. Of course, Jurassic Park, Independence Day. Already said Ghost. The Batman sequel franchise. Of course, Batman Returns, and then they
Yeah.
switched Michael Keaton for uh uh what's that name? George Clooney, and then Val Kilmer, rest in peace. You had True Romance, which was an underrated movie. You
Uh-huh.
had already said Independence Day. Already said I can't say Street Fighter and Mario Brothers was a hit, but those were heavily sought in the movie theater. Had Aliens 3, Terminator 2, RoboCop 2 and 3. Let me see. You could jump off the bench underrated and help your boy out. Let me see.
You name everything. I'm sure they can. Let me see movies.
Yes.
What's that movie back in
Usual
Denzel
Suspects.
played?
Uh, uh,
Denzel.
you.
What's that?
There were several. Which one? The one with the demon that was going from body to body to body.
Nah. The basketball movie. God, that Ray Allen playing. Oh man,
He
Who
got
got game?
game.
He got game.
he gotta get. Oh man,
Is that
that's one of my.
Conqueror?
Yeah.
Greetings.
Shout out to you, Conqueror.
What's up,
Hey, y'all hit
Conqueror?
that like button for your boy,
Greetings,
man.
greetings, brother.
We
Oh
be
man,
good.
this is wild, man.
Love
This
my
is
boy.
it.
Yeah, I see that movie. He's about 5-6 times from New
Now,
York. You know what I mean?
Told you, Chicago, this gonna be a long one, man. That's why I ain't been coming on all week. My bad hitting you up. My phone was crazy earlier, man. My phone was calling you. I was like, man, I ain't trying to call Conquering, man. Man, I was like, man, I know my boy's at work right now, man. I was like, man, I was
Man,
like,
I
man,
got in the break room. I'm like, what kind of phone number is
yeah,
this, bro?
yeah. Google, Jan, Google be on that bullcorn, bro. Yeah, but they still be listening, even if you don't have it off. I was like, man, I was saying to myself, I said it out loud. I was like, man, I need to message Conquer, send him the link just in case he at work. And next thing Google ended up calling you. I was like, I ain't say that. Now, how you know it's not on? Like, get out of my head, get out of my mind. I wasn't trying to do that. But anyway, salute to you, bro.
I'm
Tripping,
glad
man.
you brought up He Got Game because now I can go on that run. Now most of them is going to be Spike Lee joints, but they're important Spike Lee joints like Mo Better Blues. Uh, damn, I said I was going to run. I almost forgot. Get on the Bus.
Yup,
Crooklyn.
yup.
What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Jungle Fever. Can't forget about Jungle Fever because it was very controversial. Do the Right
Yeah.
Thing. Very
Crook,
controversial.
Crooklyn.
Crooklyn. Very controversial. And then another one that's not a Spike Lee joint, but it was called Colors, which brought attention to what was going on in the inner city in Compton. Then you got Boys in the Hood. Then you got Minister Society. Then you got what was the one? Set It Off in 96, 97.
Ooh.
Then you had let me see,
I'm seeing
uh
one here.
Light
Clockers. What was Clockers about? Clockers in 95.
Clockers.
Clock.
If I'm not mistaken, it had a young Mackay Pfeiffer in it.
Ooh.
And these were stick up boys that was working for what's his name, Lindau, who was they it was a star studded good. It even had Keith David in it as the detective that was trying to like help the young boys stay out the damn streets, but when they went into the streets, he was kicking their ass and showing them
Yeah,
the difference
and
between.
yep, yep,
Right.
and
Hey,
both
man.
movies,
Spike Lee.
and yeah, and both movies was made in Brooklyn, hometown. Give it up.
Hey, bro. Spike Lee went on a run, bro, in the
And also,
90s.
we left one movie out, New Jersey Drive,
Dude, look,
Sunset Park.
look, everything that he's saying, all these movies were black directed, black written, black
Mhm.
acted in, but the major Hollywood studios were not investing in these type of movies. These are the type of movies we love because it hits so close to home. However, you had to either catch it on the videotape, catch it at Blockbuster, or catch it on a release. They weren't keeping those at the movie theaters. The only ones that they
Mm.
kept at the movie theaters was Boys in the Hood and Menace to Society because John Singleton was hot like fire. and
He
they wanted
was,
to
yeah.
keep. And then Poetic Justice, another John Singleton movie that they kept at the damn movie theater. You know,
Tales from the
what
Hood. That was a Spike Lee joint too.
Tales from the Hood, they didn't keep that at the movie theater. They brought it out during Halloween, but you also had all the holiday movies dropping at the same time. So if they're gonna keep something and take something away, you already know the black movie's going bye bye.
Yeah, yeah,
Vampire
man.
No, go ahead, I wait.
Yeah, how does that work though? Do you probably might not know the ins and outs like that, but do you pay for that movie to be up, or does your movie stay up based on the ticket itself? Like in the
Nah,
like
in
how does
theory,
that work?
you would think that if people want to see it, they'll keep it up. But if
Mm.
it's not marketable to a certain demographic, they're not gonna
Yeah, we
keep it
know
up.
how that
Let me
go. We
Yeah,
know how
and
let
that
me
also,
give
go. Yeah.
right, and also we have to understand too. Even well, we talk about the '90s, but even throughout the years and stuff, it always been like that. Anything that tells the truth about this USA of our true perspective as we see, they was not gonna bring it out. So it was really they tell, oh, we bar we gonna do, they was not gonna do it. So
Oh, and
that's
I'm
why
seeing
it's so
something here.
important.
He did the documentary on Muhammad Ali too, When We Were Kings. Hey, Spike Lee went
uh
on a run, man.
now don't get me
Uh
wrong. When We Were Kings came out right after the '96 Olympics, where Ali was holding the torch, so he caught lightning in the bottle with that. That's not
got
Yeah,
you.
controversy because at that
yeah.
time, Muhammad Ali was being celebrated for
No, I'm just going
his
off in general, like all
no,
his.
no,
Oh,
no,
you
no,
checking
no.
on his
But
stuff that is controversial? Oh, I got
yeah,
you.
but I'm gonna give you a parallel from what Underrated is saying. Okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Malcolm X came out. Okay, before Home Alone. I mean, before Home Alone 2. They kept Home Alone 2 in the movie theaters and couldn't wait to get Malcolm X to the dollar show. So
Oh
it
man.
probably had a
Well,
2, 3 week max, and it was at your dollar show. But they kept Home Alone 2 for like a couple of months.
Yeah.
man, it's what I keep saying, bro. I mean, the songs they know for Bob Marley is One Love. They don't know they don't know the songs with Bob Marley talking about he feel like BOMBING in a
Because you're
church.
right, but see,
Like but so
yeah,
like yeah,
yeah,
it's the
yeah,
marketable stuff, eh? It's crazy
yeah,
stuff.
because you gotta understand the one who was markable, Bob Marley. I mean, I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all. A lot of them, they didn't really care about us as a people. That's why most of the time Bob Marley had to he had to market his own stuff. I'm talking about people talking about now. See, I want our West Indian brothers and sisters to understand this. Bob Marley did not have talk about Jah just talking to y'all. He talking to Jah of us as African descent around the country. He around the world. He was talking about the conditions of us who we was dealing with in the world. So I
Oh yeah,
want
for sure.
that's what no, I have to say this because this me born and raised in New York. It was always divided of African descent and West Indian, and that's what I'm saying. This, oh, you Yankee and stuff like that. He did it for us as a people. That's why he brought us. That's what he talking about
Exactly.
Buffalo soldiers. Buffalo Soldier was not talked about. Was not talked about globally. And so I want
Yeah,
people to
there was no
understand.
Buffalo Soldiers in the Caribbean. There were no Buffalo Soldiers in Europe. There were only Buffalo Soldiers in the Americas, bro. Like
That they didn't want. That's what I'm saying. So even like, see, I can go on,
yeah,
but
man.
I'm
When,
just
when
saying
when Bob
I can
Marley
go on.
speak, yeah,
I don't want to.
he speak universally. It ain't for no sec. It's yeah. Whenever he speak universally, man. He went
But
down in
what
Zimbabwe and make an album for Zimbabwe and Zimbabwe gained independence. That album, Survival, is one of my favorite Bob Marley albums. That was done for Zimbabwe independence, like
Yeah,
when he was on that tour in Africa. But
yeah.
man,
I
He
wonder
he
yeah,
was he.
that division need to stop, man. Like, bro. And Bob Marley will tell you that too, bro. Like, that was the whole deal when he came up and Peter Tosh and Bunny Wailer. they were like, yo, brother, we're not doing this for no money. And Bob was like, yo, we had to. Bob had a different vision even different than Peter Tosh and Bonnie Whaler at that time. So like, yeah, Bob was for everybody, as he said, everybody who feeling it, everyone who feeling it. Yeah, not just Island Man, universally. So
Let me
you're right about that.
let me read some of the comments right quick before y'all get back to cooking. Okay, I got Chess ready. Multiple comments. He said Mortal Kombat was a good movie. Mark for Death was a good movie. I personally think Mark for Death was
Mark for that, yeah. Come on now, come on. I
was
mean,
probably Steven Seagal's best movie outside of Under Siege. He said Isaiah Washington was the big brother. Yeah, he's the one that killed old boy in that movie. Absolutely right. And we got Autism Boy in here, and he asked a question to Chess Ready. So the thing about it is, what Grinder is or underrated. I call him Grinder. But what he's trying to point out is during the 90s when these movies are coming out and they're trying to bring awareness to why the quote unquote black community is so violent or so pissed off. They didn't want to keep those movies in the movie theater so that everybody can understand, oh, this shit is actually happening. There were still people in the United States that didn't understand the demographic of beatings that was happening between the cops and black young men. So when you bring out a movie about that and they don't want to put the light on that movie because of what happened in 1992, aka the LA riots, they feel they can't market it. However, now if you're going to take that stance across the board, you know what? I don't have a problem with it. But there is a movie called The Schindler's List that talks about the persecution of a certain demographic during the Holocaust. And it was talked about on every news. Oh, this is the movie you need to watch, and everybody needs to watch this.
And you know what, brother? I mean, cut your and even let's not leave it out. They even these sequences on that too, of that movie alone.
Right.
Of that alone.
They were playing that in school for history class.
Yeah.
But when you bring up, well, can we play New Jersey Drive? No, that's rated R. Guess what? Schindler's List was rated R.
Right.
So it's either we play all our history or none of our history.
See, this is no go. Please go.
So yeah. So you're not really truth in the message you're really trying to send. You're not really truth about it.
No, like, they want to pick and choose. See, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
they want to, like what the brothers say. I'm glad you elaborate on it. What I'm saying, brother, they want to pick and choose, and then y'all don't think. And I ain't talking about y'all, but people outside, y'all don't think they don't do it today, right now. Give me a break.
This is my point. It started in the 90s. The desensitization of certain demographics started in the 90s. It's okay to have hip hop music doing the trailers of your movies to promote it, but you don't play it in your grocery stores. You don't play it, and you try to go with the politicians that said that we need to put a rating on hip hop music, but then you got certain rock bands out there talking about raping, murder, and all this other stuff. But
chopping heads, listen, chopping heads off. You know what I'm saying? Talk about the devil. Talking about sacrifice, soul, split your body in half, worship the soul. All that. This is people, and I'm glad you told, bro. They were talking back in the 90s. I ain't gonna say older, but I even remember when they did that, even like R&B on the back in the 70s. So this is what I'm saying. Like, come on, yo. I mean, come on. You got Ozzy, right? He passed away. God bless. Man. This motherfucker took the back head off. And
And
it was news.
God.
they were going after Two Live Crew because they was bringing big booty girls up there to shake their butt like they were actually having sex on stage. And there's actually one politician said that she witnessed them have sex on stage. I'm like, why are you the only one saying this? And it's in a
Wow.
crowd of thousands of people.
But you know what? I'm gonna blame some of our people too in of that field. But y'all the same ones refuse to talk about, like, when we talk about these rock and roll groups that your kids like, but y'all didn't want to say nothing about has satanic worship on your kids' wall. Y'all was wearing clothes of satanic worship.
The Grateful Dead.
But y'all ain't want to say nothing about that.
But when you could not wear a Tupac or a Biggie shirt to school, or you get expelled. Not sent home to change, expelled. But you can have a Grateful Dead, you can have a Marilyn Manson T-shirt on. Nobody says anything.
You could wear a devil shirt. I'll never forget this. This is back in when I was born and raised in Brooklyn, New York, right? I'll never forget it was young girl wore a devil shirt, right? He was a white devil. A young black girl was on his, you know what? This is high school. So I had to pull this. I said, why do you wear something like that? He said, what's wrong with it? You don't see nothing wrong? And I was like, and I shook my head. I never forgot because I got me some blimpies.
I used to work at Blimpie. Shout out to
Blimpies, right? I remember I got me Blimpie cheeseburger. I had a taste for that mother. I bought me 2 of these mother. And I'm telling you, after I seen that shirt, I couldn't eat the rest of the day over that, bro. I said, you thinking something wrong. I don't see nothing wrong with it. High school.
It's funny he says that. Now, of course, me and him went to high school in 2 different years. But I'll start with me in junior high. This is back when school used to start around the first week of September. So the last 2 weeks of August, they will send you the first day of school pack. The first 4 pages are rules of conduct. And they will specifically tell you what you can't wear. You couldn't wear blue Jordans, blue Reebok Classics, or red or blue Jordans, Reebok Classics, K-Swiss, even British Knights. I'm going back in time with that. You couldn't wear no sports teams that had blue and red in it, solid blue, solid red. You couldn't wear no T-shirts, and they will list the rappers that you could not have a T-shirt on. And it was like, no lie, it was like 30 or 40 of them.
Yeah.
Do you know on there, it didn't say nothing about rock and roll, death metal, scream metal, anything like that. They only thought about the black rappers, entertainers, and the colors that will, quote unquote, offend somebody. Now, maybe I'm wrong, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but they have red and blue in all types of T-shirts. Why don't you say do not wear the color red and blue solid? Do not wear anything that's offensive. They made it. Hold on, I'm almost done. I'm gonna let you have it. No, you good. They made it racial by only pointing out black things.
Yeah.
All schools, especially Missouri where I was from, all schools. I remember like it was yesterday, my 8th grade year, which would have been 95, my 8th grade year. Or maybe 94. Wait, hold on. 94, I'm sorry, my 8th grade year. Do you know how many guys and gals was in the principal office being told to go home? Because their shirts had a a little bit of red, a little bit of blue. I didn't see not one opposite black student in there. So the next day, what they did is they had T-shirt Pride Day. So you didn't have, if you had something on that they deemed offensive, they would give you a T-shirt Pride, and it would just be like a white T-shirt,
Plain white.
with yellow stars and a happy face on it and shit. But guess what, everybody? You ready? The words was in either red or blue. I can't make this shit up.
There we go.
So Grinder is getting upset because he remembers this like it just happened yesterday, because they made you feel like your culture means nothing. You're not allowed to enjoy what you enjoy. You're not allowed to wear what you want to wear. Go ahead, Grinder. You got it.
And also, when you talk about the red, right? We talk about the red and the blue, right? Hello?
Are we here?
Yeah, we got it.
I say this though, all right? You know, good old USA. Good old USA. But the flag, they talk about the blue, like the brother said, the blue and the red, right? And all them colors that they represent America right now. But y'all the same flag that slaughter people of African descent.
It's not just African descent.
No. I'm not finished yet, right? I'm talking about we majority of it, but also other people. So I'm just saying this, that y'all so doggone hypocrites, man. Y'all so doggone hypocrites, man. So we gonna talk about colors. Let's talk about the main reason why you have those colors, and then what the real significant means of them colors of the American flag. Well, I'm not talking. We just talking about really the red and the blue. Okay, let's tell the truth. Okay, because y'all not telling the truth. And we wonder why. People want to know why. Why are you feeling like this? Because y'all have not tell the truth. Even some of us is here, and then even we was not mentioned even back then, even before then. And they still doing it time after time. Come on now. You talking about them other pictures that we talking about have no significance? But they even rock back then. It was rock and roll documentaries. We're talking about all this stuff was going on color TV, sometimes in movies, interviews. Brothers and sisters, look it up. Unbelievable. But did you talk about hip hop? You talk about this and that and everything.
Not just hip hop, not just certain rappers, video games.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? The one Chess Ready already said Mortal Kombat the movie, but Mortal Kombat the game, they wanted to like put a parental restriction on that eventually went through, and that's when they start making their way to music. Something went down the wrong pipe. Please forgive me, guys. But it was just the 90s. But it white America, and I'm gonna just come out and say it, white America teen boys and girls were mimicking Black America. This is why they wanted to put an end to it.
Oh yeah.
The influence was getting too strong.
You had by the
and
time
commercial wise.
By the time what was that? 1999 hit. You had white boys getting their damn hair cut just like niggas, with all due respect. You had them buying hood cars, putting rims on it, having the most filthiest rap music playing in it. You know, putting tint, getting golds in their mouth, getting parts in their head. You know what I'm saying? This was the norm by 1999.
I mean, they were already in the genre too. I mean, they were already rapping. White boys were already rapping, right?
Well,
Quote unquote.
Eminem would then become mainstream to the want to say early 2000s. Now
Oh wow. Yeah.
you had a few white rappers like Vanilla Ice, you know, Failure.
I,
Milk Bone didn't go mainstream.
Early
You know,
2000s.
but
yeah,
but let me say this
Early,
though. I know it's
early,
not.
real
I,
early. Yeah, I
I
yeah.
remember.
know it's not in
Like
the
Oh,
90s.
01, 02.
I know
sorry,
it's not in
Andre.
the 90s, but the one who really made it mainstream is the Beastie Boys, and they don't get the credit they
Shout out.
deserve.
Shout out to the
They
Beastie
was
Boy.
the
For
first one.
real.
They were the first white group that made
Tough.
mainstream, and they had bars too,
Yeah, yeah.
but they was not accepted by white America.
No, no, no. They were not accepted because they were accepted by the Jewish community because they were Jewish. They were not
No, no,
accepted
no,
by
no, 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 no,
Christian
no.
white
Right,
America.
right. No. But let me explain. When I talk white America, I'm talking about as a whole. But they were spread by Jewish community. Yeah, they was because they was Jewish. I'm talking about that. But I'm talking about corporate America. They was not accepted.
Oh, I never knew that.
Yeah,
Huh.
They were
because
accepted
you
by Jewish community because
That
yeah, right.
explain a lot,
The brother
but
said
I
no. The
never
brother,
knew.
what he's saying, he actually right. They were accepted by Jewish community, but I'm talking about corporate white America. They was not accepted.
yeah, they was accepted by the black community because they
Yeah,
adopted everything black. They they gave something, and this is some of the reasons why Eminem got a lot of the pushback that he got because the Beastie Boys gave the respect to the people that laid the groundwork for them to do what they're doing.
right. There's a
Eminem didn't
difference.
do that. Eminem started off being a racist rapper. Then, when he got
Oh
found by
yeah?
Dr. Dre, yeah, he used to have the Eminem racist hour. Only thing he does is rap about black people and how they stink and how the only thing he wants to do with a black woman is screw her and all this other stuff. Eminem has spent the majority of his career as he's been famous buying all that shit up and making sure he can scrub the internet from it. But it's out there if you look for it.
You really want to be black? Hmm.
Yeah.
Was he,
But see, again, I blame
yeah.
us. But I blame us again because we know what's going on, and we still said we still, Dr. Dre and them still took him in, and he was a racist rapper, and that's why you got some people, rightfully so, is pushing back and everything. But you got the same people defending Eminem. Oh, he's the greatest rapper ever. Yo, he the best part. I said, do you know he was racial? You know he was racist. I said, do you
Well,
understand that?
I've heard Eminem before, and his name was Big L. And Big L had more bars than Eminem did.
Oh, okay. I got you. I thought you were saying Eminem name first was Big L.
Look, Eminem's style, he didn't get it by himself. Eminem didn't have that style when he first was a rapper. He was given that style. Just like Jay-Z. Jay-Z was a fast rapper until Big L died, and he just adopted his style and made it mainstream.
Man, I'm gonna tell you something, man. It was so easy. It was so hard to get a Nas tape in the island, and so easy to get a Jay-Z tape. That's when I knew something was off. Like it was so easy to get a Jay-Z tape or hear Jay-Z on the radio, but Nas was something of a rare. Like it gotta be dudes who come from New York and they brought down Nas CD or Nas and mix it with Nas or something like that. That's how I knew that something is off. But like yeah, I was never Jay-Z. I don't know. I don't see the hype with Jay-Z. Like I never
I never saw the hype of Jay-Z.
I never got it. I never got it.
Jay-Z,
Like
Jay-Z never became hot during the Pac, Biggie, Scarface, NWA. He had to wait until two black legends, rap legends that is, was murdered, and then he came in the back door. He didn't come in the front because he didn't have the talent to come in the front. He came in the back door.
meanwhile, Nas straight gritty straight from the gutter.
Well, I could say this for me, born and raised in New York, and everything. What the brother say, he absolutely.
You still there?
Underrated fella.
Oh crap! See, '90s rap for me was the best decade of rap for me. Everybody didn't
Yeah,
sound the same. Everybody had a different sound. Niggas could actually rap, not sing and do
right.
auto-tune.
Cause
There
it's
were
the
rappers
same
that
for me, man. Like music for
yeah,
me, you gotta be positive. Cause we have the same. Like I run through the same thing. Like Cartel. Like I'm not listening to Cartel music no. But when Cartel just started, he goes by Vibes Cartel, and like his earlier music was just same for Mavado. Like it's just something about the earlier music. I don't know, somewhere along the way the artist seemed to like change, like his what he give you, like the very first album is like the third album is like a different person. Like, wait, who's this person? So but it got some artists who stay true to themselves all the way through, and like it's the same, man, with hip-hop music, right?
yep. When rap stopped being rap and individuals stopped being the type of individuals that can tell a story with a beat and a
Mm,
sound, and every rapper starts sounding the same, I gave up on it. I'd rather listen to old
yeah,
freestyles. I'd rather listen to old stuff I grew up off of than what's out here now. And it makes me
yeah.
appreciate rappers that I didn't appreciate before.
And that is a true thing. Everybody sounds the same today. In it late 80s, 90s, all the way through, like there were different rapper at different cadence and different flow. And like I mean, what was the name of that group? Das Effects. Like
Right,
I'm a big fan of Das Effects. So you can listen Das Effects and go check out A Tribe Called Quest. Like completely
right.
two different kind
Tribe
of
Called
flow, two
Quest,
different kind of
De La
vibe.
Soul,
Like
they had a
man,
similar
as a
style,
matter of fact,
different
it was a hip hop, but a different type, right? A hip hop with a different, you know, like what is it, soul hip hop. To me, like that's what I think they refer to it as, like the Tribe Called Quest and the De La Souls. But like man, music don't even be like that no more. Groups, even groups, like their groups are not entertained anymore. As a matter of fact, like yeah, they're not supporting groups anymore. Anything that has to do with two, three, four of us together, like those things are not getting promoted no more. So you're not seeing groups, like, and that's another thing that is missing. Like where are the groups? Where are the singers? Where are the you know even in
Not
hip
only
hop. That's
that,
why Wu-Tang Clan will live forever, man.
TP's back.
it's just like a lot of people just forget. It's just like a lot of people forget about the '90s. It's like y'all remember when the '90s was they was promoting self destruction. You headed for self destruction. That's when the
Absolutely.
music industry began to. That's when the music industry was trying to wake up the new generation about how the
Yeah,
industry is. 'Cause we got a lot of people got to remember during that time too. In the '90s, that's when you saw the wave of rappers and singers being in movies.
You had
You
a lot
also
of
have
collabs in the '90s.
Mm-hmm.
Self Destruction was one of them. You had the Men with Voices off the what the fuck is that name of that movie with Jada Pinkett and Jason's Lyric? You will know.
Oh,
Yeah, you had other
hey man,
collabs where.
sorry to cut you off, man. I got a crazy story with that movie, Jason Lyrics. We sit down to watch that and thought that was a family movie.
Oh,
we had us to get up and go in, man.
I got a story about Jason Lyric, but that's a behind the scenes story. I do not want to make that public.
Yeah, man. We
Bryce,
thought that was
I
a
probably got
family
the same
movie.
story as you do.
Uh-oh. I ain't
Mine was
seen that movie since. I should probably watch that movie, but like,
I can't watch that. It brings up bad memories. Slash good slash bad
Jason Lyric brings up bad memories for me too. It does brings out bad. I mean, actually good memories, but it wasn't bad though. But as I look at it, cause my boy let me know the other day, man, he was just like, "Hey, man, you know, in town they're still calling you the Jason Lyric, right?" I'm like, "What?
Man, stop.
What are you talking about,
Yeah.
man?" Like, he was like, I was like, "Oh yeah," I was like, "That did happen," but I mean, that was way after the fact, though, man. Like, who would never know? And it was from the Martin Luther King statue. Lord have mercy.
Oh boy. Go ahead, Octavian. You were talking about the collabs.
I gotta answer God
Yeah,
about that. I gotta answer the Lord about that.
You had LTD, which was a collab of Keith Sweat, Johnny Gill, and Gerald Levert, or whatever. Was it Gerald Levert?
And we also got to remember too, every movie soundtrack, every movie had a great soundtrack. That was like every great black movie that had a nice from Minister Society to all the great ones, man. Boomerang, all the great movies that we had in the 90s.
Now you cooking with not grease, you're cooking with lard. Because that Boomerang soundtrack by itself almost sold more than a movie.
Huh.
Especially that soundtrack made Tony Braxton a household name. Am I lying to you, Price?
Shout out to Tony Braxton.
You ain't lying. You just, I say, it's very nice here on the coast. Cause my boy was just messaged me. It's like, man, it's crazy. TP was like, we wanted the whole summer to be nice, and now we're going towards the end of August. Now the weather want to be nice out here, but it's only for a due time. It's only for a due time, but y'all just don't understand. Like the '90s was that transition from the '80s and the '90s, and there's another legendary show that we forget about though too. Though that was still bumping it in the '90s.
Yeah, man. The 90s was a decade of you finding yourself. You find out
Money Train?
Man.
Yeah, Teen Summit. Then you had Donnie Simpson, and y'all dudes was busting y'all mayonnaise over the napkins over Sherry Carter. My favorite lady was my favorite one was the lady Rachel from Caribbean Rhythms.
Is she from the Caribbean?
Yeah.
They better get a Caribbean girl to do the Caribbean rhythm.
That show used to come on Saturday afternoon after Teen Summit and all that stuff. Yeah, I remember that. I used to watch it because I used to like I said, Caribbean music, all these different genres that they like to call it or whatever like that, man. That's when like the birth of the '90s Caribbean music was being shown in the on mainstream.
Oh yeah, the integration started to pop off in the '90s.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of Caribbean music and for sure. It wasn't just reggae. No, it was Shabba Ranks. You're talking about Shabba Ranks and about Shabba Ranks in Living Color. I remember that in Living is it in Living Color episode?
Ugly Man.
The ugly, yeah. Yeah.
Hey Conquer, this is what I used to say though. I just tell my homeboy this to my childhood friend at the time. And I told him the last time we spoke, I was like, hey, you remember back in the day I used to get a woman, I'm gonna get a lady that looked like Sherry Carter or the lady from Caribbean Rhythms. I I I got a split of both features, so I'm not complaining.
Oh,
But T Price, I'm not gonna let you off the
you got the
hook
best
because
of both worlds. You got the best of both
threw
worlds.
that you threw that
And
first punch. So now I gotta just I'm in my mind going through all those damn soundtracks that used to just kill. And I missed an underrated soundtrack that sold more than the movie. You remember when Michael Jackson made the soundtrack of Free Willy,
mm-hmm.
Oh,
and it sold more than the movie because he had like new hit after hit after hit on that soundtrack.
Yeah, even Who's the Man soundtrack was a classic.
oh,
Who's the Man
I got
soundtrack?
one. I got
Go
one, and
ahead.
I even got the record for it. I even got the record for it to underrated.
That's a
Space
record.
Jam. Oh
Space
yeah,
Jam, yes.
the Space Jam
Space Jam.
soundtrack. Ooh
Yeah,
man,
they
yeah,
Wait,
that's
Waiting to Exhale had a good soundtrack. I hated the movie, but
Yeah, I
it had
hated
a
the
good
movie because
soundtrack on it.
that's the male badge. That's when hey, another thing about the '90s. That was when I saw as a young man in my teenager years was the bashing of the black man, the whole state of the '90s on mainstream. Because at the time you had the Lifetime channel, was Lifetime is not what it is now. Back then, that's all the movies was about
He
men.
hits because he loves me. A
Yeah,
woman's worth.
yeah.
Not without my daughter.
Thought. Yeah,
not without
Every
my
woman on.
daughter.
Yes, it's
yeah,
actually a
yeah,
movie, a movie
yeah.
title.
That's a fact, Conquering. We ain't
Oh
making
man,
this up.
that's crazy.
Hmm.
Every woman in any Lifetime movie is going to catch a hot one from a male at some point during the movie.
Oh yeah, I
Mm.
gotta mention the soap operas too for the ladies. Y'all know about the soap operas? All
Guiding
my
light as the world turns.
and
Uh,
they had
Pulp
two. They had,
Fiction soundtrack. The soundtrack for
they
Pulp Fiction rated high up.
Yeah, Pulp Fiction was a good soundtrack too. Like all them, like that's why we were saying, like all the movies back in the day,
Mm.
man, they had great soundtracks. It ain't like how it is
Natural
now. And
Boys in the Hood. Yeah,
we even
yeah.
we even mentioned this, y'all.
don't forget
We
about
even
The
talked about
Preacher's
this.
Wife had a good soundtrack on it.
Yeah, the preacher's wife. We ain't mentioned this either, y'all, either yet. See, this is why we bringing up the '90s. This was gonna be a long stream because we ain't mentioned nothing about this. CDs start coming to equation. A lot of people know in the '90s before
True.
CDs came out,
It was the cassette tape.
you had the cassette tape, and then at the same time,
Hey,
if you had the money in the mid '90s in '96, this was the first time I seen it in '96. I went into Radio Shack right before I went to Job Corps, and I bought me I bought me a cassette tape. But the guy was like at the time was like, "Hey, this is the new cassette tape. It ain't just got the rewind button. You got the forward and you got the rewind, and it automatically fits the tape
we
over
got Trey in the
by
back.
itself."
Trey in the
And
back.
what you say?
Trey, I see a message from Trey in the back there.
Oh, trade it back. I'm about to let my boy in. All right, and then guess how much I paid for it, Conquering at that time, bro. This is
How
Uh,
much?
'96, bro. Right before I went to job for, I got a cassette tape with rewind and four, and it automatically reset the tape. Cause you remember back in the day when you had in the '80s when you had a cassette tape, you had to manually take out itself and flip it over. This when they
Right?
started
mm.
doing it by itself. I only paid $18 and like I was like it's like less than $18 I paid for it at the time. Mind you, that's in my junior.
Man, hmm.
That was my 96, 97. That's going to my senior year. Yeah,
Man, my
and I
brother
paid like
used to bring back
$18.
all that stuff. Cause he was
Hey,
a
you know what?
sailor. So in the 90s, the things to do as a young man in the island is
Hold on,
join a
time
cruise
out.
ship or be a bartender, server, whatever. That's the thing to do. So he used to sail 6 months, 8 months for the year, and man, yeah, he used to bring back all
But
the latest shit. Like,
I gotta mention this, man. My black women, made me love you during the 90s. I'm telling you, Patra, Adina Howard, sexy Janet
Oh
Jackson.
shit, Patra. Yo.
Yeah, you already know
Man,
Conqueror.
Grace. What's her name? What's the last Grace?
Grace
Getting the
Jones.
last name. Grace Jones. Yeah.
Now, I
Man,
wasn't
look,
into George Jones, man. Like the '90s, like the '80s was a great time, and then it transitioned in the '90s. They ought to understand the '90s was the last, I think, in early 2000s to me was the last era that kept the love, kept the relationship. You had a lot of groups that kept that kind of stuff alive in the '90s, and
Blackstone,
then
Sound of Blackness.
yeah, we could just go on down the list. We'd be here all day. And my boy
Another
will say,
soundtrack
boy
because I'm
will say,
biased.
he got to raise his
Belly. Oh
hand.
damn, Trey Fallout.
He fell out, man. Already? I just let him in.
Another
He's from
soundtrack, and because I'm a little biased too, like Belly, a movie Belly from 98, I think.
Hmm.
99, maybe.
I
Belly,
never
yeah,
seen it.
Shadow. Oh, you never see Belly? Yeah.
Hey, I seen Belly. Hey, Cocker. I'm so
T Price,
Yeah, he
Conqueror.
fell out.
Oh
Yeah,
fuck.
I'm here. Belly, that's DMX and Nas.
I
And
know
there's
I
a
know who's in it. I
there's
just never
a
got a chance
yeah.
to see it.
Oh yeah, that's fire. That soundtrack is dope with the
Man,
collaboration with
you had
Jamaica. Man,
you
anything
had
you
Love.
got Bam Bam on, man. Sister Nancy
Yeah,
Bam Bam. Yeah.
you had Love Jones had a great soundtrack. You had Dead Presidents, the movie that had a
Mm,
great soundtrack on it. You had
mm.
let me think what else. Wait a minute, think what else.
Above the
Uh,
rim. Above the
Above
rim.
the Rim, great soundtrack, underrated soundtrack.
Hmm.
Who else? Trying to think all the movies I saw. It was a lot
Even
of movies.
Friday.
Uh, Set It Off had a great soundtrack.
True. Man, I think we could cross out any like the black movies, right? I think we could just cross them off as a great soundtrack. Juice. Oh man, you forget Juice. Yo.
I'll never forget Juice. I love Juice.
Oh
The drink
yeah,
and the
that
movie.
soundtrack, man. We call her roots. Hey, that soundtrack, man. You gotta know your ledge, man. Know the ledge, bro. Gotta know where you're walking, man. That's a dope soundtrack, too.
Yeah, I just I became a teenager in '94. I started developing my rap catalog in about '97 because that's when I got my official first job.
Mm,
Kept it up through '99, 2000, and it's just my style was created from the '90s. Everything about me started in the '90s. From basketball to video games to um, rap music, comedy. I started doing comedy in the when I was like 18, which would have been '99.
oh, for
You know,
real?
every, yes, sir. I loved, I loved the '90s. Everything about the '90s. Of course, everything about the '90s wasn't perfect, but it was just I can still smell the food. I can still remember the basketball playoff series. I can still remember the movies or how it felt to where I lived at. And I know I talk about St. Louis a lot, but there was no shortage of places where you can go to get something good to eat, go watch a good movie. You had malls that you can go to. I grew up around a lot of malls, so I spent a lot of my time at a lot of malls and just the
Mm,
atmosphere there. And when you have big arcades that you can go to and play over and over and over again, and, it was just a wonderful time for me. You know,
right.
you think
Man.
about families that's not here no more that are here. We're here, but they're not here. A lot of them I lost in the '90s. And it's
Yeah.
just like You think about how the family was growing up. You felt that safe, kind of that
Oh
safe
yeah,
place.
that's what I
You
know.
had,
Remember about the 90s, man. Community and how great it was, and how everybody had everybody back, man. That's what I know about
I,
the 90s.
I never asked you this, but how old are you, Conqueror?
I'm 39. I'm gonna be
Okay,
40 next year.
okay, man. You enjoyed that '90s. I mean, those last years of your '30s, because I just turned 44, so that means you're 86, baby. And ain't nothing
Yeah,
wrong with that, because
86.
you know you
86.
you experienced the '90s just like I did. It's just I have a better
Oh
appreciation.
yeah, and just a different, yeah. You needed to watch when you cross the street. Man, I was okay. I was I was okay. I was okay to just run across the streets, or what we call the streets. Yeah, it was a completely different something, like man, small island, bro. Like talking about less than 1,000 people living, like 500 plus people. So like,
But I
man, we
always
ain't
give you
even
credit
got.
because you grew up in a time where culture was something that we had to reach for. We had to find our culture. You were born with your culture. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, that thing was set, man. The community vibe, like we, man, we never, the island never got power, electricity, like the entire island, until 2003. Just put that into perspective, man. But people had generators. So, people, but like, yeah, I used to still go to the store to buy candles, man. I remember running to the store to buy candles and running home before it get pitch dark, because there was no street lights or anything like that. And you were told some crazy stories by your elders, whether it's to scare you or whatever. But yeah, man, I remember there's this only one guy had a television in the village, and that's where most people would hang out. You would walk in the street, and this person yard got like 20, 25 people just standing. Yeah, people just standing watching, just looking at a movie. Like, people was cool like that, man. People sleep with the doors open, like no worries. But like, man, the 90s, I remember hustling in the 90s, man. That's the very first time I made money. Like, made money on my own, like work from the start, scratch to finish. That was my money, man. Selling shells to the tourists, because tourism is the main. So every Tuesday there would be a cruise ship coming in. Big cruise ship, man. Sometime at one point we were like, after lunch, school, yeah, we ain't going back school, man. Running down to the beach, you get that late rush hour, man. You at the end of the day, your pants pocket overflowing with dollar bills, bro. So it's early. 90s teach me early to hustle, because there wasn't much home to do, man. You gotta be out the house, like riding donkeys, making making spear gun, going spear fishing, roasting fish on the beach. Man, I remember one time we burned all our fuel in the generator. We just got a generator. We burned all our fuel. I think I told the story on here
Yeah,
already,
I remember
man.
you was telling me about
It's
it, but tell it
crazy,
again.
man. Man,
It's a good
man,
story.
man. The folks left. They went to do shopping on the other island, because that's how things work. We ain't got a big enough supermarket. Man, we got a generator. We put on the generator at 9 o'clock. Our boy, he brought down his PS1, PlayStation 1. He got folks living in the US, so they sent him a PS1, bro. And it was a NBA game. I don't know which one of the NBAs. I can't remember which one, but Tim Duncan was a beast in that game. That's what Tim Duncan and Kobe Bryant, I think I remember. They were beasts in that game. Man, we played that game. The time passed, bro. Our folks' home is way past midday. It's about 3 in the evening. We're supposed to turn off the generator at 12 o'clock. Man, as soon as our parents got home, man, all of our friends out the room, bro. The room got empty so fast. We know when no one, the homeboy left his game and all, bro. Man, we run into the generator house, not to turn off the generator. And while we running, the generator cut off, man. And
Oh man.
our dad is there. He's sweating. He went away whole day doing shopping, and that's not something he liked to do. He- so he already not have a good day. He didn't want to do this. It was his day off from work. Man, bell two, bro. Ooh, man, that was, yeah. We got so lost in the sauce. So that was an experience playing the PS1 for the first time. Just getting lost in a NBA game, bro. We burned all the fuel. That was crazy. It's funny now, but man, I remember one time McTavian, our tank, because we get water. Rainwater is our water supply. So when you build in your home, you got to make sure you get a good roof that can catch rainwater, and you got to get a big enough tank to sustain you when that dry season come. You know, and one time we came home from school, bro, and our yard flooded. We go in the back. There's a big slab of concrete underground, like 10, 12 feet, and the tank burst. Had anyone been home in front of that, bro, that would have been dead, man. A dead person, bro. Like if it did, man, you see where the power with the force of the water where it pushed that slab of concrete, bro. Man, I couldn't forget that, bro. And a dude restaurant caught on fire. People still saying he did it to get the insurance, allegedly. And man, like we were so close to his restaurant, his cylinder tanks. I don't know if you know, like the big cylinder tanks that you have in a restaurant,
Yeah.
and that end up in our yard when it explode. Me and my brother, we had us to go and out that fire. Luckily, rain was falling at the same time. That was a crazy shit in the island. It was the first, like, the man, 2 in the morning. My brother wake me up. He's like, bro, what happened? Like, man, Dennis restaurant on fire. Like crazy shit. But he's not on the island. The guy who owned the restaurant. But the
So it
90s,
burned down.
man,
It burned down while he wasn't there.
while he wasn't there, yeah.
Mm, that's messed up.
Someone was there. Someone was taking care of it. He always got someone to take care of it because of the off season. Because it's seasonal. The tourism is seasonal down there. That's another thing. Like it, man, you learn to save your money. It's the ant and the grasshopper. Is the ant and the grasshopper story? I don't know if you know that story where the ant was working,
Oh
saving,
yeah.
and the
Oh
grasshopper. Yeah,
yeah.
like
Yeah.
it's
Yeah. I remember hearing about the grasshopper taking it easy, the ant working all summer long, and then when it's winter time, the ants over there begging for food and they
yeah,
freeze to death.
right.
Yeah.
It's that part in the island because the season is about 6 to 7 months. After that,
So
like,
you have more cold months than hot months.
no, it's not about cold and hot. It's just hot. It don't get hotter than 75, 80 degrees.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it don't get hotter than that.
Just a tourist season is
Just the
what you're talking about.
tourists, yeah, just the
Okay.
tourists, the money, basically the money flow stop. So you got to make sure you save that shit when you make that shit in during the season, and
Yeah.
it's enough that if you're good. So there's a few guys from the islands who got the gift of the gab, who they could, man, if they if they come in America, they could, they decide to do some things and use their tongue, let their tongue be honey. They could get you with some stuff. All because
Not
of
me.
that
I don't
survival.
swing that way. No, but it's the same concept.
Scammers, but like, yeah, but like, man, you gotta save that money so that, man. Love the 90s though. I remember making that money from scratch as a little youth. Basketball. It was my mom introduced me to basketball. My mom loved basketball and boxing, and my dad, he was a big fan of kung fu movies and wrestling. And she used to give him shit, tease him, saying like wrestling is fake, man. What you watching? Like, he used to give him shit for watching wrestling, calling it fake. So it was crazy how different they were in that way. My mom hated wrestling.
Mm.
But
Yeah,
that shit used to a different time.
I'm up here where the winters are longer than the spring and summer, and I have to put more away because when the weather starts getting bad, I got to make sure that I can have a little bit of a cushion.
Mm.
You
Hey
know,
Dion, what up?
hey Dion back.
I saw him in the comments.
Tell Dion
Oh,
to come
was he
up
what
here.
was he on earlier?
No, the last time I talked to him was the last time we was on the stream together.
Oh, he's in the
Tell him
comments.
to bring
Shout
his
out.
behind. Tell him to get his butt up here.
What you doing? What up?
I don't
What
know
up,
what he's doing.
Alex? Since people in the cottage, cottage always coming through. Shout out Tony.
You speaking of autism?
Yeah, we ain't finished with the 90s. Yeah, yeah. Autism boy cottage. What up, Chess Ready? I think Chess Ready a Warriors fan, you know. You know.
Yeah, tell Chess Ready to come up here too.
Shout out. Shout out to Chess Ready. Warriors. I don't know if he's a old Warriors fan before the wedding. That's one man that pissed me off about. I learned Warriors fans are man. Some of them are not so different than the LeBron fans, bro. Like some
I
Warriors
think
fans, something I'm ashamed to say it. Like,
every fan has the potential to go way left or way right. I just choose to keep it down the middle. I don't fanatic over
yeah.
anybody.
Yeah, it's something about you when you just came around when you know you never run the race, you haven't been there for the race, but you taking the victory lap like you know like you've been in it. Like it's something about like I don't know, something about people
I
like
heard
that just you
I
know.
heard somebody on a podcast say this, and I don't remember who it was, but it wasn't a sports podcast. But the analogy was so perfect, I had to repeat it. There are certain people that are like, "Hey, I'm gonna stand at the finish line, wave the damn checker flag, and when you cross, you want to say we did it." Like, no, we didn't.
Mm,
I did it. You watched me do it.
right.
So how the hell are you gonna try to take credit for something I did?
Right, man. My favorite reggae band. I heard that line from that artist. Shout out to him, R.I.P. He said like, yeah, man. They never run the race, but they want to take the victory lap. Like, nah, nah,
Oh
love
yeah,
that,
we got
man.
to talk about the great '90s. The '90s had some of the great marathon winners too. The
Shout out
'90s was
Dion.
legendary, and the
Salute,
'90s was
same for
also
us.
the Lance Armstrong,
Mm.
the fall and rise of that, and then we had the baseball scandal in the '90s. And I
We had the
always said
Carl
this
Lewis scandal, the Michael Johnson scandal, the
scandal, yep,
Marion, what's that? Marion Jones scandal.
scandal, Marion Jones, yep.
I got a question. Would you all
Hmm.
say it was the decade of the two-way athletes, like the two sport athletes, or
Yeah,
was that more
yeah.
prevalent in the 80s?
No, it
Well,
was
it wasn't prevalent in the
prevalent
'80s
in
at
the '80s.
all. The
Okay.
Bo Jackson, you had Deion
The
Sanders made it
Sanders,
a standard.
yep.
Um, I'm trying to remember Brian Jordan. Yeah, he was a right fielder for the Cardinals. Then he went over to Atlanta and he played for the Dodgers. He played football and baseball too. So I'm trying to remember.
Football,
Yeah,
man,
he was a
Hmm.
cornerback
that's
like
even more
Deion.
impressive, man. That's even
Yeah,
more impressive. The
and
football ones, like,
he played right field for the Cardinals. Um, Let me see who there's. I know I'm missing a couple of
Yeah, there's a
them.
few of them, but I can't. But Dion and Bo Jackson were just the standard, but there was a few of them that actually did that.
Bo
Yeah,
knows football.
cause you're
Bo
right.
knows
I say
baseball.
that. I asked a
That was a
question to
commercial
say
for
like,
Bo
yeah,
Jackson. Bo knows football, and then
it's
we got
just another
Jerry
knock,
with experience.
Hey, that was definitely
right?
one of the best Nike commercials.
Bo
It's
knows.
just another knock on today's athletes with the claim of the better and so
Bigger, stronger.
where are the
Yeah.
two-way athletes, where the two sport, like where are they, like if you better and stronger and you longevity, like where are those, like that's just another knock.
Well, we had an opportunity to have it, but they chose one sport. Russell Wilson was drafted by the Seattle Mariners,
Hmm.
and what's his name? Kyle Murray was drafted by the Oakland Athletics, but he chose to play
Wow.
football instead of playing both sports. And they were asked, and guess what he said? I think I can make more money with football. You can make more money with baseball than you can with football because
Mhm.
their contracts are guaranteed. Period.
So what about the combined money? Ain't the combined money more, like
Now, see,
so?
that's the thing. I don't know if you can get a 100% combined money because if you're playing another impact sport, they're gonna lowball you. You know what I'm saying?
Tax the
Yeah, that would
ball.
make sense. Yeah. Yeah, they definitely wouldn't treat you the same as a foot. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, I see that. I see that.
Didn't Danny Ainge, if I'm not mistaken, did Danny Ainge have a baseball contract too back in the day? Somebody did.
Yes.
Yeah. Danny
Wait,
Ainge.
who did?
I,
Danny
Danny
Ainge.
Ainge,
yup, Danny
Danny
Ainge.
Ainge,
Okay,
and
yup.
John Elway. John
Yeah.
Elway, yeah,
John Elway. Yup.
Oh, I ain't know Johnny too. Ooh.
yeah.
Okay,
He didn't want to
I
go.
pull up
He
here
didn't
and
want to
I'm
go.
saying, oh wow,
He
there's a
didn't want to
lot,
go
man.
to the Baltimore Colts because they were getting ready to decide if they're going to leave for Indianapolis. So in the '83 draft, he said, "If the Baltimore Colts draft me, I'm going to play baseball professionally." And he was
Right.
drafted. I forgot what team drafted him, but he was drafted. They had his rights, and Baltimore traded his rights to Denver. Denver drafted him, and the rest is history. I think there's a couple of other players that did that. Um, the the dude that was it the dude that played Gunsmoke? He was he played basketball and he played baseball.
Mm.
Um, I don't watch westerns because I'm not like 97 years old, but I'll have to ask my dad because he's a western kind of guy since he's from
It says it was the
Tennessee.
Phillies. John Elway was the Phillies
The
prospect.
Phillies, the
Hmm.
Philadelphia Phillies. Yeah, thank you, Conqueror.
Wow,
Bob
that's
Hayes. Wow. Hmm. It said
how
Bob
much
Drew
Hayes
money
here.
back in the
Drew
day.
Stanton. Drew
The
Stanton was
'90s.
a college
The '90s
quarterback,
was different.
and he went to
Yep.
go play for the Yankees. Um, what's his name? Todd Helton for the Colorado Rockies. He was a quarterback for Tennessee. Then he went to go play baseball for the Colorado Rockies. Matter of fact, Todd Helton was Peyton Manning's backup.
Mm.
Oh wow.
At Tennessee.
Yeah,
Julius Peppers,
Julius Peppers played both college basketball and football.
North Carolina. Huh. Why?
These boys here in the city say Miles Garrett got some hoop game.
Yeah, but the NBA ain't trying to get that nigga. Stay in
Nah,
Cleveland.
that.
Oh man, come on. No,
I'm just
you,
telling the truth.
you ain't see something there? Nothing? Not? Man.
Only thing I seen good about Garrett is when he took Randolph's helmet off and beat him over the head with it.
Okay, so follow-up
What
question
the
now.
Pittsburgh game?
Who you taking one overall in a draft of two-way those two-way
Uh,
players?
I can't
Ooh.
count. I can't count any of the ones that we already know can do two-way. I will have to say John Elway because John Elway was that dude in baseball.
Not Jackie?
Kyler Murray gets hurt too fucking much, so I'm cool on him. If he get hurt with football,
No,
he'll definitely
Jackie
get hurt in baseball.
Robinson.
Oh, Jackie Robinson. Let me see. Nah, I gotta go John Elway.
All right.
Because I can't give you a honest answer about Jackie because I didn't see him and I don't know. I didn't put eyes. I'm just taking a shot in the dark. And last time I took a shot in the dark, she told me to get out the room.
Uh-oh.
Oh, too soon?
What you did, man? What you did, man? Yeah, you gotta get it straight.
Oh,
Get it
everybody
right,
knows. Everybody know when she sleeps, you start, kissing on the ear and kissing on the neck and seeing that she'll wake up in the mood. And then when she wake up, what the fuck you doing? And then you're like, okay, I'll go on the couch.
Yeah, you know.
That was my shot in the dark. I didn't know I was going to throw a pick six.
Man, you miss every shot you don't take. So I mean,
I was just about to say you missed 100% of the shots you don't take. Ain't that what Mike said?
Yeah.
Shots
So we
fired.
know who's going to turn Mike down in the dark, kissing on the neck, kissing on the ear. He ain't getting shot. The first thing she's thinking about is his checkbook, and those legs swing wide open. But I don't got his bank account, so I kind of get the guard at the legs. Can I help you, sir? Like, I'm here to enter. Do you have an appointment, sir? No. We're closed, sir. Come back tomorrow.
All right, now let me step it up now. The sitcoms.
I'm biased,
the
man.
90s.
I thought you was Christian. How you gonna say you biased?
The 90s. Let me just name out some.
When
Let
it
me
comes
just.
to Martin, I'm biased. I ain't gonna cap. Martin was joy.
Martin.
No, you wait your damn turn, Dion. Always talking out of turn.
My bad.
So, Dion, what do you think? Who you want to go first? Since Dion already said, so number one is Martin. Go ahead.
I gotta go to what I know.
Are you saying after that? You saying top 5?
Let's go top 5 because we'll be here all night if we go top 10.
Ooh, I'm gonna have to go. Okay, I'm gonna say Martin, Fresh Prince. Oh, it gets sketchy after here because you got.
How the hell are you going to get the Bad Boys on lineup as your first 2 shows?
You said.
I mean.
Mike Lowry and shit.
Let that man finish his list, man. Don't be in. How you gonna ask that man the question? And man, you gotta stop doing that, bro. Man, go ahead, man. You ain't gotta keep on explaining yourself to this man. Go ahead.
Yes, you do.
Hey, T Prince, no, he good. You know how we do, man. It's all love. Let me see.
This is crazy, man.
Okay. Now I'm about to throw.
Jumping jellyfish of Batman going on around here.
Now it's lightweight a toss up, but I'm gonna have to say New York Undercover.
Oh, that was a good choice. That's a good choice.
Let me see. Fucking 90. All right, just a curveball. No, I can't go there. I'm gonna go Family Matters.
Mm-hmm.
The 5th one.
Now you got me curious. What's your curveball?
The curveball is Jerry Springer.
Jerry Springer. He said Jerry Springer. Yo, man.
I can't get mad at that. That was like the hottest show for like 5 years. Especially with daytime talk.
Where you want to go? Either you could put Jerry / Ricky / Jenny Jones.
Oh, he did the damn talk show trio.
Hey, in the 80s, we missed in the 80s, it was we can't forget about Sally Jesse.
Donahue, yes, sir.
We can't forget about Sally Jesse Raphael. He said the girl, the reason why Dion said Jenny Jones, because that for the people that's listening, Jenny Jones was a legend to the brothers because she dated a brother. Matter of fact, she dated somebody that was a part of I don't know, that one of the group members that was on the band of her show, Jenny Jones. Everybody should love Jenny Jones. I know I did. Ricky Lake, you already said Ricky Lake. Hey, y'all remember? Oh my gosh, what's that show was? Oh my gosh, it used to come on UPN. Oh my gosh. The black version of it. What's the name?
Not
Hold
the
on, look
not the
it up.
Parenthood.
No, no, no. This is a dating show.
Oh,
Blind Date, Love Line.
Blind. I'm gonna look it up. 1990s. Um, how should I say 1990? Um,
Dating
yeah,
shows.
yeah, dating. Thank you. I was looking for the right dating shows of the
while
day.
you
Change
looking
Your
that
Heart.
up, my fifth one, just so y'all I get it out the way. Arsenio Hall show.
Yeah. Arsenio. That was a good one.
You know, I like how he hit yours in the ribs on his way out the door.
I seen you. What was that?
Arsenio
That
had
was
some very powerful episodes too back in the day too.
You know the episode that got him canceled, right?
Of course.
Okay. As long as we know. The episode
Mhm.
that he risked it all and they
Mhm.
made an example out of his ass.
Yep.
what he used to do, like one of those like those guests, he got guests coming on as
Okay.
those
Change your
Well,
late
heart.
night shows and
Talking
those
about
late night shows and stuff.
that was his ascent. He had his own talk show, Arsenio Hall show.
and
I
it
seen you
was hotter
hall.
than anything. It was hotter than anything on the late night circuit. And when he interviewed Farrakhan, they pulled his show after that. He got
Mm-hmm.
he got 2 weeks, and they pulled his show after he interviewed Farrakhan.
Mm-hmm.
They even told him they said cancel the interview and have somebody else, or we're gonna cancel your show. And he said nope. He put Louis Farrakhan on. 2 weeks later, he did a finale show, and that was a wrap.
That
Damn.
finale show was legendary though too, though. Well, I got the dating shows of the '90s. You said Change Your Heart. That came out September the 19th, 1998. Singled Out came out June 5th, 1995. Eliminate that was 2001. Um, that's the one. I'm just looking for the '90s. Love Connection, of course, came out in 1983. Blind Date premiered 1999. Yeah, Blind Date used to be my show when I used to get off work. When I wanted a good laugh, I always used to watch Blind Date. Man,
He
that
see
just
a good laugh.
I'm
Oh yeah,
serious,
Blind
bro.
Date was
Oh
hilarious.
damn.
Yeah, because
Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't
because
sound like it's gonna end up right, bro. Blind
hey,
date. Shit.
They had
hey,
a straight
Cochran, I'm
episode.
serious. If you ever come across the seasons of Blind Date, and while they be on the shows, they have the little dude, the little thing that's underneath that
Had the bubbles doing
the bubbles.
commentary.
He did the commentary to
Oh,
basically tell
for
you how
real?
to.
Nah.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. So that
it
would
used to be
maybe
like dude getting ready to strike out in 3, 2,
hmm
1.
yeah, yeah. It always had. I'm telling you, Cargan. If you ever watch it, you and your girl be like, man, that's the stuff I grew
Man, they
up
having fun
with,
with the people don't fall. That's crazy work, right there.
bro. Yeah, bro. Hey,
They'll
that show
follow
was
his
legendary.
conversation. He'll say something stupid, and then they'll put like a cartoon, huh? Or
You,
bubbles of what she might be thinking because he's striking out. I remember that
mhm.
episode, T. Price. You remember that episode? The dude kept trying to kiss the chick, and she kept
Yep.
blocking him with her
You know.
forehead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they been editing shit, man. That being a thing.
They don't edit it; they just add their own commentary to it through
Commentary to it.
bubbles
No, I mean
and,
like you
and
say
subtitles.
like they bringing up a cartoon in the appropriate time,
Right.
to be like,
Yeah, they're
what is this
narrating
guy
with the
talking
show. They're
about?
narrating with the date. Yeah, it was. I'm telling you, it was legendary. I used to have the complete season. I need to order it again. I'm telling you, Cochran, that jump right there, man. Man, and another. Oh, I got to see when Cheaters came out too. Let me see when Cheaters
Oh
came out.
yeah, they stopped cheaters when the dude got stabbed for real.
Yeah,
Oh
Yeah, I remember
damn.
that.
yeah, but oh
What?
boy, Cheaters still was playing after that. It's 24
Cheaters.
seasons of Chili. It came out in 2000. That was 2000s.
He used to catch chicks in the act, catch dudes in the act. This one
Nah.
girl was bopping somebody off in the damn driver's seat, and he caught her,
Mhm.
brought the boyfriend to the scene, and then he tried to get on
Oh
the boat.
my.
and then tried to confront the dude on the boat. So he pulled the boat out to the water and stabbed him.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yes,
He got
sir.
locked
Oh
up.
snap!
He got
So
locked
at
up.
that
He
time,
got
people
locked up
was like,
one
"Yeah,
time
this
too.
is real."
Like he got locked up one time too for defending up for a chick one time.
Oh, when he got in the fight with that one dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was
Who
good.
this man? What?
Joey Greco was his name.
He putting himself in a he.
Change Your
Man.
Heart was good, and the game was on there.
Hey,
Lost his gals.
the first dude name was Tommy
The game,
Habib.
man.
Habib. He was the first one that hosted Cheaters. Then it was Joey Greco. Then the last dude was Clark Gable.
You getting in between people, man. One thing I knew coming up, bro, man, man and woman affairs, boy, don't get into that, man. Leave that right there, bro. Man.
And I can't remember because I remember one of my homies in Louisiana. He got caught up in Cheaters, man, because we was in the club. I can't. I'm still trying to find that episode, bro. Me and my boys, we were just talking about this like 2 weeks ago. It's like, you remember a boy got caught up, and he was like, we was watching the Lakers too in the thing, man. And next thing you know, the cameras came out. He was like, T Price, who is that? I was like, man, that's Cheaters. Like, who? I was like, Cheaters. Like, nigga, somebody's in trouble, man. My boy was looking like, man, I ain't in trouble. I'm looking at all the homies. I'm like, everybody got a girl around them except me. And I'm just like, I don't know. Somebody's in trouble. So I walked away. And next thing you know,
Somebody girl in there, girl.
yeah, one of the homies, bro. Yeah, one of the homies' girl came, bro, and she was, man. I got away from that, man. I told him, man, that's cheaters right there, bro. He was like,
Man,
what?
T Price, bro. T Price, you going into legend status, man. Top most wanted list, no cheaters. Man, what
Hey.
you got a camera crew around you.
Hey, man, my boy was on Cheaters, man, and he had a pretty old lady. And then it was like it's like this movie. Had anybody ever seen this movie called Dysfunctional Friends?
I remember the title. I don't think I remember watching it.
Well, it got Terrell Owens on there. It got Stacey Dash. It has old girl Stacy Keibler, the wrestler. She's on that show. The dude from The Game. That dude that sings that was in that he was in that was on Smart Guy. Jason Weaver.
Not Jason Weaver. Not Love Ambition, Jason Weaver.
Yeah, he's in there. One Call Away, Jason Weaver. Yes, him. That movie's funny.
I played Michael Jackson as a little boy, Jason Weaver.
Yes. But anyway, that show is legend. That movie right there is crazy because what's the movie is basically about these they all went to school and college and then everything like that, and they had to come out to a funeral and they had to stay in the house for the weekend. And if anybody leaves, the will would not be, they lost. Everybody loses out on the will, so they forced to stay with each other and live. And then if they survive, then because Megan Good was in it too. She was the one that was reading the will and all that stuff. But it's a good movie though. But yeah.
Oh yeah, that is some. Yeah, you find. Yeah,
they still ain't never came out with a part.
Bro.
They still ain't never came out with a part 2. Because that one dude, matter of fact, I didn't mean to cut you off, Cochran. That one dude is suing. He was in that movie. He was in that movie too. That's suing Tyler Perry. He was in that movie too. The baby all. Watch me put it on splash. Watch me put it. Yeah, he had a legendary part on that song, on that show. And that girl that used to play, and that girl that played in the video, Sweet Lady. She's in that. She was one of my favorite characters.
Maya Campbell.
No, not her. The one that played in the movie Sweet Lady. She was in the video. Oh,
not the video Sweet Lady. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, and the parent, and she played in the Parenthood back in the day too. She was in that
movie.
Too. Yeah, and old girl too. The girl that played in Girlfriends. The lights not Diana Ross, the other light skinned girl.
Tony.
Not Tony.
I mean, no, that was a dark skinned girl name.
Yeah, Tony was a dark skinned girl. Wherever that girl, she's in that movie too.
The crazy
Y'all
one.
need to watch that.
Yeah,
Y'all need to watch that
yeah.
movie. It's a good movie though, for real. That movie is hilarious. Hey, but y'all gonna laugh on that baby all part though. That joke had me cracking up. Girl, you don't believe what I caught this nigga here doing. Nasty ass. Yeah, baby all on them and shit. That shit was hilarious.
Concrete, you got to give your top five. 96 out.
Oh yeah, one more thing too. Fun fact: Tatiana Ali is in that movie too.
Oh.
And old boy that played in what's his name? Roller Bounce, who Bow Wow had to go against at the end. Sweetness.
Oh, my top is basically the same as my boy own, but I'm switching out Jerry Springer because I didn't see Jerry Springer too much, and I'm gonna switch out that and put Living Single.
That's a good one.
Okay.
So it Martin, Fresh Prince. No, we got Wayne's the Wayne's brothers. Like the Wayne's brothers too. So it's Martin, Fresh Prince, Wayne's brothers.
I got something that y'all ain't never said yet.
Yeah, because I wasn't fond too much of watching these used to be just and I see these things not in full season. Like when you got the cable TV and your government paying for a satellite company overseas, you get reruns.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I would have
to. Y'all remember the Uptown Comedy Club?
Of course we do. Well, yeah, I do.
That came out in the 90s.
I would have to go with In Living Color 1.
I knew he was going to say that.
Yeah, you knew I was going to say it,
goddammit.
Comic View.
Yeah.
Then 2, I would have to go with Cosby Show because what it meant to me growing up.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it only lasted for 2 years in the 90s, it was still my favorite. Then The Simpsons, that's 3. Martin, 4. And so many to pick from. But I'm going to go with...
You going to In the House with LL Cool J?
Hell no.
LL Cool J had a show?
Yeah.
That had Maya Campbell on it.
Yeah,
Maya Campbell on it, yo.
Yeah, Debbie Allen, Felicia Rashad's sister.
Yeah,
it wasn't bad though.
But it had Ray J on it, so that's why I stayed away from it.
And it had Wayne's sister.
Oh yeah, who Ray J?
I would have to say something that's underrated, and it only lasted 1 season. But y'all remember South Central on Fox?
Yeah, South Central on Fox was a good one. It only lasted 1 year though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once it started getting good, then they was like, "Yeah, we gotta pull the plug on this shit."
It was
when it got good.
It was me. It was. I can't name 5. I'm just gonna name some on top of my head. All right. Of course, Martin. Of course, Fresh Prince. Living Single. Whatever. What was another good one that was in the y'all already basically name all. I'm trying to name something that we haven't named yet.
The Jamie Foxx show.
Jamie Foxx show was a classic one too. It's just all about who you like. You are my boy. Congress always said the Wayans brothers. I watched the Wayans brothers like the first 2-3 seasons, and then I got off of it, and then I recently started getting into it because I watched all the seasons. I was able to binge watching the seasons where I left off at, but. Like I said, the 90s was a great time of everything. Music, the sports industry and all sports, basketball, tennis, baseball, golf, all the major sports. It was on another level.
There were icons. There were
And not
icons in
only
sport
that,
and icons in music. Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan,
jerseys
man.
used to cost
Mike Tyson,
$39.99
man.
back in the day too. In the 90s, the jersey used to be exactly $39.99, no matter what team you got. No
Unless
matter
it
what.
was the Jordan
$39.99.
45 or the Classic 23. Those were $45.99.
Yep, those are facts.
Man,
You talking about
those ones with the cursive writing, that's Chicago, man. Is the 880. What season is that? I don't know. Yeah, I know what you want
Man,
to talk about.
84, 85, man. I had
yeah,
when my
Yeah,
cousin
84,
lost my
85. Yep.
man.
jersey. I had the red one, bro, with the black
Tough,
cursive
man.
with the
Tough.
white outline on the letters, bro. But my
Yeah,
bad. Y'all heard
tough.
the pain in that story. My bad. Talking about, I don't know where your jersey at. Yeah, I bet.
Oh,
Right.
one of them. Oh, man.
My favorite one was the Sean Kemp Sprite colors, green with the yellow, with the white over the middle. That was my first jersey that I bought, and guess where I bought it from? Grandpa Pigeons for $27.
Wow.
You always remember your first one.
I remember.
My brother gave
started-
me a Indiana, a Reggie Miller, a black and with the yellow tin stripes going down, like a Reggie Miller,
My
Indiana.
first
Yeah,
jersey I
I think that was
had
my first
was
jersey.
a Michigan jersey, and then I remember my brother got me a UCLA when they won the national championship. Um, I had the 12 Toby Bailey. I couldn't get the Ed O'Bannon and the Charles O'Bannon, so I got the Toby Bailey. But that was the year they won the chip. I hardly ever wore that jersey because that was the year they won the national championship, and he had a big game as well. He was okay player in the league.
I got a
I,
question.
When I was in Canada, I was on my shirt game. There was a flea market. Like, yeah, I had one of those same MJ, the 23, Irvin, a 76ers. Like, yeah, I was on Glenn Robinson Bucks. Big Dog. Yeah, I like Big Dog game. Glenn Robinson, I was a big fan of
oh,
Big
you still
Dog
saw
game.
him when he was in
Those
college.
purple. Those,
When he was at Purdue, he was a beast, bro. Big Dog's another person that's underrated too. Now he don't get
yeah,
his props.
he's a
Big Dog was a
bucket,
problem.
yo.
I got a
Man.
Big
question
Dog.
for the panel.
Go ahead.
Your top 5 90s album.
Whoa.
Whoa, man. Now you about to have now you're gonna have
I
people
thought we
catching
wasn't fighting fair.
strays.
Can we
Yeah,
play it by
Well,
coast at least or something? Jeez, that's
yeah, we
tough.
got that's that.
Okay,
Yeah,
then since y'all chicken shit,
mm,
okay, we're gonna start with the
I ain't
East Coast.
checking nothing. Don't put me. Hold on, Seinfeld. You ain't gonna sit there and say I'm checking nothing. I ain't checking nothing. But one thing, I said, like it goes to everything. This is like for me, like ranking players and stuff. Like in the NBA, it's hard for me to rank players in this league because it's got so many great players that played this game. Even in everything, there's so many great people that should be in the discussion, but they be left off of there. It's
Okay,
always a
then we'll do
technical.
coast. We'll do north, south, east, and west. Top 5 for each coast.
All right, go.
Go,
New
go,
York, I
Dion.
have to stay off.
I went first last time. We going
Yeah, but you
serpentine
don't want to
draft.
say.
man,
Can we do
y'all know my
Cowboys?
answer's gonna be. I'm gonna have a completely different
We
answer
understand
than.
you. We understand you. Like, but okay, in the '90s, I'm just gonna go like. If I say the West Coast, I'm just gonna. Mine's gonna be more than 5. This is my channel, so I can break the rules. Um,
Nice.
the '90s,
I
I
can
gotta
stay up
say,
late because I'm grown.
yeah, iced. Yeah, you say '90s, you gotta say Ice T. We're going West Coast, Sebo, a known rapper, Brother Lynch. Of course you had NWA. Um, and then you had Ice Cube ended up doing his thing by himself. Dre ended up doing his thing. What's my boy's name? What's his name? He used to wear the red. He used to wear the red all the time. DJ Quick. Yeah, DJ Quick.
Nestle Quick.
Then you had my boy too.
MC8.
What's his name? I said MC8 already. What's his name?
Oh, okay.
He actually went to. He actually graduated. He actually graduated from Wyandotte, but he as soon as he left, what's his name? He's an old school rapper too in the '90s. I can't think of his name right now. He was on that song "Blow the Whistle."
Not 40.
Too
With Pete
short. Too
Pablo.
short.
No,
Too
he was on
short.
there. Yeah, yeah.
No.
Thank you, Conklin. Yeah, Too Short. You got to throw Too Short in there too. And then I know there's so many more I'm leaving out, but this ain't no disrespect. Then when I say the South, you got to say Outkast. You got to say Goody Mob. Um, mm, oh, you got to say what's his name? Oh my gosh, I was just listening to them to them earlier. They from
Scarface.
no from Memphis, Tennessee.
UGK.
8
8
ball
ball.
MJG, 8 ball MJG, and then of course you got Scarface, and in '90s also you got and Texas. That's Texas. You can't forget about DJ Screw, Archie Lee, um, Zero, Chameleonaire, Paul Wall, um,
But those
um,
were 2000s though.
Yeah.
yeah, came out in but I learned I've been knowing some of the rappers, like I said. If you listen to Chop and Screw music, you know some of these rappers
Well, like
been out.
Lil Kiki and them is 90s. Fat
Yeah,
Pat, them 90s.
yeah,
Yeah.
Pat and all them.
I
Yeah,
know what
they.
you talking about. Yeah.
But that's why a lot of people don't think it's 2000s. But this is before it was known to mainstream. Because I've been listening to Screw ever since Screw came out. And when you say down south, oh, you got to throw Trick Daddy in there. You got to throw Trina in there. Um, East
You know
Coast.
that.
East Coast is just hard though, bro. It's just so many of them, bro. It is so many of them. That's why I say all because in the '90s you had Nas, you had Gangstar, you had Tribe Called Quest, you had Busta Rhymes,
Hmm.
um, and you had a lot of people know Papoose, Big Pun. Of course, you got to say Jay Z, Memphis Bleak. I mean, it's like it's Cameron, Mace. It's like man, it's just so many of them, man. I know I'm forgetting a lot of them, but it ain't like I said. It's just so hard for me to do a top five in anything because you feel like to me personally, that I'm missing somebody that should be on there that I not even said yet. So I'm done.
Should I have said
Yeah.
your favorite 5 albums from the
Hard.
90s?
That's hard still, bro. That's still gonna be hard. Still. And from every coast too, man, that's hard, bro. Like you gonna have to that's like that's like that's like a good homework end of the year final exam. This this can't be a Jeopardy. This Jeopardy gotta be like the final answer gotta be like another good. You gotta do some
Okay,
research, bro.
I guess I gotta go next because my top 5 influential things that I remember. Number one, Stakes is High album. Love that album. Bought it 3 times. Destroyed both. All 3 discs. Playing it so much. Have to go with Beats, Rhymes, and Life. Tribe Called Quest. Then I would have to go with Enter the Moon with Black Moon, or Into the Dark, or Into the Moon. One of the Black Moon. Let me see. Okay, now I see what he's talking about. It's so fucking hard. So many of them to pick from. But
And we
I'm
gonna say
going.
R&B. We already know the king of R&B that dominated the '90s was Kells, man. But we had all them. That's when we had everybody. We had all them groups and stuff too. All them R&B groups like 112 and like the list just goes
Blackstreet.
on and on and
Yeah.
on. Black
Uh,
Street. We could just go
see,
on and on and on.
I got 3 of them. I mean, 2 more. Um. Hmm.
like I remember when I was in high school. I'm just gonna name some now. Like, uh, of course, all Life After Death.
Midnight Marauders. That's it. I'm sorry, T Price. Midnight Marauders, number 4. And to clean up with the number 5, my top 90s influential music that I listened to that made me fall in love with rap and hip hop, I would have to go with, and this is a wild card, but hey, I would have to go with Erica Badu's first album, Baduism. It made me feel some type of way about that type of music, and it made me love. Especially, man, it seemed like every track on that album was a hit. Especially On and On, Next Lifetime, Love, Love No More. Man, dude, being 14, 15 years old, that those are the albums that really, really, really stuck with me during that time. Especially Stakes is High. I love that damn album. All 16 damn tracks on it. I love every one of them. Damn, now remember every word to
it. Let me see. No, I got one off of your list. I'm surprised you said it too.
Which one?
Out of my top 5, Midnight Marauders, that Tribe album. I had that on cassette tape. So I used to rock
great minds thinking like Deanna. Come on now.
I used to rock that, and I would say Ice Cube, Death Certificate. I'm trying to name some stuff y'all ain't named.
I know that's why it was hard because T Price damn near cleaned up the whole damn section.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Redman, Muddy Waters.
Yeah, I forgot about Muddy Waters. That was around Muddy Waters was a classic.
What I got 2 more here. I got 2 more. I gotta say Life After Death. I thought that was a banger. And I'm probably gonna go out with Machiavelli. Just to name some stuff y'all ain't named.
Oh, that's special right there. Machiavelli.
Special mention, Mr. Mike Wicked Ways. Snoop, of course, Doggy Style Changed the Game or the Chronic, either one. And we definitely disrespected Twista and Do or Die now, and that whole little wave too.
Yeah,
with
we can't forget
Crucial Conflict, that whole little wave.
Oh yeah, we can't. Hey, you said Twister.
Stop. He's already dead. Stop hitting him.
And Mobstability, we can't forget about them. Mobster. I remember they came up with that Steady Mobbing. I remember Twist. Yeah, because I lived in the mid, so I knew a lot about Twist.
Dude,
when Twister came out, Twister.
The fact that he brought up Crucial Conflict, that was literally the hip hop song of '96. I mean,
that was crazy.
Dude, they used to play that every, I want to say 15 minutes. And it was flying off the damn shelves at Goody Goody or Sam Goody and shit, what was the other one? FYE.
Yeah.
That's when people start like dubbing tapes for Hey. Man,
but obviously in the 90s, that's not what I come up to. But I don't know, you guys wouldn't probably know some of these dudes, but these are the kind of guys I was listening around that time. You guys was probably, Buju Banton, people familiar with Buju Banton. Buju Banton dropped his Till Shiloh album. That was a banger. Don Dada, Super Cat, he did a track with Biggie Small, Super Cat, on that same album too. Don Dada, that was a killer album.
I know you're gonna get the Shabba Ranks. Get the Shabba Ranks.
I'm hit the Super Cat. Nice.
Oh yeah, Super Cat. Yeah, Super Cat and Shabba Ranks. Those were going back. Those were the dudes who were like back and forth going at it in Jamaica. Super Cat and Don Dada and Shabba Ranks had extra naked the same year. The Shabba Ranks album was killer too. Extra Naked. Yes. Bounty Killer. Bounty Killer is responsible for Vybz Kartel. Bounty Killer is the one who brought up Vybz. Bounty Killer, he's known as the the poor people DJ. That's all I need to say about Bounty Killer. America took his visa in the 90s. I don't think he got it back yet. Like, yeah, he hasn't been able to travel to the US because they took his visa. Yeah, Bounty Killer, man, yeah. That and he had a few albums in the 90s. Next Millennium, My Experience. Yeah, the song called Poor People Fed Up. Oh, that was, yeah. People were kicking on gates when that song played. And Capitan and Prophecy, Capitan had an album named Prophecy, and I think he did a collaboration with a US producer. I forget who, but they did something called Testament, where he did some of his songs on hip hop rhythms. That's a cool album too. And then there's a collaboration with Bob Marley and hip hop stars, but like stars like Black. This album is called Chant Down Babylon. Chant Down Babylon. That's a tough collaboration with Bob Marley with his songs, but you got rappers like Black Thought and some serious stuff. So those are the albums in the 90s.
Man, okay. We did albums. I know we did. We didn't list our personal favorite movies. What's your top 5 movie, Dion, from the 90s? It don't have to be a certain genre. Just what's your top 5 movie?
Man, all right, it's out there now. We might as well go. South Central, New Jack City, White Man Can't Jump. I thought All About the Benjamins came. No. Friday. Let me chill. Friday. Uh, Menace to Society.
Okay, that's 5. I guess I'm gonna go with Independence Day first because it was a blockbuster and it really changed the dynamic of how sci-fi alien invasion movies went. And I remember how pumped up everybody was, and the whole family went to go see it. Uh,
Hey fellas, I'm
2.
gonna have to step off. I'm gonna have to step off in a bit.
Okay,
I got a sick little one I gotta go take care of. But y'all know, man, this was I might
go do
hop
your
on back
thing,
later if y'all still doing it. But respect, brother. T Price, y'all already know, man. Dion, once again, man. Hey, respect, brothers,
Respect.
brother. Respect.
All right, brother. Hope the little one gets better.
Yes, sir.
I might have to go with Bad Boys because it was a great movie. Um, I'm partial to any comedy. Uh, Third is Malcolm X. I I can't I
Mm,
can't get around how it made me feel when I watched it, and even though it was 3 hours long, I loved the message. And number 4, Negotiator. Number
Leon Blue.
5,
No.
Negotiator with Samuel L. Jackson and Kevin Spacey.
Yeah, Spacey. Yeah.
I'm in control now.
Right. Yeah, great movie. Just don't watch it on TBS or TNT. You'll never get the good version of it. And let me see something that hit. Goodfellas. Goodfellas. Yes, definitely Goodfellas.
Malcolm X was a good one though.
I didn't watch Malcolm X until I was like 17, 18 years old. It came out when I was 11, but I didn't really get a chance to watch it until I got cable in my room and actually really sat down and looked at it. And I remember it came on and I was drawing because I used to draw a lot when I was in my teens, and then I really stopped drawing and just was just looking at it. The reason why I love that movie so much is not necessarily what people think. It told a story about the people closest to you was always going to be the ones that try to double cross you. And every walk of that movie, from when he first got locked up, it was that same bitch ass nigga that was gonna get on the bus. There was a turncoat, same bitch ass nigga that ended up getting beat up with the pool stick in deep cover. Hate that dude. Shot Samuel L. Jackson's character in Eve's Bayou. I hate that dude. Every time he's in a movie, he plays a bitch ass nigga. But anyway, the same man that wanted to show Red the way of the scriptures and everything was the same one that was promoting him getting he trying to be just like you and we need to get rid of him. And finally, the same niggas that was hanging out with you shoulder to shoulder with the gunman. It's just that's what it taught me more than anything else.
I did forget Shawshank Redemption too.
Now, fun fact, I didn't watch Shawshank until like I was getting ready to get locked up, so I kind of have mixed feelings about it.
I could dig it.
You know, because I was getting ready to get locked up right after I got done seeing Oz complete series and then Shawshank, and I was like scared shitless when I was going for sentencing because I was like, dude, if some sisters come around me, I'm gonna have no choice but to go to the hole. But yeah, Shawshank was a good one. That's back when Morgan Freeman was at his best during the 90s.
Man.
Ooh, Sizzling. I remember that. Let's see what else. What the 90s that we're missing.
Y'all know we missing a lot. We definitely missing a lot because it was a lot.
Did I mention Set It Off?
No, we definitely didn't.
Dude, look. Now I
Luther
know
Janitorial. If you don't want to work for Luther Janitorial, why don't you go take a broke ass black home? Luther, you need to stop talking to her like that. Man, who the fuck you supposed to be? Motherfucking Power Ranger?
So have you seen the movie T Price?
Man, that movie, I seen that movie when I was in Job Corps, of course. Set It Off, yeah, I seen Set It Off.
I was being sarcastic because I'm like, anybody that can rattle off that part of the movie has seen that movie. Now, look, the only thing I didn't like about the movie was two things. Number one, I didn't like how her brother got killed in the beginning. Number two, Charles Robinson, I've always known him as Mac from Night Court, and they made him out to be the sleaziest dirtbag ass nigga in that movie. Dude, when he fucked Jada Pinkett for college money, man, I was so damn depressed after that. Because I can't look at Night Court and not see him on top of Jada grunting and sweating and shit anymore. Is it just me?
Oh my
and
god!
And then they had Ella Joyce, aka what's the hell is her name from Rock? What was her name? Eleanor, from Rock, as the detective that was trying to tell Dr. Cox, aka the what's his name, McGrinley, John C. McGrinley, that they didn't come from a bad family. And he wouldn't listen because, you know, back in those days, you know, if you had anything in your pocket or if you had anything in your coat, you was as good as shot. So, and see, dude, look. Now that y'all got me on Jada Pinkett was only good. Jada Pinkett was only good in like 2.5 movies in the 90s.
What, that in Boomerang?
She wasn't in Boomerang.
I mean, no. Woo. You gonna say woo?
Fuck no. She was good. She was good in Low Down Dirty Shame, Demon Knight, and Set It Off.
Yes, yeah, that's my joint with her and Keenan. That was the joint.
Yeah, they had great chemistry. She didn't come off, and the trick that she played on with Wayman, I'd have probably had to shoot that nigga because he over here kissing on me with a wig on and shit. And that's how I feel about a lot of these females now because they have all these damn wigs and eyelashes on. I don't know if they're Wayman or not.
Man.
I need a woman with real hair, real lashes, and nails that's not going to cut me open like a cantaloupe. My grandma used to rock the, if I scratch your backs, I'll poke your kidney type of nails, and I can't do it. Except I need my back scratched, and but man, so pissed off at Jada Pinkett. And you want to know something? Will Smith deserves every damn thing that he gets for what he did after Fresh Prince of Bel-Air to become a damn star. I don't feel sorry for him.
No, we don't.
And then you're gonna slap Chris Rock for making jokes about your thought ass wife. You should have slapped her the way you slapped Chris Rock.
Man.
And speaking of what's that light skinned nigga that was in Vampire in Brooklyn, New Jack City, and Jason's Lyric. What's his name? Alan Payne?
Alan Payne, yeah, that's in the House of Pain, yeah.
Dude, that shitty, hairy ass, bitch ass nigga, he gets on my damn nerves.
So you don't like Blue Hill, though?
Okay, I'll give you a pass on that. But,
okay.
He backed me into a corner. Okay, I can see. But any other movie that nigga's in, any other sitcom that nigga's in, killer for him.
Hey, you said like the one dude you say always play a crazy character. What's the dude?
Clifton Powell.
Players Club.
Clifton fucking Powell.
No, the dude in Players Club. He
killed
old girl cousin in Minister Society. He killed Cat.
Killed Kane.
He always played
Players Club. Was in Tales from the Hood as one of the bad guys.
Yeah.
That nigga never play a straight character. And
Never.
then in all his movies, he gets his ass whooped.
Every single movie.
Like clockwork. Damn. And it's just like Tiny Zeus Lester. This nigga always playing the shakedown nigga. You remember No Holds Barred?
Oh, with him and Hogan.
Yeah. Armed and Dangerous with John Candy. He played the shakedown guard.
Man.
Matter
of fact, he was the bodyguard in Players Club.
Oh, I didn't watch it all the way through. There was only certain scenes I watched, but that's neither here nor there. There were certain scenes.
Shout out Lisa Ray.
Yeah, I'll reluctantly shout her out, even though she's the brat's cousin, and I'm trying to figure out how did the chromosomes be mismatched between generations. But oh well. The brat looked like the boy now. Let me see what else. Best Man I don't fuck with Morris Chestnut, and I definitely don't fuck with Taye Diggs, but the fact that Morris Chestnut kicked Taye Diggs' ass in that movie, I gotta bring him out of the penalty box. When he came out that goddamn bathroom and closed that book and said, "You fuck me," and started to give him equal lefts and equal rights and started to stomp his ass and said, "The wedding's off, motherfuckers." I'm the only one in the movie theater that stood up and started clapping.
You stupid.
Yes, I am, but I'm also honest.
Facts. Hey, do the wood count, even though it came out in 99? It's still in the 99.
The best part about that was, hey, nigga, you gonna either shut up or get in the back or get your ass whooped. And then that nigga ended up going to prison for real for trying to think that his off-the-screen persona was actually tough. Stacy, aka the runaway on Get on the Bus. Dion, can you hear me?
I'm back. Okay.
He must have been taking a piss and hit the mute button. That laugh says yes. We've all done that on the stream. Like, oh shit, got to take a piss, but I don't want nobody to hear it. Mute button.
Can you
But
hear me
yeah,
now?
yeah, definitely.
Okay.
The dude that played Ricky in Menace to Society got shot. The Ricky that killed what the fuck is his name?
Hey, they said homeboy that killed Ricky was a crash out in real life too.
Yeah, he crashed out for real.
Yeah.
And died in prison.
Yeah.
Even that Italian actor that was in Bronx Tales did the same damn thing. He just got out for doing a 20-year bid.
Really?
Yeah, he thought he was about that life, and after doing the Bronx Tale, he got involved in some extracurricular, and they threw the book at his ass.
That's wild. Did y'all get into talking about the kicks of the 90s? I probably missed that part.
Oh no, we haven't talked about the kicks, but you have to remember, I didn't get my first brand of name brand shoes. I was rocking Pro Wings all the way up until the 1999 season.
We still know that what was out there though.
Yeah,
It
you know.
like,
I actually, my grandma bought me some K Swiss, some white on white K Swiss, when I needed to go get shoe polish to keep them white.
oh yeah, the little spongy
Talking
joint at the
about, talking
top.
about Ken Griffey, the Griffeys, and the Emmett Smiths. You
Yeah,
know,
the Frank
Oh, there you
Thomas,
go. Man, the
Air
Bo
Penix,
Jacksons, Deion Sanders.
Barkley had the Nike Flights. The Nike Flights was official.
the Defenders by Pippen.
The
And
Paytons.
Allen Iverson, Reebok. The Iverson
Yeah.
stuff coming out in
The Reebok pump joints.
Oh, I love those. There was some damn, what was those? I got me some off-brand feelers that had the pump joint in it, and I'm not gonna lie, they did work. But I remember that's what Billy Ho was pumping up before he lost that money to Sydney and White Man Can't Jump. Thought he was gonna get some extra air pumping them shits up. He got hung.
Yeah, the black and neon green. What were they? I want to say the Night Era Tempos or something. Man, that was crazy. Man, the shoe game was crazy. The Grand Hills. Man, it was
Before
so many
Tamia.
shoes, man. Like it wasn't like now it's oversaturated, I think. Or just like anybody got a shoe. Like you had to be like one of them to have a shoe. Randy Moss had a shoe. Vin Baker had a shoe.
Nobody bought that shit.
No shit, Vin Baker was under Jordan. Them was Team Jordans. They was buying them. Randy Moss was Team Jordan.
Yeah, but Vin Baker was a drunk, so it's,
Yeah, he was.
nobody buying support alcoholism by buying the Vin Bakers.
But hold on. We ain't gonna just don't do that to the man. Yeah, he was a drunk, but he gave his life back over too. So we gotta tell the whole truth about the man.
So in this past life, he was a drunk, but now he only drinks on.
Nah, man, we gotta pray. We can't always just look at people downfalls. We gotta pray when they actually do right too.
Yeah, I remember them doing a story where he was a manager at Starbucks after he blew all his money away. So as long as he's not a drunk no more and he turned his life over to God, you know, I can't argue with that. But while he was a drunk, I still wasn't buying the shoes. So.
Oh, you're talking about his basketball shoes? I ain't.
Yeah.
All the players back then, KJ had the best commercial in the 90s, though, hands down. I mean, when he had it when in Vogue with Converse.
Now, you know, after he did that commercial, that's when In Vogue did the Hanging with Mr. Cooper intro after that, because they mimicked his commercial.
I want to say my favorite commercial was probably, if I'm not mistaken, in '98. When the 16s came out, the Jordan 16s, and I think was it? Dang, I forget who was singing on that commercial, man. That joint
Mary
was
J. Blige.
Somebody was, but that joint was fire. The one that came out with the little detachable shroud on there. Yeah, that joint was fire. That joint was fire.
I gotta be the oddball. My favorite commercial was to snap into the Slim Jim with Randy Savage.
Oh no, that was the joint. Everybody was saying that. If you weren't saying that, matter of fact, think about this. When the last time you ate a Slim Jim? Rest in peace,
Well,
Reggie Savage.
I eat Slim Jims a lot because I deliver for a living, and there are a lot of when I'll be waking up and going to work early in the morning, ain't really no good eating places open, so I just got to give me a couple of Slim Jims, a couple of Gatorades until breakfast around 6:30 when I'm done. So yeah, Slim Jim gets you through the night.
I could dig it.
Yeah.
I just figured, man, Savage put them boys on the map, though. He definitely put them boys on the map. Then they start coming out with different flavors, Slim Jims. You can get the. I'm like, oh, that's what they doing now. I can't eat them no more though. I don't eat pork or red meat, so I can't mess around no more.
Well, I know a lot of dudes that giving up pork and red meat, but then they go home to their gal. So I'm like, so did you really give up pork, red meat?
I mean,
my friend who was a certain demographic that doesn't like white women or eat pork. He's dating a white woman now, and when I reminded him, weren't you the one like in 2002 was telling me to stay away from snow bunnies, and here you are, not just got one but got two, and they're both your baby mama. You know what he said? That was just a phase I was going through. I'm like,
hey, we already heard that before.
And he's driving a Cadillac.
Oh wow!
So he got the white woman, the Cadillac. All he needs is the mule and 5 acres or 40 acres.
He got the whole starter kit.
Right. All I do is tisk every time I see him. Now his kids are beautiful. Don't get me wrong. They got the good hair, the good credit score at 4 years old. But I'll be telling him, dude, this dude literally cussed me out when we was at the mall. And I was like, that girl got a nice ass. That's a snowflake. You can't be doing that to your sisters. And I'm like, I'm not attracted to my sisters, but I'm attracted to black women. But I could point out a nice ass when I'm supposed to. And he set up here arguing me up and down. And the next thing you know, he got not one, but 2 white girls.
He was on this Dr. Ubar.
Right.
Snow bunnies never.
Right. This nigga got all seasons of Friends and fucking Next Generation. But I'm wrong because I got a black woman. I don't understand it. And he gonna tell me, the white girls, they take care of you. I'm like, yeah, but you said what you had said was.
See what happened was
Craig and them had said, I'm gonna kick it with them.
Now since this is still about the nights, I want to ask y'all something. Would y'all agree? I know y'all a little older I think you 1 year older than me. And I think Prince, you like 4. I think I like 4 on me. No, 5. You said you 77, right? I don't mean to be telling your business, but
78.
78, so it is 4 years. But I feel like the 90s was the perfect blend of the old school and like a little season of the new school. Like, you know what I'm saying? We ain't really had an internet like that. It was like America Online. It wasn't really popping like that. Like everything was still more personable. Like you had to learn how to deal with people. Some people you liked, some people you didn't. You just had to learn how to interact with people. It wasn't all about how you felt all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like it was like Conker was saying, it was about culture. And it was like so many different, like when we was talking about, think about when we was talking about the album. Damn near none of them dudes sounded like we were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody had originality. Like that's what made us like you. We already heard dude. We don't want to hear dude with a little different beat. We want to hear what you got. You know what I'm saying? And now it seems like everything is just so cookie cutter. That's why I think I don't want to say we don't appreciate it as much, but we can't attach ourselves to it as much because we feel like they don't have enough passion because they're not willing to step outside of the box and be themselves instead of just going with the flow. That's how I look at the 90s. Like it shaped people. It made people.
I will have to say I agree with you, but I don't think it was a little bit of the '90s that was sprinkled on it. I think it had '80s, '70s, '60s along with the '90s, and it was a perfect blend because I still remember growing up in the '90s and still appreciating old school music. I didn't shit on it. You know, we were raised around it. But then when you
Mm-hmm.
heard a sound that was similar, just with your '90s flavor to it, it made you want to go back. And I'm glad we was talking about electric relaxation, right? So that album had so many samples of music I heard before, but I couldn't put my finger on it, and it made me appreciate, well, okay, where did I hear that from? And then I go back and find out, oh, this was that jazz album my dad had, or this was that one album
Hmm.
my mom was listening to. So the '90s not only was the decade, but it paid homage to the decades before it and just put its own
Mm-hmm.
spin on it. And that's why we loved it so much. The closer we got to the 2000s and the 2010s, it was like the '90s, '80s, and '70s didn't exist. This is the best it's ever been. It's like you can't have hip hop without samples. You know what I'm saying? You just can't have
Right.
it. But I think about those times fondly, and I think a lot.
KRS-One. Can't forget
KRS One.
about KRS-One. Yeah. Like I said, New York is just because New York was the birth of in some people's eyes of hip hop. You know what I mean? So like that's why like when you start doing the top five, it's so hard because that's the mecca. Like it's the mecca of basketball, and some people believe it's the mecca of hip hop. And look at all the legendary artists, that we haven't even said yet. There's just so many of them. There were just so many of Heavy D. We can't forget about Heavy D.
Man, we didn't
Oh
Heavy
mention
D,
Eric B. and Rakim.
and
man,
being
Heavy
Rakim.
D. We used to always come up with that dance music that made like 90 through 93, that New York swang music. You had Guy, you had Tony, Heavy D and the Boys. You had Ready for the World they were coming to an end, but they still was making music. Troop, shit, what else?
Was young homie named Kwame.
Oh,
Uh,
Kwame, yeah. Damn, it's just that sound was the '90s sound, man.
right. Yeah, man. If you know, you know. You had to be there.
That's why I always say all the time, like to the new generation, because on different platforms, I don't hear it on YouTube, but on like they all migrated to TikTok, and with the disrespect and the legends, they give certain legends they props, but the real legends that really put in put in the effort, that's just what I don't understand. Like, but then again, I blame mainstream media for the fall of the minds of the NBA because we seen it you seen the product was getting better and better. And then after Jordan went to the Kobe's and the Shaq and the Duncan, you know, then the three main players to me that dominated the 2000s, but it still was Kobe, even though everybody still want to say it's Shaq and they won't say it's Duncan, just like I just don't like the talking points these people be using. And shout out to the brother that came in earlier. I never tore down Scottie Pippen. I don't use that narrative. Well, they went. It's like they praise, like this new generation. They praise what ifs. Well, that same team went 55 and 27 the next following year without Michael Jordan. Okay, did they win though? Did they go to the finals? No, they did not. So how you gonna say something and then that's why I always say the best team in the regular season and ended up with the championship is the 96 Bulls. It's not the 73-9 Warriors. Just because you have the best record of all time, did you win the chip? No. So how you might have the best record, but that don't make you the greatest team ever. Because the greatest team ever that I seen, they went 72-10, and they closed the doors.
It's funny you bring that up, T. Price, because I wasn't denigrating Pippen either. My thing was I was just trying to make the distinction of mindset. You know, okay,
Right.
yeah, Kukoc hit the shot. Yeah, won the game. That's you should have been the one giving him the outlets pass. How many times have we seen just watching basketball that what they tell you all the time? The best coaches say, watch the guy that gives the pass because a lot of times it gets kicked back and you get an open shot. But Pippen took himself out of the play altogether by sitting on the bench. And, you know, there's too many instances for me that Pippen took himself out of games. Yeah, okay, I understand your father died and you got a migraine. Yeah, but in the fourth quarter, he sat on the bench. You see what I'm saying? When his team is getting blown out. Pippen has always shown me that you put the pressure on him, he folds. So I'm only showing what he put on tape, or I'm only saying what he put on tape. I'm not making nothing up. And I get what the young man was saying, but he was talking about, well, we got to put everything into context.
Oh, he
Well,
was older than us, by the way. Shout out to Kenneth though too.
Kenneth, yeah, Kenneth,
Yeah,
yeah.
he was 51. Shout out to him though, man, because I came in at the end of it. I came in when you was like, man, you need to be Scottie Pippen's spokesperson. I was like, what? I was like, why is Martavis calling this man a spokesperson? I had to rewind.
Well, I'm
I
saying
got to rewind
his
it.
lawyer because he was
Or be
making
his
such
lawyer.
such a ironclad defense for Pippen, and I'm like, dude, no, Pippen won it. He always said it. He thought it was going to be easy. If Pippen goes to Seattle and Odin Polynice goes to the Bulls the way it was drafted, Pippen is not that player that everybody sees that he is.
Not at all.
He ain't gonna have a player in Seattle that's going to work the way Jordan worked. Of course, there was Gary Payton later and Sean Kemp, but did they work like Jordan worked? Did they push their teammates? Like, no, they didn't. You know, this is crazy. I love Pippen for what he did for the Bulls, but Pippen never showed me that he was that guy. Okay, yeah, you help your team go to the playoffs. We see many players take their team to the playoffs, and that's why I asked you that question when you was counting down and going through the seasons and the teams and the records. Because online, people are saying that Pippen almost took the team to the finals. In the second round, it's not almost going to the finals.
Man, I don't know how.
Right. That's why that gets to my point. Like when they like some of the stuff they be saying and they try to use it in their logic, and you know that's why I told my boy this. And, you know, he be doing his thing on TikTok. I told him I was like, man, I ain't never gonna go up there, man, because whenever we see it on YouTube, they never, no matter who they talk, especially with today's players, right? We just gonna do it because they only because the only time we ever heard this is this modern day eras. It's always an excuse factor, right? Well, he didn't have his whole team. Well, and then I always go to Magic Johnson and Byron Scott was hurt. I didn't. The Lakers still lost to the Pistons. Nobody take that away from the Pistons when they championship of being that team, but what the Pistons end up doing, we end up going back to back. I remember the talk was at that time was that the Pistons was that team that go back to back. What they end up doing the next following year,
getting swept out the playoffs. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they went back to back. Then
they go back to
the
back.
following year, yeah.
Then 90, 91 was the rise of MJ and the Bulls. And a lot of people don't understand how the first run, the 91, 92, 93 team, that team was so unique and different compared to the other 3P team. They was totally two different teams. As my boy, what's his name, Freddie Gibbs said, he said you be shooting like Bill Cartwright. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, the Bulls. They just like he had shooters, but all the great teams had shooters. They had John Paxson. I remember they had Trent Tucker. They had B.J. Armstrong. I remember they had Horace Grant. I remember they had Stacy. I remember they drafted Stacey King. And then they ended up going. And then in the '90s, it was Judge Butler and Luke Longley and Scotty Burrell and what's that dude named Randy Brown. And I remember when Pete Myers came. I remember Pete Myers came along because we already knew NBA Live back then didn't have Michael Jordan. His name was Player 99. And he was bald headed, so everybody used to call him Mike. Best games though in the '90s though too. Mortal Kombat. Of course, NBA Jam. He's on fire. Then all
Let
the
me say
Super
another
Mario
thing.
Brothers. Then you had the suit. Then you had Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic was a beast. Sonic.
Street Fighter was my joint.
Street Fighter.
Look, you better watch what you say there, Dion. Okay, okay, sir. You better watch what you're saying. Because all I did was spend all my time at an arcade playing Street Fighter 2, Super Street Fighter, Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, Street Fighter Third Strike, Street Fighter Alpha, Street Fighter Alpha 2, Street Fighter Alpha 3. So I'm just saying. I know you were 80s baby like I am, and you were 90s teen like I was, but I used to hurt a lot of feelings in those arcades, and it wasn't because of my breath. Well, it wasn't only because of my breath, but yeah, let's not get on Tekken or let's not get on Killer Instinct 1 and 2. Let's not get on X-Men Children of the Atom or Marvel Superheroes for Street Fighter or Marvel
All
vs.
the
Capcom
arcade
2
classics.
or I'm just saying look, that's where I shined at. I didn't become like I was a nerd for like 6 of the years of the 90s. I was awkward, had long arms, short legs.
You was leather. You was a leather. You was a Legend of Zelda playing dude.
Oh no, no,
Okay.
no. I didn't start playing Legends of Zelda until I started having kids when I needed to put them to sleep, so I couldn't play fighting games because you have to jack your arms
Hey,
left and
hold
right.
that down, man. I had Zelda, man. What that mean, man? Hold that down. And I had the strategy guide. You heard me? On my
Look,
Nintendo 64, bruh. On everything.
Game Pro magazine, Nintendo Power, tricks and tips, video game entertainment.
He said tips and tricks. Oh my, they don't know nothing about that, bruh. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
I used to do this. I used to go to the bookstore, either Waterland Books or Borders, and I would go to the video game section, read all the magazines, and then take myself right to the arcade and hurt feelings.
Man, that's crazy. The arcade used to be like the spot, man.
I used to practice my world-class cheap-ass moves on those females. Some of them worked. Most of them didn't. And when they didn't work, I take my ass right back to the arcade and do what I was good at. And that's put tokens in the box. And that's not a euphemism. That's actually what I had to do. Don't let me go there with $5 or more where you can get between 50 and 100 tokens for $5. I'll be there all night. And especially during tournament time during the summer, I'll be there literally from the time that was the mall opened to the time it closed.
Yeah,
but Street Fighter was, and then Mortal Kombat 3, Mortal Kombat Trilogy. You'll get your feelings hurt on that.
Yeah, Trilogy was crazy.
Ultimate was even crazier. Ridge Racer, when you had to sit down in the doggone car seat. That's why I learned how to drop a stick. Because you had to push the clutch in to get it to work on the video game. Hard driving, the same thing, just it was pixelated. Let me see what else.
I got something for y'all. all the '90s gaming stuff, right? The 1990s was the defining decade for video game consoles, featuring both the tail end of the 16-bit era and the rise of the 32-bit and the 64-bit system. Key consoles from the '90s includes Super NES, Sega Genesis, PlayStation, Nintendo 64, and Sega Saturn. The decade also saw the introduction of handheld like the Game Boy, the Sega Game Gear, as well as the ill-fated Atari Jaguar and the short-lived Sega Dreamcast. 16-bit early to mid 90s Super Nintendo Entertainment System, Nintendo 16-bit powerhouse continued the success of the NES, boasted improvement graphics and sound capabilities. Sega Genesis, Mega Drive, Sega response to the Super NES. The Genesis was known for its speed and edgy attitude, featuring popular titles like Sonic the Hedgehog. Early 32-bit era, mid 90s, Atari Jaguar. Despite early height, the Jaguar struggled to compete with other systems due to its complex architecture and the lack of compelling software. Sega Saturn, a 32-bit console, faced stiff competition from PlayStation and Nintendo 64, ultimately leading to its early demise. Sony PlayStation, the Sony first console, revolutionized gaming with its 3D graphics and CD-ROM format, quickly becoming a market leader. Then 64-bit late 90s, Nintendo 64 console was known for its innovative analog control stick and popular titles like Super Mario 64 and The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Then you had Sega
That's Dion
Dreamcast.
shit right there.
That's the joint. That's the joint.
Yeah, that's what he just said. That's why I was like, this. He literally just said this too. Sega's last console, the Sega Dreamcast, was ahead of its time with online gaming capabilities, but it was ultimately overshadowed by the PlayStation 2. Game Boy, Nintendo, Mocha, and handheld remained the dominant force throughout the '90s with iconic games like Tetris and Pokemon. Game Gear, Sega Color handheld competed with Game Boy, offering a different set of games, but ultimately falling short in market share. And that's that was all the consoles that came out just in the
Now,
'90s alone.
I gotta defend the Dreamcast because I'm gonna tell you at one point for me the Dreamcast outdid the PlayStation because I had the PlayStation on my 14th birthday. I bought it, and that started the PlayStation streak for me. But when I got the Dreamcast in '99, 2000, I only played that. It had better graphics than the PlayStation, but its problem wasn't that it was overshadowed. They didn't like exclusive games like Capcom. Well, not necessarily Capcom, but I'm using that as an example. They did not um, make games for it. You couldn't get Madden for it. You couldn't get NBA Jam for it. You couldn't get Live. You couldn't get. They invented 2K, and the 2K series came off of Dreamcast, but you couldn't get real games on it. So they didn't have a deep catalog for it. So then the sales start going down. But I would defend Dreamcast. Uh, the 2K series is better than anything EA was putting out there, and they're the reason why NBA Live dried up the 2K series, and they were competing with Madden in the 2K football.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's why the Madden got the NFL
NCAA
rights
football,
exclusively.
March Madness.
So yeah, Dreamcast I felt better than PlayStation 1 and 2, and when it went away, they had a bad concept with the memory cards because the memory cards will also show what you're doing on the controller, and all somebody has to do is kind of look over to it and see what you're doing and cheat that way. But it was a very good, durable gaming system. It didn't have enough games to support it. The Sega Dreamcast was launched along with PlayStation, the first PlayStation, and it was rivaling the PlayStation. That's why when the talks of the PlayStation 2 was coming out, that's when they flagship the Dreamcast. But Sega knew what they were doing. I think they probably got the market got cornered on games that they were allowed to make on the Sega Dreamcast. Because at one point, I thought there were only like 40 titles. There used to be this video game place where you used to trade at, and it was called Funco Land. T-Price, I don't know if there was one in Kansas where you were from, but definitely Funco Land was
We
where
ain't
you
had
go.
none of those.
Yeah, that's when they first started doing trading.
Yeah,
But I went
Blockbuster
there.
and Radio Shack.
Yeah, I went there looking for Dreamcast games, and they were like, "We only got 40." And I was like, "There got to be more." And they was like, "Nope, it's only 40 titles versus 2, 3, 400 of every other console." So
Man, I ain't
PlayStation
know
was
it's all. Man, I ain't know it was this late already in the afternoon. Man, it's already 5. So man, we've been on here 7 hours, man. God damn.
Man, fun
Isn't that
fact
a good
about the
thing?
Dream. I was gonna
Huh?
say, fun fact about the Dreamcast. You know that was the prototype for the Xbox. That's why they still got the same button scheme on the Xbox.
Mm-hmm.
Analog
True.
stick where it is.
That's a good fun fact. All right, y'all. We're gonna do the last set of words. I know Martavian said he was gonna be here the whole stream for the 90s, and he was here. Didn't fall out not one time. But shout out to everybody that came through. My boy Miles was coming through for Ron Ton, S. Young. Shout out for Kenneth coming through, and shout out to Dion Cleveland, man. Hey, man. Hey, we can go on and on and on about the 90s, but I remember one thing that hurted me was as a Brown fan. I don't know, Dion, you're a Brown fan. You remember Ernest Biner fumble
Yeah.
against the Broncos? Yeah, it was a lot of epic failures in the 90s, bro. Like, and especially boy in that football though, man. I'm gonna give everybody their last words, man. We about to get up out of here. I will do a stream tomorrow, y'all. We'll do a stream in the morning, but next week we're gonna be talking about the 2000s.
Oh, I'm
Next
gonna definitely
next
be there
Thursday.
for that too.
I'm gonna be there all the
Yeah.
way. I'm gonna do it all the way to the present. So we midway through to this decade right here. So next week is you already seen the cover of it. Yes, sir. It's Kobe Bean Bryant because he how you the best player in your generation and ranked down to the top 10 is we already know it's a straight smear campaign, and it's just what it is. And even Wilt Chamberlain is another person to me that gets smeared. That's why people like me and other people like Two Raw, shout out to Two Raw for TV, shout out to Two Raw, keep these players' names alive, man. Rest in peace, my boy LB. LB was another one, man. Was a great historian and everything of the game. I miss my brother, man. And shout out to my boy James. Shout out to everybody, man. My boy Green, my boy Herm. Hollywood Herm is what he call himself now. Shout out to Hollywood Herm. Shout out to Showtime. Shout out to my
His
boy
mama
Ray
named him
Leasy.
Herm. I'm gonna call him Herm.
Hey, shout out to her and shout out to Trey, man. I don't know what happened to Trey. I did let him in though. I did let Trey in, but maybe he got busy. But we're gonna be live tomorrow, man. Y'all got any last words, man, before we shut this down?
Oh,
Hey, so
fun
go
fact
ahead,
about
man.
the NFL during the 90s, they moved 3 teams. First was the LA Rams to St. Louis. Then it was the Houston Oilers. They moved them to Tennessee. They became the Titans. Then they got rid of the Browns and moved them to Baltimore. They became the Baltimore Ravens. Now, if they would have kept that team in Cleveland the way it was supposed to be, they would have had the same prestige and would have built the franchise. And everybody, guess what? Lamar Jackson would have been playing for the Browns, and they would have already been a prestigious team. I think that was a terrible thing they did to that Cleveland city. That was a historical stadium that they ended up tearing down for the new stadium. But to have that stadium, they could have kept it right up on where the river was, had the snow coming in, that atmosphere, seeing the city. Now, granted, I'm not an Ohioite. My boy Dion is, but am I saying anything wrong, Big Dion?
Yeah, it's still there by the lake, but they talking about moving it so we can have a Super Bowl here because they don't got a dome on the stadium, so we can't host nothing here. You know what I mean? Because of the weather.
Yeah, and as I was talking about in another stream, they base Super Bowl appearances off of climate of the city. If you have a dome, or if you have parking, or if it's a prestigious city. So, I would love to see a Super Bowl in Cleveland. I think the Cleveland Brown fans, they deserve better. They're going through what the Detroit Lions went through for about 30 years. Now, it's good to see Detroit got a good coach. They got a good team. And if, if they do well, I would not have a problem seeing Detroit in the Super Bowl. But T Price, I always thank you for inviting me and putting up with me. And shout out to Mass, Hollywood Herm, aka Herm. Oh, Dion, you the man. Even Kennedy, what's his name? Kennedy or Kenneth? I'm sorry, Kenneth. It was a good debate. Appreciate you. Show up anytime. I would love to keep debating you any topic. Everybody that showed up, conquering. Even Grinder, even though he dropped out. I'll be ready for it tomorrow, and I definitely will ready for the 2000s, my guy. And blessings to everybody out in the atmosphere. Thank you.
No problem, man. I appreciate everybody for coming through, man. We're gonna end this stream, man. Like this video, share this video, pass this video on, and next week we be talking about the 2000 era, and then the next following will be the 2000 teens. We'll do a stream in the morning. We'll just have a chop up session, and that's because ain't nothing to talk about so far. The summer's been quite dead, honestly. So I just stayed on my word and doing this little thing here. But anyway, I salute everybody once again. You want to subscribe to OK Firehead channel? Please just hit the like button, share this video. You want to donate? I pin in the chat. If not, I'm not worried about nothing. Let's just say you got to pay the cost to be the boss. So hey, we like to have real good conversations without the disrespect and all that. Everybody get their points off. That's what it is, having a real discussion. Well, anyway, I appreciate everybody coming through. I'm about to be out. Like, share, subscribe. I'll holler at y'all, man. I really appreciate everybody for coming through, man. I did not know, man, it was this late. I looked at the man. It's almost 5:30. So I'm about to go take care of things around here and continue to enjoy my day off, everything like that. And yeah, I'll holler at y'all in the morning, man. I'm about to go get some sun. I'll holler at y'all. Go exercise. Like, share, subscribe. I'll holler at y'all later. Be good out there. Be safe out there. And we'll be back in the morning. Old head signing out. Peace.